Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 2 of the Health and Longevity Summit. Who is here for the second day in a row? Who was here yesterday? Put me in the chat. And who is here for the first day? Put first in the chat. Welcome to everybody. Welcome if you're here yesterday. Welcome if you're here for the first time right now. This is the second day of 3 of the Health and Longevity Summit. If you're here yesterday, and I'm seeing here Thomas McDonald. Yeah, good to see you again. Clean my living computer. Jade, good to see you. Tina, good to see you. We have the chat community. So some of us are active in the chat, and I recognize the names. Good to see you. Thais Adela, first day today. Welcome for you too. Michael Lansing coming for the second day. Wayne Burke for the second day. Nancy coming for the first. Love Row Ed 8803 for the second day. Super Molly B for the second day. Welcome, everybody. It's good to have you here. I wanna. Who was here yesterday? Remember the word in Portuguese that I taught you? If you remember, type here in the chat. If you remember, what is the word in Portuguese? Yeah, I remember some of you saying it starts with a B. We are talking about memory and cognitive capacity. Who remembers the word? Put here in the chat, because today, Jade, you are almost there. Bill, you guys, Steven, almost there. Sylvie, that's right. Beleza, ladies and gentlemen. Beleza means all is good. All is beautiful. Beleza. Today I have a different one because we need to have a different word. Each of the days. By the end of 3 days, you're gonna be semi-fluent in Brazilian Portuguese, and that is bom dia. Bom dia means good morning. Good morning to all of you, except who is here in Eastern Europe. For me, it's already 6 p.m. So if you're here up until late with me, good evening. If you are past the zone, everybody in India, in China, in Australia, some of you is good morning again of the next day. I want to ask you, for the ones who were here yesterday, my question to you is, what changed? Did you start any small little action that was not present, or did you stop any small little action? Did any of the ideas that you were exposed to yesterday manifested itself into a small different behavior? If so, let me know how did you act differently, if you did. Here in the chat, there's this sentence comes from a general military from who fought Napoleon from back in the day, and the sentence says that it's better to act quickly and err than to hesitate until the time of action is past. Both of these things have their prices, but his point is, of course, it's better to act right, but it's even better. It's better even to act and make a mistake than not to act at all. Remember that what we are doing here in the summit is we are casting our net in the sea of knowledge. We have the top leading scientists and doctors in the world coming to share with you a lifetime of work, an entire career, everything they dedicated themselves to in terms of health and longevity. And then you cast the net. There are inputs from left and right. Some of them will speak to you. Some of them is like, yeah, that's good, but you're not ready for that, or you don't want to think about that. But some of them hit. From those who hit, There is a alchemy here that you transform a amorphous idea, something that lives in the realm of the mind, into a physical action. And the human experience is marvelous in that sense. You transform something completely amorphous, like an idea, into something material with your own decision. This is the alchemy process that you have to do. When it comes longevity and health, to me, is a very noble type of work, because nobody can do it for us. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter the amount of resources, the amount of people you have hired, the amount of money, the amount of achievements. Only you can make your decision of, the eating of the things, the moving of your own body, the sleeping and waking up. It needs to be yourself. It's very humbling. It puts everybody on the same level. But we need to go through the alchemy. So that's what I'm asking here. Jade is saying, I chose not to eat food before bed. That is what I'm talking about. Now, how differently did you act from the things that you are learning, the net that you're casting here throughout the summit? So Steven saying, I bought some sugar-free jerky for more protein in my afternoon snack instead of junky carbs. Michael saying, cut out the orange juice from my breakfast. That is something that we spoke about in I think a few times yesterday. Anita said, yeah, I stopped eating quote unquote bad carbs. What else changed? Sylvie did more exercise and stopped eating late at night. And then there's a next step. They'll be working on sleep. Love Road, fasting, did some fasting, I suppose, from yesterday to today. Thomas McDonald finished off the last of the ice cream so I could begin fasting. There's also a type of question. Let's clean the pantry. They always, it's like, is that idea, tomorrow I start. So today I need to finish everything that doesn't, all the junk things. Need to finish. And my only way to finish is through. I also understand that type of action. This is what I want to invite you to think as the day unfolds today, and as we bring our first a guest from Viome as we start the day today. What would a healthier and stronger body make possible in your experience of life now? Think of this. Think about this with care. This is one of the questions that I like to work with anybody that I'm working with, to transform ideas into action. Our whole game here is not to learn, is to integrate. Learning is part of the integration, but if there's no integration, if there's no transforming learning into action here, the learning becomes a distraction. Now we need to prime our own minds. And this is one of the questions that I like to reflect. That is, we're talking about longevity here. We're talking about health. We're talking about a body that is healthier. We talk about a body that has more energy, that is more capable, that feels better. And then the question is, in your life right now, put here in the chat, what would that make possible that is not right now? What would a healthier body and a stronger body do to you? Because if you don't have sight of that, you can't understand the value of changing your behaviors. And then you stay, under the risk of nurturing these old behaviors that are not serving you anymore, because you're not really putting your attention to see how is your life going to change if the diseases are reversed, or if the risk for them is nullified, if the pains are gone, or if the the risk of developing those pains is extinguished if there's more energy, if there's more capability, if the insecurity of I cannot go there, or I cannot move this way, or cannot run this way because something, I may hurt something, or the discomfort of the digestion, or sometimes even the body image, or the energy that goes low during the day. If those things were resolved, what would that bring to your life? Have you thought of that? Have you created that vision? That is something that I invite you to contemplate, because it helps you change the behaviors in the direction that you want to change. So, for example, Stephen is saying, I'll be able to spend more time outdoors, enjoying nature. Jade is saying, I would be able to apply action and create anything I choose, especially given my capabilities of helping others. And it's very hard to do things that are fulfilling to me if I don't have the energy, if the body doesn't have the vitality anymore. For Doc Azar here, saying more movement and try to order Viome tests as a distributor to apply in my clinic. Clearer mind, that's what Erica is saying. Greater focus on my business, of course. I need very hard to focus on my business and to grow my career if I'm low in energy, or if I'm sick all the time, or if I'm just exhausted and like just looking forward for the day to end. Then the second question and the last question that I ask you to contemplate alongside this one is, what is at stake for you if things don't change? If the behavior stays where it is, if the trend stays where it is at, what is at stake? Now, what is the impact? In other words, what is the price of not changing? That is also something that if you spend time contemplating, you create this contrast, and the energy of this contrast becomes potential energy for action to change the behaviors that are so hard to change, because it's so easy to stay in the familiar old behaviors. But then we realize that the familiar old behaviors is not creating the reality, or not pointing towards the life that I want to live. I need to change. And if I need to change, I need an extra energy to make those changes, because I'm used to the familiar habits. Where do I find this energy to change? Part of that comes in the contrast by what becomes available to me if the body is even better than what it is now, versus what is at stake if things don't change. You can put that in the comments as well. Chronic disease, for example, some people are saying, everything is at stake. Go to the specifics. Go to the specifics. Make that tangible. Because then you make that real in your mind. And if you make that real in your mind, you have the energy of saying that specific situation of the chronic pain, or the limitation in movement that I'm seeing in people that are 10 years older than myself, or that such a difficulty with food because that insulin resistance and the metabolism that becomes such a fragile body that limits my life. If I really see that, hey, if I don't change things, there is a situation there that brings me energy, potential energy to change my behavior. All our game here is understand how we change. And so that's why I invite you to think about this contrast, because it helps me and everybody that I work with to change the behavior when you are spending time looking at this contrast. Well, today, ladies and gentlemen, we are talking about personalized biology, nutrition, and metabolic health. Here are the times of the day. We're going to have 8 speakers today. So we're going to have 1 extra session in comparison to yesterday. So we're going to go until 4:30 p.m. Pacific, 7:30 Eastern, 12:30 a.m. GMT, 2:30 a.m. where I am, and the ones from the following time zones, you can add about 8 hours in the time right now, and you know until when we are going to finish. The first block that will start in a bit from now is going to start first with three people that you heard a lot from yesterday, because they are the co-founders of Viome. The first one will be Naveen Jain, the one that started the day yesterday, founder of Viome, founder and CEO. Then we're going to have Dr. Guru, which is the CTO, the Chief Technology Officer of Viome, also speaking today. And then Dr. Momo, who is coming in just a few minutes as well to open the day with me here, the Chief Science Officer of Viome. And then Dr. Valter Longo, that is very well known with the longevity diet book and all his work in the fasting mimicking diet, one of the leading experts in the longevity science today. This is the first block of the day. And to get it started with me, I would like to invite on the stage, please give it up, to the Chief Science Officer of Viome, Dr. Momo Vuyisich.
Hello,
Momo,
Roman.
it's good to see you.
So good to see you as well.
Welcome to the Health and Longevity Summit. We had great moments with you yesterday, but now we have you here live. It's good to have you.
Thank you.
Mom, I have this these questions about first, in your personal life, what does a healthier body and a stronger body bring? What has it brought to you since this time that you have been dedicated to yourself and your work for that? How has this changed your personal life?
Well, if I hadn't been sick and didn't have a chronic condition for many years, I would say that it's just the same. I've been healthy all my life, and the story would be different. But since I was sick for over a decade with an undiagnosed autoimmune condition, and then solved that problem, then the view of the world is very different. And so what I like to say is, healthy people have many wishes and they have many dreams and they dream about many things. But when you're sick, you only have one wish and only one dream, and that is to get rid of that monkey off your back. And so I would say that if you've been healthy all your life, consider yourself super lucky. And basically, yeah, you can have many wishes and dreams, and you can go pursue as many different things as you'd like, both business and personal, hobbies, whatever you like. But if you're sick, you're probably going to spend most of your time just trying to figure out what is the root cause of that illness and how do I get rid of this? How do I slow this down? So I think that that's sort of a concept we're working on here.
Well, how did your own journey with chronic health conditions, how did that lead into your work with Viome today?
I mean, it was a direct line. I suffered for more than a decade, and having a PhD in chemistry and understanding the human biology better than most people, and understanding that we are basically a bunch of biochemical reactions and not a physical object, and that when those biochemical reactions get disrupted is what we feel as symptoms and illness, and that illness is not bad luck. Today, whenever someone gets diagnosed with a chronic illness or cancer, everyone is like, oh, bad luck. It's not bad luck. It's just chemistry that we do not yet understand. We do not yet measure. There are so many people who are sick, me included, going to the doctor, and the doctor does everything they possibly can, and they say, there's nothing wrong with you. Well, I mean, why would I be here if nothing was wrong with me? Like, that makes no sense, right? So the point is that I suffered from this illness, and then through several factors converged, but that was the biggest factor, was that I knew that if we can measure lots and lots of parts of our physiology, and that if we can identify pieces that are breaking before illness or even after illness starts, and find a way to reverse them, then we can truly prevent chronic diseases. And so in 2010, I basically completely reset my scientific career. I was a government scientist at Los Alamos National Laboratory. And in 2010, I just literally completely changed my scientific career. And then for the next 6 years, I worked on developing the foundational technology that we're using at Viome. And then in 2016, started Viome with Naveen. So that was my journey. And it's been 16 years since I started that. And I know people want quick fixes. And I know people, both business and personal lives, they want things to happen quickly. But what we're trying to do here is solve one of the largest problems that humanity has ever faced, which is this chronic epidemic of chronic diseases and cancers that we used to not have. We solved the problem of infectious diseases for the most part using antibiotics and antivirals, but now we have this huge problem of chronic disease and cancer. So it's been a 16-year journey for me. And I think that there's going to be another maybe 10, 15 years before we can say in like a Wikipedia article, hey, there was this disease called multiple sclerosis and people got sick from it and died from it and suffered from it. And it was bad luck, literally bad luck. But now we know exactly all the ways that multiple sclerosis is set up, and we know how to prevent it. And now people are not going to have multiple sclerosis. And so 10 to 15 more years until we can do that for multiple sclerosis and Parkinson's and Alzheimer's and heart disease and metabolic disease and cancers and all that.
That's why I see Viome in the work that you all do, Dr. Momo, as one of those companies that have the potential of altering the course of quality of life in human beings, right? Because what you're really doing is that you are investigating a big problem and you are coming with answers, and you're not only a company with a business model, but you're also producing your own studies, producing your own knowledge, and identifying, hey, we are working on this kind of thing here, and this is what we are finding out for human beings. And as in your journey so far with Viome, as a scientist, but as a person who also went through chronic conditions and understand what that is like, looking back, what are the questions that you and your work with Viome has already answered, and what are the questions that you are the most interested in answering going forward so far?
Okay, well, that's a huge topic. I would say that from the very start, we were able to harness the knowledge that was generated over the previous decades about how chronic systemic inflammation starts. And chronic systemic inflammation is one of the root causes of most chronic diseases and cancers. And lucky for us, when we started Viome, those inflammation signals coming from the gut microbiome and its interaction with foods were already known. So we were able to start and measure those and then help people lower their chronic inflammation. And then through this clinical research that you mentioned, I'm the head of clinical research at Viome, and we've enrolled 16,000 clinical research participants over the last 9 years. And we have spent tens of millions of dollars on clinical research. Through that clinical research, we've identified parts of human physiology that no one else has ever known about. And so some of the examples that I like a lot are, first of all, the glycemic response. I think people are now becoming very aware that spiking blood sugar not only has a chronic consequence of increasing your risk for so many chronic diseases, but spiking blood sugar just instantly basically releases insulin, and that stores fat in your fat cells. And so just metabolic health momentarily is affected by spiking blood sugar. So early on, back maybe 8 years or so, we launched this multi-million-dollar project in the US and Japan, and we basically studied 1,100 people and gave them 60,000 meals and did machine learning. This is back when AI, no one even knew what AI was, and we were doing AI to understand how does the microbiome affect our glycemic response, meaning how high our blood sugar will go up. And we developed this machine learned model and integrated into the app, which means that for the last 6 years or so, every Viome customer has benefited from it. Instead of having to order these continuous glucose monitors and then divide a meal plan and have the know-how to understand how to measure different reactions to different foods, every Viome customer benefits today by being told basically which foods are going to spike their blood sugar higher and which ones are not. And so that's one of many basically mathematical formulas that our AI uses to inform people as to what foods they should eat less of and what foods they should eat more of for the maximum benefit. And in this particular case, the maximum benefit from this angle comes from lowering blood glucose, because then there's just a slew of health benefits. I can talk for days about this, but let me just mention one more thing, which is when it comes to cancer. So cancer has been a very, very confusing disease in that most people have thought that it's a genetic disease. And that's because once cancer is formed, doctors and scientists can find genetic mutations. But what they fail to realize is that those genetic mutations actually occurred after the cancer started, not before it started or right as it was starting. But those genetic mutations were not there decades ago. What was there decades ago was this imbalance, chemical imbalance, that was a combination of foods, microbiome, immune system, and other factors. And so Viome's test can actually understand that chemical balance. And so, for example, we developed the most accurate test for oral and throat cancer using oral microbiome test or saliva test. And using this test, we can not only detect cancer earliest, meaning stage 1, but we can actually identify parts of physiology in the mouth that are broken years or decades before the cancer onset. And that's really the power of our test, is that we now have the ability to identify and quantify imbalances that eventually lead to a disease, but they haven't yet. And then Viome's platform immediately converts that information into actionable insights, meaning do this to reverse these imbalances.
For the glucose spike and the insulin point, does that mean that if I do for example, a full body intelligence test, and I apply the recommendations in terms of food, does that mean that whatever is shown as a superfood to me is likely to keep my blood glucose low and therefore my insulin low and therefore manage blood sugar and insulin?
Yeah, all of the enjoy and superfoods are going to have a low blood sugar spike. The foods that are going to spike a person's blood sugar are going to go into either minimize list or avoid list.
Yeah, because I personally wear a blood glucose monitor and go through the trial and error process of turns out that a persimmon and banana brings my blood sugar skyrocket, right? It is a whole as a whole procedure that only somebody very meticulous and obsessive like I am would go through to understand that. And so if that can give me that whole information is perhaps months of experimentation that most people would not even go through.
Agreed.
Now, in your scientist mind and heart of hearts, what are the questions that you're the most excited to answer now with the team of science at Viome?
Yeah, so there's a very, very what I call hyper exciting near future coming, and so I think most of the audience understands the power of these foundation models. So ChatGPT, for example, right? So it's an incredible thing that machines can now ingest all of humanity's knowledge and process it and understand it and make sense of it, right? Where that would have been impossible for any physician or any scientist or even a team of physicians or scientists taking highly technical information produced over decades in different media like scientific articles and so on, and then ingesting it and then making sense of it. And so what Viome has been doing for the last 10 years is we have been producing very high very high resolution molecular data from 500,000 people in more than 100 countries. So we've analyzed more than 1 million samples. So we have measured the human biology in such high detail, and we have all these data in one big database. So when we apply these foundation models onto all these data, this kind of neural network approach, like LLMs, they will be able to make sense of human biology. And I am very confident that in one step, Viome is going to make more progress in terms of understanding how we work, how we function, than has been done cumulatively over the last 100 years. That's a very bold statement, but before the first foundation models came out from large genetic data, I wasn't so bullish, but now I'm extremely bullish that that's going to happen. So I'm hyper excited, basically, to connect all the dots. And so this is what I'm hyper excited about. What we are doing today in terms of state of the art is when we want to understand what are the parts of human physiology that determine whether someone is going to have IBS, so irritable bowel syndrome, and whether they're going to have IBS diarrhea or IBS constipation, and how to revert IBS diarrhea back to healthy and how to revert IBS constipation back to healthy. When we want to do that, we've been working on that for several years, and only now do we have proof basically that this approach works with a randomized control trial. And it's an extraordinary effort to undertake. What we're going to do in the future with artificial intelligence that is using these foundation models is that we are going to overlay that foundation model on top of all of our data. And then anyone, literally anyone like me with English language can simply ask that intelligent model, hey, tell me everything you know about this disease. What are all the parts of physiology that affect the onset of that disease? And what can a person with these signals do to reverse those signals, those imbalances back to healthy so they never get the disease? You can literally have an English conversation with this basically chatbot for human data. So we're going to unlock the human physiology. And here's how I would like everyone, if this was a little too scientific, let me give you a metaphor that most people understand. So if you landed a helicopter in an uncontacted tribe in the Amazon today, and that helicopter breaks down, and you ask the tribe, can you go fix this helicopter, right? Of course, they're going to say, I have no idea what I'm looking at. Like, it's just a bunch of parts. I don't know what's going on, right? But if you bring a mechanic in with all the tools, the mechanic is going to be like, oh yeah, I know what this looks like. I know every part of it. I know what every part should do. I know what every part does. I know what every part should look like when it's functional and will look like when it's not functional. So the mechanic is going to open up all the panels. They're going to inspect every single part. They're going to measure it. They're going to check it. And they're going to say, oh, it's this part that's broken. I'm going to fix it. And they know how to fix it. And the helicopter flies again. We are basically so far at that stage where we have this human body, and when it's broken, we have no idea what's wrong with it. We don't know how to fix it. And now we're bringing this knowledge and tools that basically will understand the human biology like a mechanic understands a helicopter. And as soon as something starts to break, we're going to know exactly how to fix it, go back to healthy, and we can go and have our dreams and our wishes.
That is wonderful. That makes my my heart of hearts excited. I wanna. You interviewed many people for the summit as well. Many other experts and scientists and doctors in the same field that you understand so much. In this kind of situation, how is that for you? Do you come across anything new? Did you get to learn anything new? Did you get to reinforce some ideas, to confirm some ideas? Did you face anything that challenges what you know? And does that alter or confirm the direction of work that you're having with Viome so far?
Yeah. So yeah, I would say that the highlight that I would like to give to the audience is that everyone that we've interviewed is a leader in their field. and they have focused for decades on one aspect of human physiology or human health, and they're experts in that. Um, but unfortunately, the human biology is too complex and it has too many interacting parts. And so I think that this whole conversation has basically confirmed that Viome is the right platform for understanding the human biology and for personalizing the foods. And let me give you an example. So right now, I know that almost everyone is recommending high protein, high protein, high protein. That is just a huge fad currently, right? What I think people have failed to realize is that high protein does come with some requirements like resistance training and exercise, and it comes with potential penalties in two ways. One is that high protein ingestion can convert protein into fat, and so it's energy, it's calories, and so if you're consuming high protein but not utilizing it, then it can get converted into fat. So it just like fat and carbs can get converted into that. And second, is that too much of a protein for a person leads to protein fermentation in the colon, which has been well established to produce pro-inflammatory chemicals in the colon, which means that if a person consumes too much protein for them and cannot digest it, it will actually cause them health issues. So on one side, you have these influencers and you have quite a few researchers saying you need a lot of protein. On the other side, you have someone like Dr. Valter Longo, who the audience will hear today. And Valter Longo has this longevity diet that has been proven in tens of randomized controlled trials to provide massive health benefits. And I mean massive health benefits in so many different areas: metabolic health, cancer immunotherapy, all kinds of things. And Valter, you will see, recommends very small amounts of protein. And he argues that even if you don't understand all the scientific mechanisms, all you have to do is look at who are the longest living people on Earth and what do they eat, how much protein do they eat. And he has traveled to all these areas of the world where people live the longest, healthiest. It's key. Key is that they live the longest, healthiest lifespan, and they all ingest very little protein. They're not bulky. They don't do what the recommendations are, which is to eat a lot of protein. So he basically is arguing that we should not be eating a lot of protein. And I think that there's this dichotomy, and I think that that's a very typical situation in nutritional science, in that if you love coffee, you're going to find papers that say coffee is good for you. If you don't like coffee or have some reason not to want to drink coffee, you can go find studies that say coffee is bad for you. And that's the same with eggs and red meat and broccoli and everything else in the world, right? And so there's this contradicting information for most foods. And the reason is because every scientist picks one specific area and one specific population, and they study it and they come up with a data set for that. But we at Viome don't care about individual groups. We care about every person individually, and we know that everyone should have different needs. And so going back to this protein story, if you want to live a long life and you're not physically very active, like you do walking, you do your like zone 2 exercise, but you're not doing heavy cardio and you're not doing resistance training, you probably don't need more than 25 grams of protein per meal and 75 total per day. Probably any more than that in general is not a good thing. But the only way to know is to do a Viome test. And when you do a Viome test, there's going to be an actual quantitative laboratory measurement of protein fermentation in your gut. And if that lab test says you have too much fermentation, then you need to eat less protein. If it says you do not have much fermentation, then you can eat more protein. And so you can basically fine-tune your protein intake based on your biology, and you don't have to listen at all to any sort of generic stories. And this applies to every single food that Viome recommends. It's based on your biology, because every other paper is going to be based on averages for the group that they studied. And I want to caution here people that, for example, there are studies that say something is bad for you, but then you actually forget about the headline. You go to the actual scientific study, And who did they recruit? They recruited people who had a heart attack already. So these are people in their 60s. They already had a heart attack. They're on heavy medications. And they say, oh, for those people, it's better not to eat this food. Well, that has nothing to do with you. If you're 40 years old and healthy, that whole study has nothing to do with you. You're absolute. The headline does not apply to you. So yeah, that's basically the bottom line is we really need to measure every person's biology and decide what that person should eat based on their biology. And that's what the Viome platform has been doing for 10 years.
I think that's the biggest breakthrough that Viome brings that contributes to the human species. Because even when you have studies that you have a certain type of, let's imagine, certain type of protocol, like intermittent fasting, let's say, and then after the study states that, yeah, intermittent fasting in this way helped people lose 8 pounds throughout 8 weeks. They're also talking about averages, right? So in that study, there were people who lost 12, and there were people who gained weight. Yeah? And then the average out of this time is 8, but very likely there was not too many people to whom that real result applied to them. Is a population that some people had more, some people had less, some people had even negative effects, some people have very positive effects. If you are the one who gained weight, in that who had a negative effect, that whole study didn't work for you. You were part of the study, and for you it was a negative effect. And I think that's the biggest breakthrough that the Viome brings to the human species today. They can look at Momo's diet, Ronan's diet, Doc Azar diet, Catherine Villeneuve's diet, Jade diet, and identify what's happening to you, and therefore what is ideal for you.
Yeah.
Dr. Momo?
Ronan, I just want to dwell on this a little bit because
Let's go.
This is like such an incredibly deep insight that you just provided that the vast majority of people, including scientists, do not really think about. And it's just an incredible thing to me that every single treatment that has ever been applied, meaning every natural and every pharmaceutical approach, everything is reported as the average. But if you look at the scientific report, you will then see the breakdown per person. And that's exactly what happens. I have never seen a study of anything. There is no basically universally good anything for humanity, which means that yes, there are people who benefit and there are people who actually get harmed by that treatment. And so just because the average looks better than the placebo or whatever you're comparing it to, doesn't mean that you will benefit from it. You can end up in an ER, like so many pharmaceuticals that they have these days. You know, they say it's FDA approved and they show overall benefit, but that doesn't mean that some people don't end up in the ER. And some of the best drugs in the world for autoimmune diseases like biologics, if you look under the hood and look at the blogosphere, people are reporting regularly going to the ER and having trouble. And then people obviously die from these drugs because their immune system is compromised. But when we go back to the nutrition, any food that people think it's superfood like broccoli or spinach or soy or anything, it's not good for everyone. There isn't a universally good food. And there's only one way to find out if a food is good for you or not. And that is to do a test. You cannot know otherwise unless it causes an allergy. Then, of course, you will know within an hour of consuming it. But that's an edge case.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Dr. Momo Vuyisich. Dr. Momo, thank you. Thanks so much, brother. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the work that you do. Thank you for all the effort into putting this summit together. And I'll say goodbye to you for now. I know that your talk is coming soon, and you'll be here tomorrow as well again, right?
Yep.
I talk to you soon.
Thank you, Ronan. Thank you, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, I see a couple of questions here. I see a couple of very interesting questions. For example, Suzanne just asked about Viome and female health and things that can be very interesting for us to deepen our conversation. So I'll do this. If you have great questions to the Dr. Momo or the Biome team, you can put here in the chat. I'll select some of them because Dr. Momo is coming back tomorrow live as well in the beginning of day 3, so I can bring some of these questions. When it comes to more logistical questions, like where do they ship? They ship to the entire world. For how often can I make the tests? Usually every 6 months. And so I'm going to talk to you a bit more about the tests in after block 1. So I'm going to have 4 speakers now. After that, I'll come to talk to you a little bit more, and then we're going to have the second block. So in this interval after block 1, I can bring some of the answers to more logistical questions. Where do I get the test? What do the test for? This kind of things. But I also want a straight conversation between you and me here. You and me. I want to know if you agree with something. First, who is here taking notes today? Please put in the comments how you're taking notes. If it's pen and paper, write pen and paper. If it is phone, type phone. If you are taking notes today on your laptop, type laptop. If you're taking notes today, how are you taking notes? Put here in the comment. And what I want to see, who agrees with that, is the same agreement, the same proposition that I had for you yesterday, which is this: whenever something speaks to you, over the next 4 speakers, whenever something speaks to you, somebody will say something, maybe Dr. Momo just now, or Dr. Guru later, or Naveen, or Dr. Valter Longo, say something that he felt today, he spoke to you and you only. How come they are looking at me, they know what's happening with me because they said this thing, and he landed. Take notes of that. Take note of the quotes, or take note of the ideas, because this is you casting your net. This is you identifying from all the ideas and all the insights, which are the ones that, okay, that resonates, that feels different in me. After that, you're going to see all these informational fishes that you captured, and you choose which one to cook, which one to transform into action. That's how it's going to be our process. Who agrees with this process? Put I am in the comments. Remember, transformation grows in the field of action. So we need to be with this mindset throughout the day. So I see several of you thanking Dr. Momo, several of you using pen and paper, author, notebook, and Tina saying I'm in, Steven saying I'm in. And we are ready to go. Jade saying I'm in too. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our next speaker of the day, Naveen Jain. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the session of the Health and Longevity Summit. It's a very special one. I'm here with Naveen Jain. Naveen is the CEO and founder of Viome, and the main person behind the whole Health and Longevity Summit. Naveen, welcome.
Well, first of all, Ronan, what a pleasure to be speaking with you. And thank you everyone who's listening to it. I think we're going to have some fun session about what it takes for you to be healthy and how you can live healthier and longer.
It's a pleasure and it's an honor for me, Naveen. And it gives me the great opportunity of asking you questions I always wanted to ask. The first one is this, Naveen. I was always wanting to know how a incredibly successful person, a change maker at a global level, a billionaire, acts and manages his own health. You told me that your biological age is is about 30 years younger than your chronological age. Has it always been like that? What do you do? How you manage? How do you act towards your health today?
Wow, Ronan, wow, you started right from the beginning here. All right. First of all, as most of you can imagine, I am of Indian origin, and I came to United States, give or take, about 45 years ago. And we were very, very poor in India. We had no food to eat. We had no place to stay. And I came to United States with $5 in my pocket and really wanting to make a life of my own. And God has been very, very kind to us. Uh, there's no two ways about it that everything we want in life, we have it. But God's kindness comes with a cost. That means someday you have to repay the debt. And about, 10 years ago, I lost my dad to cancer. And I really woke up and said, this is something we need to change. It is not just about building another company. We have to do something that can stop the humanity from suffering and suffering from chronic diseases, whether it is diabetes or heart disease or cancer or Alzheimer or Parkinson's. These are the diseases that take away the joy and happiness from the people you love and from you and from everyone that around us. The community as a human species is suffering. 90% of all of our healthcare dollars we spend on chronic diseases. And I realized this is something we could solve. So about 10 years ago, I started Viome with a one simple belief. What if we can actually understand what changes in the human biology at a biochemical level? If we can understand what is changing in the human biology, we'll be able to diagnose the disease early, prevent it from happening, and God forbid, outright reverse it. And that was our goal. Because at the end of the day, our human body is very, very complex. There are hundreds of millions of chemical reactions, these biochemical reactions that are happening inside our body. And somehow we have actually been looking at the human body as in subsystems. There is a guy who looks at your kidney, and there's a guy who looks at your heart. There's a guy who looks at your pancreas. And they somehow believe if they can fix these parts, the body will somehow function right. But guess what happens? The human body interacts in a very complex way. And every single change that you do to one part impacts everything else. And what we realized was the only way we can solve this problem is to really collect mass changing inside the human biology that is causing people to be sick. And that is what allows us today to be able to do the things we do. And as we go along in this session, I'm going to describe in detail exactly what we do. Now, coming back to myself, to me, you can only improve something that you measure. If you can't measure it, you can't improve it, right? So the first thing is to measure so deeply that you understand every single thing that is going on inside the human body. And this concept of today, the lot of companies are coming around and saying, hey, if you give us 20 tubes of your blood, we can give you 100 biomarkers. And I keep thinking, these 100 biomarkers that you get from Quest or LabCorp are been around for 20, 25, 50 years. Every doctor has had access to the same 100 biomarkers. And guess what? In the last 25, 50 years, the human health is continuing to go down, especially when it comes to chronic diseases. More of us are suffering at younger and younger age. More and more of us are developing cancer, diabetes, heart disease at younger and younger age. And guess what? We're spending more and more money in these tests. And the reason is because these 100 biomarkers can tell you much about the human body. It is such superficial level. And they only tell you after the fact what has happened, not why it is happening and what you can do about it other than prescribing the drug. So we set out to change the whole system. So what I do is I measure every part of my body. I analyze from your finger prick blood. And then we analyze for 100 million biomarkers, not 100 biomarkers, 100 million biochemical reactions that are happening inside your body. And this is what allows us to understand what is happening in your mouth. What is your oral microbiome doing? How it is interacting with the immune system? And do you have a leaky gum? If you have any type of bad breath, it's a sign of a chronic disease developing. Not a vanity thing that you say, oh, I have a bad breath. It's a sign of something bad happening inside your body. Similarly, when we look at the stool, we are analyzing all of your gut microbiome and gut microbial activity. And then we're looking at all the epithelial cells. Remember, 70% of our immune system is along our gut lining. So we analyze all of that. And then we take the finger prick blood and when we analyze all of your mitochondria, every single immune system marker and every single transcript, every single gene expression in your blood. That means we're taking all of this data. Now I understand from this data, what is my biological age? What is my cognitive health? What's my heart health, my oral health, my gut health, my immune health? And by looking at all the underlying biomarkers from there, my LPS production, to my ammonia production, to my putrescine production, to my LPS production, everything now tells you exactly why you have a certain disease. So if you have a constipation, it can look and tell you, hey, the reason you have constipation is because your methane gas production is too high that slows down the motility of the gut, causing you constipation. Or is it the sulfide production? Or is it the serotonin production? Or your constipation is being caused by the high bile acid? Or is it being caused by the low butyric acid? So again, every person who has constipation can have very different reason why they have constipation. And you can't fix something unless you know what is that you're trying to fix. And then once you know what it is, then you know exactly what foods you should be eating and why, and what foods you should not be eating and why. So if you have high methane gas production, so for example, onion is something that's high in inulin, increases the methane gas production. That is something you should be eating. Right? If you have high uric acid production that causes gout, then food like avocado are really bad for you. If your oxalates are not being metabolized, then the foods that you think are healthy, like spinach or almonds or kale, are very high in oxalate, are going to harm you. And that's the beauty. There is no such thing as universal healthy food. And that's what the biggest change I made, Ronan, was I now eat the food that are good for me and my body. And those foods are not permanent from my life. As my body is changing and adapting, I retest in 6 months, and the foods that were bad for me may now be good for me. So we constantly have to play this game of, is this food good? Is this food bad? And then we constantly adapt and change as our body is adapting and changing. And this is what allows me to reduce the inflammation in my body. And the root cause of chronic diseases is chronic inflammation. So my focus has been in reducing my chronic inflammation. That reduces my biological age, that reduces the things that are happening inside my body. In addition to a food, I take all the nutrients that my body needs. So Viome tells me, hey, Naveen, you need 22 milligram of elderberry every day. Take 39 milligram of lycopene every day. Take 79 milligram of amylase every day. And it walks me through every vitamin, mineral, herbs, digestive enzyme, amino acid, food extracts, and they custom make it for me. So every day I take the custom supplement that are made for me every month. And guess what? As my body changes, they rechange my formula, and I get a new supplement made for me, right? So as I'm getting these supplements, I am now have the right nutrition. So that is the number one thing is I follow the guidance from what food I should eat, what food I shouldn't eat. I take my supplement. I take my gut probiotics and prebiotics because those are really important for me to be able to adjust my gut microbial activity. I use my oral lozenges to adjust my oral microbiome. And Viome even makes the personalized toothpaste for me for morning and evening that adjusts my oral microbiome because your oral health is directly connected to diabetes, heart disease, sexual health, Alzheimer, and many types of cancer. So when people think that, the mouth is just a vanity, it's not. It is the gateway to your health. What happens in your mouth actually affects systematically everything else. Same thing, what happens in the gut doesn't stay in the gut. So your gut microbiome, oral microbiome, your mitochondria, your immune system are the key underpinning of what's happening in your body. And once you can understand that, and once you can actually change that to the optimal state, you start to become healthy and you start to live longer and healthier. So that's where I am. Go ahead, please go ahead.
Why is it that we still didn't know about it? Especially when you talk about oral health and how important it is. I think sometimes it's still hard to grasp how important it is because the mindset comes from when I measure my health, I go there and measure my cholesterol or my triglyceride, right? That's the standard thinking. Why is it that we still didn't know that you're saying, no, we need to look at our microbes, at the RNA at our microbes, also our oral microbiome. What made you conclude that? What have you come across and said, hey, here is the big piece that we have missed?
So let me describe to you in two parts of it. So first thing is, Ron, I was lost for a few minutes here.
Yeah, you're back. Right when you started your answer.
Okay. So what I was saying was that when I started the company, every company in the industry was wanting to know about your DNA or your genes, and they thought that is where the problem lies. And my first reaction was, does your DNA change when you gain weight? So if you do my DNA test today and I gain 200 pounds, does my DNA change? The answer is no. Then I become diabetic. My DNA still hasn't changed. Then I have a depression, anxiety, and have heart disease. Has my DNA changed? No. And then I die. Even after I die, you look at my DNA 100 years after I die, it's still the same. So DNA can't even tell you you're dead or alive, let alone are you healthier or sicker. And what I realized is what is changing is your gene expression. Your RNA is what changes in the human body. So your gene expression are always changing. So think of your DNA like an alphabet, and gene expression or RNA is the story you're writing. So the story you write is through your RNA. And we are the only company in the world that can measure RNA. And the reason we are the only company is because this technology could not have been done by any company. This came out of a biodefense project that was being done at the Los Alamos National Lab, which is famous for developing the nuclear bomb. And they were working on a biodefense technology to actually understand how does your gene expression, how does these biological compounds, how do these microbes actually change our immune system to defend our country against biological terror, right? This is the technology Viome has exclusive license to developing. And we use the same technology for improving the human health. So when we analyze your RNA, and by the second part of the puzzle really was that 99% of all of our genes don't come from a mom and dad. And that was the big surprise to me, that we have 100 trillion with a T, microbes that live in our gut, in our mouth, and all over us. And these microbiome are producing somewhere between 2 million to 20 million genes compared to 22,000 protein coding genes in the human DNA. That's it. Right?
That's a big
So
difference.
99% of all the genes coming from these microbes, and people think of these something as parasite. No, we as humans evolved, co-evolved together. We outsource many of the functions that are absolutely critical to our health for these microbiome. And that's the reason we can live, is without these microbes, we couldn't live, right? So much so, Ronan, that most people don't realize when the baby is born, the first few days of the mother's milk only has oligopolysaccharide. That is a fiber that cannot be digested by the human body. It is only there to feed the microbes. So think about what nature is telling you. We just created this offspring, and the best way to make this offspring healthy is to feed them, not to feed it. And these microbes in turn will produce the vitamins, the minerals, the things that want nutrients that the offspring needs by feeding them. So the mother's breast milk feeds them. In turn, they release the short chain fatty acid. In turn, they train the immune system. In turn, they're giving you the nutrient that the baby needs to stay healthy. And that is the co-evolution that we have. In our modern society, when we are taking antibiotics, we are eating food that is grown with a whole bunch of glyphosate. When we are eating the processed food, when we are not eating enough fiber, our gut microbiome and oral microbiome is completely devastated. We even mouth rinse with alcohol mouthwash that completely kills our oral microbiome. So the things that used to be the signal to our body, what kind of food are we eating, is now dying. So the main thing is to understand every single gene expression in your gut microbiome, oral microbiome, and similarly in the mitochondria. Most people don't realize the mitochondria used to be an ancient bacteria that's inside our cell making the energy for us. It has its own genes. It has its own gene expression separate from the gene expression of the human side. So your mitochondria has its own DNA, then you have a human DNA, these microbes have their own DNA, and the oral microbes have their own DNA, and they all express differently based on what is going on. And our thinking was, if you can actually look at everything together and understand their expression, not the organisms in your gut. And that was the biggest problem. Every microbiome company, other than Viome, simply tells you, they do the DNA test of your stool. They tell you what organisms are in your gut. They tell you the names of every organism. And the problem you have is the same organism in one environment can be good for you, and the same organism can be toxic and kill you. Like, think about Akkermansia. There are some companies who sell Akkermansia as a probiotic without realizing the same Akkermansia can actually kill you. It is the #1 reason for getting MS. So before you start taking any supplement, any type of probiotic, ask yourself, do I know what is it going to do to my body? So when people say, I take NAD because I know NAD is really good for my metabolism. It increases the energy of my mitochondria. Now, guess what? The same NAD can be good for someone, and for you, it can increase the progression of cancer, because when you get the mitochondria to a boost, it does a more cell division, and now your cancer starts to progress. If you have high cellular senescence, guess what? That causes inflammation. Now, NAD will increase the cellular senescence. So unless you measure your cellular senescence through Viome, unless you actually understand what your mitochondria is doing, unless you start to understand how much oxidative stress you already have in your cell, you shouldn't be taking NAD. So it doesn't matter what is that you're trying to take. It can be good or bad. So there is no such thing as universal healthy food. There is no such thing as universal healthy supplement. So here is the basic thing, just one thing if you can remember. Anytime you hear Everyone should take this. Unless your name is everyone, just don't do it.
It makes a lot of sense to me, especially a lot of the diets that we are used to practicing. They come from scientific studies that give data on average.
Yes,
and so when
you're
they
not
say,
average.
people did X diet and then their blood glucose improved. That's an average. That means that some people improved a lot, and some people worsen, right? And then the average is that. And so now we're going into the individual. But then the question that I have to you here, Naveen, is help me understand the proportion of this. What is it that we are preventing, and what is it that we are detecting? Because when I think of changing my food, I know that I can have an impact on my body weight. Maybe on my blood pressure, maybe on cholesterol, but I know that you're talking about detecting something that is way beyond that and preventing more things. What are we detecting? What are we preventing when we know what foods to eat?
Yeah. So number one thing we're trying to prevent, Ronan, is inflammation. So the way we look at this stuff is now, let's do slightly more scientific than I would have liked to be. So for example, if we know that your gut microbiome is producing a lot of, say, ammonia or putrescine, and then we look at the stuff and saying it is coming from protein fermentation because your protein is now being fermented in your gut. We say, wow, that means this person is eating the protein that is not being digested in the upper intestine. It's going down to the gut and the microbes are fermenting it. We know it is not good because it causes inflammation. So now we have to say, okay, so we ask the person to take less protein, but that person does need protein. So what do? We give a digestive enzymes that you can now take with your protein. So digestive enzyme will end up now digesting your protein in the upper intestine, so it doesn't get cause inflammation. Similarly, we know that sulfide gas causes inflammation. We look at the stuff and saying, why is this person producing a lot of sulfide gas? Well, to produce sulfide gas, you need sulfate. But guess what? The foods that are high in sulfate, like broccoli or cabbage or Brussels sprout, have a lot of sulfate. That means if you're eating these foods and you already have high sulfide production, you're going to constantly inflame your gut. Right? So let's see how we can say, don't eat these food. And now we say, look, your production of short chain fatty acid or butyrate is actually low, but we know butyrate is good for you. And high butyrate reduces the inflammation because it's anti-inflammatory. And when you have high butyrate, it causes the body to produce natural GLP-1. And we all know GLP-1 allows you to have lower blood sugar and also gets you the high metabolic thing, so you lose weight. So now we can say, hey, this person needs to produce more butyrate because they're not producing enough. What will cause them to produce more? Do they have the right set of organisms that have the right activity that can produce butyrate? In that case, we give them the right set of prebiotics and help them create more butyrate. If they don't have the right set of organism, then we give them the probiotic or the postbiotic that actually contains butyrate or contains the thing that will help them produce more butyrate, and then we'll give them the either probiotic or postbiotic to help that. So basically what we're doing is looking at the stuff that is bad for you and trying to get that to be reduced, and the things that are good for you to increase it, so we can bring the body back into balance. And that's really what we're doing with diet. And that is one of the 5 things you have to do to stay healthy and live longer.
So 2 questions here. I want to know what the other 4 are. And I want to know, so I understand that this is bringing the body to a balance, to a healthy state. When I ask you what types of things I'm preventing by doing that, is that what type of diseases that you have found have been prevented or reversed if my nutrition is actually aligned to what is good to my individual body?
So interesting thing is, if you look at the scientific papers, it is pretty clear that almost every chronic disease, from cancer to diabetes to obesity to heart disease to neurodegenerative diseases like Alzheimer and Parkinson's, these are all inflammatory diseases. So now we know that Alzheimer and Parkinson is neuroinflammation. All cancer is inflammation in the body. The plaque is actually caused by the inflammation, and the plaque actually does to actually stop the gut lining on around your arteries to actually solidify, because it's inflamed, right? So the point is the body is trying to prevent it from dying, and this is chronic inflammation is the root cause of these chronic diseases. And if you can prevent, the research clearly shows that when we stop the chronic inflammation, all of the diseases, it doesn't matter what you name them, they all can actually be prevented. And so that's the first part. So in fact, whether it is obesity or diabetes or heart disease or depression, most people think of depression as something that happens in their brain. Well, guess what? In fact, if you were to Google depression and gut microbiome or depression and diet, you will see the gut microbiome is actually responsible through the gut-brain axis. Your depression, your anxiety, your addiction, your ADHD, your OCD. And in fact, there are research that shows even your decision making is controlled by these gut microbiome or gut microbial activity for that matter. That means think of your gut microbial activity as the puppet master, and it's pulling the strings, and everything that's happening in your body, your oral microbial activity, your gut microbial activity is all actually working together to continue to communicate with your brain, your liver, your kidney, your heart, and all the different organs. So gut-brain axis, the gut-skin axis, the gut-liver axis, all these things are communicating, including your mitochondria. And this is how the human body is constantly communicating. And if you can bring the homeostasis, your body stays healthy. And when there is a dysbiosis, is what causes the body not to be at ease. And we call that what? Dis-ease. Dis-ease is disease. So disease happens when your body is no longer at ease. It's no longer in homeostasis. It's in dysbiosis. And our goal is to prevent that dysbiosis.
Much clearer now. Now, I want to go back to the remaining four things that you touched on.
Yeah. So to stay healthy and stay longer, there are 5 things. Like a Maslow's hierarchy of pyramid, first thing you have to take care of is the first one before you can go to the second one. So at the bottom most is the nutrition. And remember what I told you, there is no such thing as universal healthy food. There is no such thing as universal healthy supplement. If food that's good for someone else may not be good for you. So every time you hear someone say that, hey, this person ate this and got better, doesn't mean you're going to get better. Just because someone spent $2 million to become healthy and reduce their biomarker doesn't mean what they did is going to work for you. So what works for Tony Johnson is not going to work for Tony Parker, right? What worked for Brian Johnson is not going to work for Brian Smith, right? So the point is, it is how it is that what works for someone else is not going to work for you. So if you follow what they did and work for them, doesn't mean it's going to work for you. So once you get the nutrition right, the reason nutrition is the key. If you have a Ferrari and if you don't put the right fuel in the Ferrari, it's just not going to drive well. So this is the number one thing. Once you get the nutrition right, the foods and supplements, then you move to the next part, which is stress. And again, the reason is when you get stress, your body goes into fight or flight response. As we were evolving, living in the savannas of Africa, what caused us stress? When we were being chased by a tiger. When we were being chased by a lion, right? Guess what? At that time, the body says you're being chased by someone who's going to eat you. It says, don't worry about digesting your food because you're about to be lunch for someone else. Body says You don't need to worry about your immune system. That's the least of your worry because you're going to get eaten right now. And in the olden days, the good thing was only two things happened. You got eaten and your stress went away, or you survived and you took a deep breath and your stress went away because there is no longer tiger around there, right? Guess what happens? In the modern society, we are constantly being stressed. You go to work, your boss stresses you out. You come home, sometimes your spouse stresses you out. And you're constantly watching the news that is constantly stressing you out. In a part of our brain, there is a limbic system we call amygdala. What's the purpose of amygdala? Amygdala is constantly looking out for danger, constantly looking out for the negative stuff. Every danger, it's constantly scanning for danger. Because as we were evolving, if we missed the negative news, like a rustling of the tiger or a lion up in the bushes, our genes got wiped out of our genetic network. That person did not survive. That means you wouldn't be born if you were supposed to be the ancestor of that person. And the only people who survived, that amygdala was constantly scanning for bad news. Guess what happened? We, as smart humans, we figured out that in every news, if we only talk about the negative stuff, your brain is going to pay a lot of attention. And guess what happens when pray? Now I can have lots of advertiser can now go out and bombard you with ads because now you're paying attention. So in the news network, there is a simple line. If it bleeds, it leads. That means every leading story must say there is a rape here, there is a murder here, there is a danger here, there is another danger here. Because that's what gets you to pay attention. And that means now advertisers love them because now you've got those guys really listening to you. So here's the thing, your body can never digest your food or actually really process anything when you are in fight or flight response. So what do some of the people do? Before they eat, they do the gratitude. They do the prayer. Why do we do that? So we can move from sympathetic mode into parasympathetic mode, from the fight or flight response into the normal response, right?
Rest and
so
digest,
what you need to do, get rid of rest and digest, right? So what do you need to do? Get rid of stress. If your boss is stressing you out, quit your job. And if your spouse is stressing you out, you know what to do there, right? But main thing is to constantly change your mindset. And I can tell you that how I have changed. Coming from the Eastern world, I have learned to simply realize that not everything is in your control. There are only two types of things that are in your control and the things that are not in your control. If the things are not in my control, I simply say, universe, you are my friend. It is what it is, and it will be what will be, and I'm at peace with it. Because I cannot do anything about it. If things are in my control, I do everything I can do that I can possibly do. And then I say the same thing. It is what it is, and it will be what will be. And that is the key to understanding. Look at whatever thing is stressing you out. Go back and look 20 years from now. Would it even matter? In fact, what is really interesting is simply when things happen, if you don't label them as good or bad, it changes your mindset. As soon as you say, oh my God, what happened is bad, your emotional state goes into, oh my God, something bad happened. You start to release the stress hormone, the cortisol. It causes your body to now go into the stress mode, goes into the fight or flight response. You simply, by not labeling things, you say it is what it is. And I don't know it is good or bad, maybe for decade from now, right? How many times you hear someone say, oh my God, the worst thing that happened in my life because this person broke up with me. And 10 years later, you meet someone so lovely and you say, oh my God, what a nightmare I avoided. Now I found an actual person that I love, right? And that is the key, is that not knowing everything that's happening is for your own good, right? And every society, by the way, has these you know, tales that people talk about, right? So in Indian society, there is a really famous story that is about a king and his wise man. And here's how it happens. So king and his wise man goes hunting, and the king falls down from his horse and breaks his arm. And the wise man looks at him and says, "Oh, so that happened. It's probably for the good." And the king is so angry. He said, "How can you possibly say it's probably for good?" He goes there, goes home, puts the wise man into a dungeon. And he said, "This is where you belong." And the wise man says, "It is, so that happened. It is probably for the good." And king walks out and says, "We will see." And now a month later, king is now going hunting again. And this time he gets kidnapped by the tribe. And the tribe decide they're going to sacrifice him. So they get him ready for sacrifice and they put him there. And the priest comes and priest looks at him and says, "Let him go." He said, "Why let him go?" He said, "We do not sacrifice a broken man in front of God. You only sacrifice a man who is not broken into the God. Let him go." He goes home and he goes to the wise man and he says, "Wise man, you saved my life. It was for good. If it was not for this, I would have been sacrificed." And the wise man looks at him. He said, "My honor, my king, you saved my life." And he said, "How? I put you in the dungeon." He said, "If I was with you, they would have sacrificed me." Right? So my point is, think about it. Everything that happens, you don't know is good or bad until later. So just look at it and say, "This happened, and it's probably for my good," and move on. And this is how you reduce the stress. So right. So we talked about the nutrition, finding the personalized nutrition. Number 2 is stress. Number 3 is exercise. Ronan is a master of that, right? So in exercise, this is a myth that you have to spend 8 hours in the gym. No, what you have to do is to move your body. You got to get your body to start moving. And more you move your body, whether it's walking 4 or 5 miles, and as you start to get older, making sure you build muscles. Your muscles is the number 1 predictor of your longevity, right? So guess what? At least I do 3 times a week. I do the strength training. That means I do the weights. And when I don't have access to weights, I do the body weight. So I do the squats. I would do the push-ups. I would do the pull-ups. I would be able to go do the things just by lunges, just using my body weight to build the muscles, right? But you need to do that. And then you move your body. So essentially, it's all about movement of the body. It's all about building the muscles and and you don't need to spend 4 or 5 hours. All you need to do is to be able to get 4 or 5 miles of walk, and 3 to 4 times just use the body weight to be able to do the muscles. And so now we talked about the nutrition, stress, and exercise. Number 4 is sleep. And there's another myth here on the sleep. People say you have to sleep 8 hours. No, you have to measure your sleep, how much of REM sleep you're getting, how much of deep sleep you're getting. If you're not getting enough deep sleep, guess what? During the deep sleep, your lymphatic system is actually washing out all the toxins from your brain and putting them back into the spinal fluid, right? So this is how your brain all the toxins from your brain gets washed out. So if you don't get enough deep sleep, you're not getting that. If you don't get enough REM sleep, you don't form the memories. REM sleep is what allows you to form memory. So you have to measure what kind of sleep you're getting, not just the quantity of sleep, but the quality of sleep. Like in life, quality matters. What kind of sleep, right? So I use my Aura. I have my Apple Watch. I use my 8 sleep mattress. I know that if I can get 1.5 to 2 hours of REM sleep, and I can get hour to hour and 30 minutes of deep sleep, I'm in good place. And that's what I shoot for. And I have really trained my body now to be able to get that in 6 hours to 6.5 hours. If I can get 7 hours, I'm absolutely fresh. 6.5 hours, I normally get enough REM sleep and deep sleep, and that's all I really need. Again, main thing in sleep is there are a couple of things, at least for me, I can tell you what I do that works for me. Number one is I don't eat at least 3 hours before I sleep. So I go to sleep generally by 9 p.m. and I get up at 4 a.m. So that means I don't sleep after 6 o'clock. And that is the key. When your body still has food in the thing, you're digesting your food, your heart rate is up, you just cannot get a good sleep. Number two, I do not drink. Period. There is anyone who tells you it is one glass of wine is good is not telling you the truth. There is no amount of alcohol that is good for you. Period. Now, I'm not suggesting that you give up, but every time you drink alcohol, just know what you're sacrificing. And are you okay with sacrificing that? Anytime you drink, you can guarantee that your REM sleep and deep sleep is out the window. And it's okay for once or twice to do that. But if you start doing that more often, now you're going to have problem in your brain. Now you're going to start getting your inflammation in the brain because your toxins from the brain are not being washed out. Right. Number three is that when what you're eating, when you are eating, and in some sense the gap between the two. Other thing that I also do is like I drink a lot of water during the day. I hydrate myself, and it's really key is because I find that when I hydrate, actually my body is now has all the fluid it needs to be able to absorb what it needs to absorb. And I really find that hydration, eating early, and not drinking alcohol are the main things that I found that allows me to sleep well. And I always look at the stuff and saying, are there foods when I eat I actually don't get good sleep? Are there things I do like drinking caffeine in the afternoon? Does it cause me to sleep? It turns out, by the way, I am not impacted by caffeine. So I can drink caffeine at 5 o'clock and I still get a really good deep sleep. And some people are. So it's really something you have to measure and monitor, because some people cannot drink after 1 o'clock. Some people cannot drink after 10. But for me, actually, it doesn't matter. I've been able to drink caffeine, and I drink matcha nowadays. I don't drink coffee. So I've actually switched over to matcha because matcha is a slow metabolizer. It doesn't give you a crash. So I drink matcha tea. Number 5. So we talked about the nutrition, stress, exercise, sleep, and the number 5 is purpose and community. People who live a life of purpose tend to live 8 to 10 years longer and happier than the people who do not have a purpose in life. So to me, my advice is find something you're willing to die for and then live for it. If you're not jumping out of the bed when you wake up, you should quit what you're doing, because that is not your calling. Once you find your calling, there is no way you can lie in bed and still be sleeping, because you have a purpose in life. That means I get up at 4 o'clock every day. And if you look at my Oura ring, it says I actually jump out of the bed. I literally am not lying in the bed for 5 minutes. I jump out of the bed because I feel that I'm doing God's work. Every day I wake up and say, I'm going to change people's life. And Ronan, we have now done 1.5 million tests. We have analyzed over 400 quadrillion biological data points. We have now shown that when people eat the right nutrition in their body using biome, we have shown that people who had diabetes, their A1C came down by 0.42 in 90 days in the double-blinded placebo-controlled studies. People who had IBS, 64% of the people became healthy, people who had constipation, compared to 10% on placebo. 50% of the people who had anxiety and depression, they became healthy compared to 28% people on placebo. We have shown that all these diseases can be eliminated simply by eating the right thing. So imagine a person who did not have food to eat is today helping millions of people live healthier. Is because I cared enough to do something for my fellow humans. Now, as you said, I am today in the nice British Virgin Islands, where we have home up here, and I'm spending my holiday time with the family here. but I work 16-hour days, 7 days a week, knowing that I don't have to work for a day for a living. Is because to me, giving back to the society that has given me so much is my calling. And this is how I believe I can pay back to the society for all the wonderful things the society gave me.
It's wonderful to see, Naveen, how the calling that started perhaps with your father's story.
Yeah.
How it's turning into already 1.5 million of tests and things like pre-diabetes. As somebody who has IBS, I know how significant it is to be able to remove that and make this a history in your life, and even depression. And I have a perhaps technical question about the data that you found in these studies. My curiosity is, once I understand what foods are right for my body and what foods I should decrease, I also have this, Viome also offers me the possibility of having supplements designed to my own body, right? Are the results that you found results that were brought with food plus supplement, or only food or only supplement? What is the impact of the right food or the right food and the right supplement to my body?
Very good question, Ron. So we did the study both ways. We saw the people who only use the personalized food, they actually improved in all of the areas I mentioned. But the people who took food and supplement improved significantly more. So there was an improvement with just food alone, but food plus supplement was the results that I was talking about, is really came from food plus supplement. But food alone can actually help you, but it takes much, much longer, and the results were not as prominent, as significant as food plus supplements.
And for the food plus supplements, I also understand that depending on my eating behaviors, or if I have a certain, I don't know, I travel somewhere different and I have a food poisoning, something changes. How often does this environment change, and a food that is really good for me can potentially change its status? How often should I be taking a look at that?
So we actually published a research on that. We actually analyzed people for daily, weekly, monthly. And we noticed that as long as you're eating a similar type of food that you have been eating, it takes 6 months before your body changes enough for us to say, okay, now we need to get a completely different diet and completely different supplements, right? But unless you have you take antibiotics, you have some massive disease, or you only used to eat vegan and you become completely only eat meat, then your body changes much quicker. But if you're not making a drastic change, it takes 6 months for your body to change.
So that's about the frequency that you redo the tests.
Yes, every 6 months is what we recommend people to test.
What is next to find out, Naveen? I think there's already a lot of answers that have been already understood by these studies that you're leading with Viome. What is next to find out, and what do you believe it's possible for us as humanity to achieve in terms of health and longevity?
So obviously, as you can imagine, that we have been focused on really using diet and dietary supplement to really keeping people healthy. And when I say healthy, I really mean all of the things. The problem is, in our healthcare system, in our medical industrial complex, only makes money when you and I are sick, and no one makes money when we are healthy. And I'm not saying that doctors are bad people. It is they have no incentive. They are caught in a system, and the system doesn't allow them to do the right thing. Your doctor cannot do the right thing because the insurance company does not pay for it, right? And that's one of the biggest problems we see in the United States, is that the whole system is actually aligned to keep you sick. Everyone in the system makes money when you keep the chronic diseases and you can simply suppress the symptom and not cure the disease. Now you have a lifetime subscriber. So if you are young and you have diabetes, now you have lifetime subscriber. And if you have a heart disease, they put you on a lifetime subscription of a statin, right? And this is how the system is built. They don't want to cure anything. The cure meant no more credit card, right? So now my goal was really is to understand what is going on, why it is happening, and then give them the right diets and dietary supplement to actually prevent it from happening. And then from the data that we collect, can we now use that to diagnose the disease early? And from all the 400 quadrillion biological data point, we actually, for the first time, are able to diagnose stage 1 oral cancer, stage 1 throat cancer. And we went to FDA and we got FDA breakthrough device designation. That means FDA says this is such novel thing. And guess what? 95% specificity, 90% sensitivity for detecting oral cancer and throat cancer with saliva alone. Now, what gives me the most satisfaction is, as you know, I lost my dad to stage 4 pancreatic cancer. In the next 4 months, we are launching a test for detecting stage 1 pancreatic cancer. It has never been done. Pancreatic cancer is so deadly, and it is always detected at stage 3 and 4 because there are no symptom. And we finally built the test that will be able to detect stage 1 pancreatic cancer with 94% specificity and 84% sensitivity. It is a complete breakthrough that we are going to be launching. We are now able to diagnose IBD, Crohn or colitis, and we can tell you whether you have early stage Crohn, early stage colitis, or you have IBS, and we can separate them out. And we are today validating our test with the scripts on diagnosing colon polyps, which is 7 to 10 years before you develop a colon cancer. Guess what? If this test succeed in diagnosing colon polyp, the colon cancer will become the history. You will never develop a colon cancer because you get the colon polyps removed. And this is the kind of things you can do when you analyze the gene expression, not the genes. And every test, whether it's GRAIL or other test, they're looking for cell-free DNA. To find cell-free DNA, your tumor has to be big enough for it to shed. And that's the reason all these early cancer detection tests, they're really good for stage 3 and stage 4, and they really suck at stage 1 and stage 2. The sensitivity of stage 1 cancer for GRAIL is 27.1%. Average sensitivity is 27.1%. That means it's basically worse than tossing a coin.
To me, this is history being made. I find it beautiful to have the calling and follow this calling that will lead to benefits to the whole human race. I admire and respect you for that.
Thank you, brother.
It's 2026. We have 30,000 people watching the Health and Longevity Summit. And if they are here, it's because they have the part of their personal calling is to transform their health and longevity. And now they have this opportunity of listening to you, somebody who is so wise and accomplished in so many areas of life. He's a very unique human being and a unique mind. So what is a piece of advice or a closing thought that you'd like to offer to everybody who is here thinking of revamping their health?
Well, a couple of thoughts. I mean, people always say health is your wealth, and that is true. Think of yourself as $1 billion horse. What would you do for this? If you don't take, when we are young, we sacrifice our health for generating wealth. As we get older, we would sacrifice every penny we have to get our health back. And people who are sick have only one wish. They just want to be healthy. And people who are healthy have many wishes. So in this holiday season, all I can say is, I hope you get to have many, many wishes in this life. And I hope every one of your wish comes true. So please go out there, analyze your body. All I can say is go do the biome test. It will change your life. We will tell you everything you need for you to stay healthy. And not saying because, it is for us, we sell these things very close to our cost. When we started this company, just to do a single gut test, it cost us $1,000. And today we are able to give you saliva test, an oral microbiome test, gut microbiome test, and mitochondria and immune system, all three of them together for $399. This is really comes from all of us together. I alone cannot do everything, but we all come together, millions of us coming together, allowing us to collect enough data so AI can constantly become smarter, so we can understand why our fellow humans are becoming sick. If we can do that, that'll be your gift to the humanity. Just like I'm dedicating the 10, 15 years of my life to making humanity healthy, I want you to come and join us in this movement, because this movement is really will require all of us to come together. We contribute our data, because when you do a biome test, guess what? You're benefiting from 1.5 million people who came before you. And by you contributing to it, you're going to benefit everyone else who came before you and after you. So all I can say is, please join our movement to make the humanity healthy, and let's all live healthier together longer.
Naveen, something I think I never told you. 2 years ago, my Christmas gift to my parents was a biome test. I went back to Brazil, and we did it all together. They are 66, 65 now, and they are growing younger. They are healthier than they used to be 2 years ago, 5 years ago. And that touches my heart, because the work that I do, the work that you do, has benefited some of the human beings that I love the most on this earth. So thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you for being here with us. It's such a joy to talk to you every single time, brother.
Thank you, brother. I really appreciate you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here with us at the Health and Longevity Summit. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the session of the Health and Longevity Summit with Guru Banavar. Guru is the head of technology at Viome. So it is the main person responsible behind all the technology, all the data analysis, all the certainty that Viome has on its own technology, and is here with us to bring that lenses into longevity and health. Guru, welcome to the Health and Longevity Summit.
Thank you, Ronan. It's so exciting to be here.
I want to, the first question that I had for you, Guru, is this. Viome is a company that has the mission of eradicating chronic diseases. So one central mission for human longevity. Second, it gathered some of the smartest minds on the planet around the subject. And when these smarter minds come together, they put microbiome at the center of the solution. And so I was thinking, you could be studying heart, circulatory system, brain, mental health, but for some reason, you chose microbiome. So what are you seeing? What is the evidence? What is the data? What are you seeing that makes you put microbiome at the center of human longevity?
Wow, that's a great way to start. So let me step back for a minute, Ronan, and think a little bit about chronic disease on our planet right now. Okay, so interestingly, the developed world has a lot more chronic disease than the developing world. The Industrial Revolution, which started 150 years ago, created a whole bunch of new ways of life for people, right? And one of the things it came to was the discovery of antibiotics, right? And it also the discovery of antimicrobials of many kinds. So these inventions of the Industrial Revolution have basically become a part of our life. Everywhere you go, you have some kind of antimicrobial. You clean your hands with it. You clean your tables with it. You clean your floor with it. You walk into a golf course, right? You're using some kind of pesticides and herbicides and what have you. You have all that kind of chemicals and everything else around you all the time. So there's a lot of environmental toxins, so to speak, if you want to think about all of these chemicals as toxins, right? Or whatever other kinds of antimicrobial things we do, that has started to seep into our body. And it has been changing the trajectory of human health. So the question that we asked ourselves is, why is chronic disease so much worse in the developed world compared to the developing world? The developing world does not use all of these chemicals all the time. Okay, the developed world, when we do use all of these chemicals, it is increasing chronic disease. And so you ask the question, where is this new lifestyle that we've come up with impacting our body the most? Okay, turns out there are more cells from microbes in your body than from human cells. Okay, so if you just count the number of cells, there's more than one cell from a microbe than there are cells from your own human body. And if you want to count the genes, there are more than 100 genes from microbes that, for each human gene there is, right? So the biggest impact that you have from this new lifestyle that we have is that our microbiome, which is a big part, in fact, it's a bigger part of our body than our own human cells, that microbiome ecosystem has been getting impacted the most, according to what we know right now. So it makes sense to first study the microbiome and say, what is the impact of our modern lifestyle on this massive new, newly understood organ of our body, even though it's not an organ, right? When you put everything together, it's sort of like an organ. So you want to ask yourself, why is this organ becoming the critical part of the change in our chronic disease trajectory, right? That's one part of it. The second part of it is, in the last maybe 10, 20, 30 years, the microbiome has been connected to literally every disease in the body. So people have done research, the academic community, scientific community has done research that connects your microbiome not just to your gut health, which could be like, irritable bowels and inflammatory bowel disease and so forth. It's not just those things, but it is connected to your brain. It is connected to your heart. It is connected to your kidney. It is connected to your energy. It's connected to your skin. It's connected to literally every part of your body. So, thousands of years ago, we've heard that, everything, your human health starts in the gut, right? So that's a very, very common refrain that people use in the world of health. So turns out that the microbiome, which lives mostly in the gut, but it also lives in the rest of your body, right? There's a big microbiome in the mouth. There's a microbiome on your skin. There's microbiome literally everywhere, in your eyes, in your nose, in your ears, everywhere. So the question is, what is the impact of our new lifestyle on this microbiome, which is a big organ, and is that really causing all of the changes in the chronic disease that we've been seeing in the developed world? So that took us down the path of saying, okay, let's put microbiome in the center, or at least in the beginning of our study. Now, I want to just make one last point about it, which is that it's not enough to just look at the microbiome like, there's a lot of people who just look at the microbiome as if it's an independent organ. But what we do in Viome is we connect the microbiome to everything else. We connect the the gut microbiome to the oral microbiome. We connect the gut microbiome to your human gene expression, which is the dynamics of your biology from your human cell side. So we literally connect the microbiome to all of the processes, the immune system processes, the metabolic processes, all the inflammatory processes, right? Everything that's going on in your body, we connect the microbiome to it, and we ask the question, what is the impact of the microbiome on that system, on that disease? And it turns out our data shows that there is a huge impact for every disease. Our latest paper, by the way, shows the impact of the microbiome pathways to all of the different bowel diseases as a first step. We also have papers that show connections from the microbiome to mental health diseases like depression and anxiety. We have a paper on the connection from the microbiome to your glycemic response, meaning your sugar response when you eat, various kinds of foods depends a lot on your biology and your microbiome. And we have papers on how it's connected to your metabolic health, right? So we have papers on all these connections. So that's kind of the reason why we put the microbiome, or actually you should think of it as the gut, as the starting point for our discussion, but we connect it to everything else.
Now I want to ask you if you can help us open the hood of Viome and see what's happening there, because in the work that I do involves a lot of nutrition for longevity. And then one of the things that is clear to me, and I think for everybody who's watching, there's no single diet that will be good for everybody. You have some studies that say, hey, Mediterranean diet, right? But it will be good for some people. It's not going to be working very well for others. What are you looking at that gives you confidence in telling what is good for me to eat, for example?
So let's go back to the microbiome for a minute, right? So there are many functions in the microbiome. So when we think of the microbiome, first of all, we shouldn't just be thinking about organisms that are living or sometimes not living. They're just dormant in your microbiome. We should not be thinking just that. What we should be thinking is what is actually going on, right? So one of the things that could be going on is inflammation in your gut, right? So inflammation is a function that could be going on, and if there is inflammation going on, there are many organisms that are essentially emitting these inflammatory molecules. And a good example of an inflammatory molecule is lipopolysaccharides, or also known as LPS, right? So these molecules are emitted by microbes, different types of microbes, by the way. It's not just one microbe. So, just to give a little bit of the sense of the biology, right? So a typical bacteria may have something like 3,000 genes in its genome. Okay. Now, some of those genes are responsible for, the metabolism of the microbe, right? But there are some other genes that are expressing some metabolites that could be harmful to the human gut. Okay. Those are the inflammatory molecules, the LPS that I'm talking about, right? So when a lot of different organisms are emitting these inflammatory molecules, what we would figure out through the Viome technology, and I'll tell you in a minute how exactly we figure that out, what we figure out is that there's a lot of inflammatory function or activity that's going on in your gut. Now, that's the first step. Just finding out that there's a lot of inflammatory activity going on in your gut is the first step. And once we understand that there's inflammatory activity going on, or pro-inflammatory activity going on, then we can figure out what can we do to reverse that. What kind of anti-inflammatory molecules or substrates from your food can be given to you as part of your diet in order to calm down that inflammation, right? So there's many ways of making that happen. And I'll tell you a little bit more about how we think through that in the Viome context. But let me just go back and say, in order to understand inflammation, what Viome does is it looks at the expression of the genes of those bacteria. So I remember I said that there are 3,000 genes. Some of those genes, approximately 5% of those genes, are expressed at any given time. Okay, so the rest of the 95% are not even expressed from the bacteria. So what we figure out is which genes are being expressed from each microbe in your gut, and then we put all those expressed genes together. We understand the biochemistry of those genes that have been expressed, because these genes, by the way, are, when they're expressed, they get turned into proteins, right? And those proteins are all part of, the enzymatic biochemical reactions that are going on in your gut. So you think of your gut as like a big cauldron of chemical reactions that are going on. And what we figure out is, what are the primary reactions going on in your gut, in that big cauldron? And we can figure out that because there are many inflammatory molecules that have been expressed by these bacteria, that there's a lot of inflammatory activity going on in your gut, meaning that it is actually loosening maybe the gut lining, and it's actually making some space so that things can go from the gut into your blood. And once it goes, it translocates from the gut to the blood. There's inflammation that starts in the blood as well, and that can then go into the rest of your body, and it can start lodging itself in your heart or in your brain, in many different places in the body, right? So all of this is going on, because of inflammation. Now, then we ask the question, how do we resolve this inflammation, right? So turns out there are these things called short chain fatty acids, which are anti-inflammatory in nature. The examples of that are butyrate, acetate, propionate, and so on. So these are all short chain fatty acids. So the question we ask ourselves is, can we give some of these short chain fatty acids to this individual to reduce the inflammation? Okay, now you could say, hey, look, if you know that short chain fatty acids are going to be reducing my inflammation, then why don't you just put it in a supplement, and I'll just take it every day, right? Every single day. Sure, you can do that. But what if I told you that you could have a naturally generated short chain fatty acid from your gut, because there are other bacteria, or maybe the same bacteria, that are also generating these anti-inflammatory short chain fatty acids. So if we just grow them, or if we just feed them, then we can see that these anti-inflammatory short chain fatty acids can be increased in your gut naturally. And you don't have to keep taking the supplements every single day, right? So you can have a base in your body, but for some reason, if it decreases, then you have to take some supplements to just augment it a little bit. But you don't have to depend on your supplements every single day, right? So the point I'm making is, we look at the substrates, meaning the types of foods that can encourage the bacteria in your gut to produce these short chain fatty acids naturally, right? So the way we decide what is good for you is to say, okay, is the inflammation so high that we should do some acute actions right now, like give you some anti-inflammatory short chain fatty acids right now? Or if it's not acute, do you have enough bacteria that can produce these short chain fatty acids naturally? If you don't, we give you a probiotic. Okay. And if you do, then we give you foods, or we recommend foods that can increase the production of short chain fatty acids. And what are the foods? The foods are those that have very good types of fibers. There's a lot of fibers that are actually the input into these bacteria that produce a short chain fatty acid. So what we try to do is, we look for the foods that have an extra amount of fiber, and we make those your superfoods. So if you eat more of those, then you will generate more short chain fatty acid, because you have bacteria naturally in your gut that can produce these short chain fatty acids. That's the kind of logic, if you open the hood, that's the logic that we follow. So we understand what's going on functionally in your gut. Then we understand the root cause of why it's happening. Then we say, what can we do to change it? and then we find the right foods and supplements that can help you rebalance that function so that it becomes more like, if there was too much pro-inflammation, we give you anti-inflammatory and then we balance it, right? So we do that for many different functions. Inflammation is just one example. There are many other examples. There's metabolic functions. There's various kinds of let's say gas production functions that can be, depending on how it's going, it can be pretty bad, can be pretty good. So depending on how things are going in your biochemistry, we can decide what kinds of antidotes can we give you in your food to rebalance it. So coming back to your question about diets, right? It's not a single diet. A single diet does not work for everybody. You have to know the biology of what's going on, and then you have to tailor your diet for the biology of your gut. So broccoli, which is generally considered a very healthy food, can be a very good food for you because it helps you with all the fibers that broccoli has and many other things that it has, but it may not be a good food for me. It turns out, my gut happens to have an extra amount of, sulfides in it, which is a different, reason for getting inflammation in my gut. So if I eat too much broccoli, the sulfide pathways are going to be overactive, and that's actually not very good for me. So I try to control the amount of broccoli that I eat. But broccoli may be great for you because, that gives you the kind of substrate fibers that will help you with your inflammation, right? So that type of logic, we do that for every single function, for looking at all the gene expression, meaning the RNA that we measure. So that's another thing, right? We look at RNA, which is the gene expression, not just DNA. DNA is just the basis of the potential, but we look at the RNA. And once we see what the functions are, then we can go back and say, this is the type of food, and these are the specific foods that you should avoid. These are the specific foods that you should consume more of, and then you can rebalance your gut.
What did you need to build over the years in order to have this map of how the human biology works, and to understand we measure stool, saliva, and blood. Probably you get several data points from there, and then you map out the body into a certain number of chemical reactions, which I understand is a lot of them. And then you probably compare this to so many other people of different ages and different ethnicities. What is happening in the data processing of all of this that made you construct a clear map of human biology?
Awesome. Yes, I'd love to talk about this because we've actually spent a lot of energy building what I consider to be a platform that does this kind of map building better than anybody else on the planet at this point in time. Right? Okay. First of all, let me tell you the learnings we've had from more than 1 million samples that we have processed so far from more than 100 countries around the world has been amazing. There's no other place that we could have had this type of data, this type of experience to be able to build the right map. Okay. So that's the basis, the amount of data we have, the amount of samples we've processed, stool samples, blood samples, saliva samples, all put together. We built it using the first step in our process is this process called metatranscriptomics. And I'm sure on the summit, we've had Momo talking about metatranscriptomics, but let me just recap for a minute what that is, right? It is the process of taking the molecules in your sample, whether it's a stool sample, blood sample, or a saliva sample, or actually in the future, we could introduce many other samples as well. Regardless of the sample type, we are able to isolate and extract specific molecules that correspond to gene expression. Okay, that's the RNA molecules, not the DNA molecules, not the proteins, not the metabolites, not all of those things, but we specifically focus on the RNA molecules. And we look at the RNA molecules that are expressed from your human cells as well as from the microbial cells. So we get this combination of all the RNA, which are the precursors of proteins that are available for your body to work. Okay, that's called metatranscriptomics. And that process happens in our wet lab. And at the end of the wet lab, there is a sequencer which converts all of these molecules that we have isolated into data. So that it goes from atoms to bits, right? And then the bits are where I come in. And I say, okay, now that we have the bits, we can use a computer to process all of these bits using various kinds of algorithms. And now we can figure out what's going on. So for example, if you send in your samples, Ronan, we end up getting 3 of your samples, and we probably end up getting many tens of millions of data points from that sequencer. Okay, maybe like 40, 50 million data points. Okay, that's a lot of data. I mean, that's so much data that there's no human on the planet who will be able to go through all that data and understand what's going on, right? So what you need for that is smart algorithms. And we have a name for smart algorithms, and that's AI, right? So what we do is use a whole bunch of these AI algorithms, which will then start, first of all, looking at each individual nucleotide, right? Your RNA molecules are made of these 4 nucleotides, A, C, T, G, right? A, C, T, U, actually. And they are converted into a what we think of as a gene or a genome, right? So your data points from the sequencer is only 150 nucleotides. And now what we need to figure out is what gene does that 150 nucleotide correspond to? So there's an algorithm that aligns the 150 nucleotides to all the genes that we have in our catalog. And in our catalog, we have like 100 million genes. So we take each of your 150 nucleotide read from the sequencer, we align it to every single one of the genes. So that's a huge amount of computational processes. That algorithm requires some AI smart algorithms that we've come up with over the years. Okay, that's one piece of it. The second piece of it is, now that we understand which genes are in your body, what are they actually doing? Are they contributing to sulfide production? Are they contributing to LPS production? Are they contributing to some butyrate production? What's going on? To understand that, we have a lot of help from the scientific community. There is an encyclopedia called the Kyoto Encyclopedia of Genes and Genomes, KEGG. We call it KEG. So this encyclopedia has a lot of these maps for how the individual biochemical reactions happen. And this is being curated, by the way, from the scientific community, and thank you to the scientific community and the academic community and so on, for decades now. Every PhD student, every researcher and scientist who has gone through the science, when they figure out a map, they put it into this encyclopedia, right? So what we do is we take that encyclopedia and we use that as the foundation. And then we ask ourselves, out of everything that we see in your samples, how does that correspond to that map that we've come from KEG? Okay. And in order to do that process, we have another smart algorithm. Okay, that's our pathway algorithm. We published some of these algorithms already. By the way, everything I'm talking about has been published in our peer-reviewed literature in the paper that we have published on our website. So if you're interested in that, you can go to viome.com/publications, and you'll see a list of publications. And the wet lab process is published there. The bioinformatic algorithms and the pathway algorithms I'm talking about, those are published there as well, right? And then once you understand the maps, these KEG maps that I'm talking about, which are the pathway maps, then, by the way, there are hundreds and hundreds of KEG maps, okay? And we had to select those KEG maps that are important for understanding human physiology right now. And so we decided that inflammation is a big part of it. We decided that metabolism of different types are a big part of it, and so on. So we selected a set of these maps, and we use that as a basis. Then there's one more very, very cool thing that I want to mention to you, which is for every food in our database. So we do have a database of foods, like I mentioned broccoli, right? Broccoli has all of these uh, macronutrients and micronutrients in it, right? Then you can talk about salmon. Salmon has all of these nutrients, micronutrients. Every single food. So we have 400 of these foods. We have laid out macro and micronutrients of these foods, and then based on that, we ask the question: what is your blood sugar response likely to be for any one of these foods? So we say, take for example, an apple, right? So an apple. We ask the question: if Ronan eats an apple, what is the likely blood sugar increase of his circulatory system? Okay, so it turns out we did a clinical study for this, and we figured out through machine learning that you can predict the blood sugar response for Ronan on every single one of these foods. So how did we do that? We took about 1,100 people and we gave them continuous glucose monitors. We gave them different types of foods. We measured their blood sugar response, and then we collected all the data, and then we went to an algorithm. That's another smart algorithm. It's a machine learning algorithm that said, okay, if your microbiome looks like this, and if your physiology looks like this, then your response to an apple is going to look like this. So it's figured out that blood sugar response by looking at thousands and thousands of these kinds of meals. We have something like 32,000 meals that we collected during that study, and we use that data to create this smart algorithm. So we run your samples through that smart algorithm in our platform, and we ask the question, okay, what are the foods that Ronan should not eat? Because if he eats those, his blood sugar is just going to spike. So maybe, if you eat some, very, like dates, let's say, okay, dates is a very, very dense, sugary food, but for some people, it's really great. But if you eat dates, then maybe your blood sugar is going to spike. But that algorithm that I just talked about will give that prediction to me. So if that comes out to be true for you, we would put dates in your avoid food category because it's going to spike your blood sugar. And if you keep spiking your blood sugar, you're going to get, first pre-diabetes and then diabetes and so on and so forth. So we don't want that to happen. So we put, that in your, dates in your avoid foods. But there are other foods like, let's say, spinach. When we run that through the algorithm, it'll say, look, the blood sugar is just not going to spike at all. It's just going to stay completely flat. So for you, that's going to be an enjoy food. Okay. So that's how that algorithm works, right? And then once that algorithm is done, we have another set of algorithms that then says, okay, yeah, spinach is an enjoy food for Ronan, but spinach turns out happens to have a lot of oxalates in it, which are these salts that can, if they're not broken down and eliminated, it can create kidney stones. And guess what? The microbiome is able to break down those oxalates and turn them into something that's not harmful. Okay, so then we go back to the microbiome. We say, hey, is Ronan able to metabolize those oxalates? And we have an oxalate metabolism pathway that we've already previously measured using all those algorithms that I mentioned earlier, right? So we say, okay, Ronan, for some reason, let's say your oxalate metabolism is not working great, according to the previous analysis we did. Then we say, oh, spinach was an enjoy food based on the sugar response, but guess what? He's not able to process the oxalates, so we cannot make it an enjoy food. Let's make it a minimized food. So we change that from an enjoy to a minimized food. And so in the end, your dates are in the avoid foods, your spinach is in the minimized food, maybe a banana will be an enjoy food, and maybe a broccoli will be a superfood. Okay? The point I'm making is that going through all of these different algorithms that I just mentioned, we end up with a set of decisions about each food. For Ronan, broccoli is a superfood. For Ronan, dates are an avoid food. For Ronan, spinach is a minimized food, and so on and so forth. And we go through all 400 of the foods and we put them in the appropriate buckets, and the recommendations are sent to you, right? So that's the process by which we decide how every single person individually is going to get a set of recommendations for their foods and for their supplements. The same process for supplements. And oh, by the way, let me just finish by saying that the recommendations for you, Ronan, and the recommendations for me are likely to be super different from each other. We actually did an analysis, and we said, we took 100,000 pairs of people, and we asked the question, what is the commonality of the recommendations for any two people? Okay, turns out the commonality is going to be less than 20 or 10% most of the time. The rest of it is all unique to you, unique to me. So our biology is so unique, and biology is not unique because of our genes, right? Biology is unique because of our gene expression, which depends on where you live, right? So you live, in Estonia, I live in New York. You eat a certain types of foods, and I eat certain different types of foods. My environment is different. My stress and my sleep and my activity are different. So depending on that, your gene expression and my gene expression are going to be very different. And because our gene expressions are very different, our food recommendations are also very different, because our gene expression determines our biology, our state of our biology, the predilection for different diseases and all of that stuff. So that process results in extremely unique recommendations for every single individual who takes a bio test.
What a monumental work.
Thank
I'm
you.
having goosebumps here. I have loads of questions that I want to follow up. I think I'll stick to two of them for now.
Okay.
One of them, it may be a irrelevant question, and if it is irrelevant, you please let me know. But I'm understanding that you can map out what, in this case, Ronan is, biologically speaking, by the different chemical pathways.
Yeah.
And then you're comparing this to, let's say, a broccoli or a salmon to see how those things are interacting. And then a bit of the question here is, what makes a broccoli a broccoli? Is it do we need to map that out as well? Is it a combination of carbon, nitrogen, some fiber, some carbohydrates? Does it matter if it is grown in different, the mineral content is different? Will that interact in any different way? Do we need an algorithm for that as well?
Absolutely, Ronan. Absolutely, Ronan. Absolutely. So I mentioned this in maybe I did not spend enough time on it, but in Viome, we have this thing called the food ontology, which has the macronutrients and the micronutrients in a typical broccoli. Okay, so now you're asking the next question of, is there such a thing as a typical broccoli? Meaning that, a broccoli grown in Estonia and a broccoli grown in upstate New York could be very different from each other. And also, the way you cook broccoli and the way I cook broccoli could be quite different. Yes, that's all true. So that's the next level, right? But you have to have a baseline. The baseline is that there's such a thing as a typical broccoli. So we think of it as sort of the average broccoli, right? And the average broccoli has a certain macronutrient profile, meaning fibers, simple sugars, proteins, and fats, right? We know what those are. And the average broccoli has a set of micronutrients. It has certain sort of, let's say purines, polyphenols, it goes through every single one of the, the oxalates I mentioned earlier, right?
Yeah.
So there's a certain set of key micronutrients that we have to map out for each food. And we've done that. So we have the food ontology that has the macro and micronutrient profiles of every single one of the 400 foods that I talked about.
So you map that.
Yeah, we take the chemistry of the food and we match that to the chemistry of the human. And that's the way in which we decide whether a certain food is good for that human or not good for that. All that process that I mentioned before is only possible because we understand the chemistry of the food and we understand the biochemistry of the human at a great detail.
And how can you um, possibly account for, that's the second question that I had, for different states of my physiology? Because, for example, let's say that I take a stool, saliva, and blood test in a certain morning where my cortisol is elevated because I'm going through some stress. At that time, the snapshot that you have of me has a certain type of chemical reactions versus another day in which I may be in a different physiological state that is still a Ronin, but it's a different snapshot of that, right? Will that, if I, in other words, if I took the test to get recommendations in 2 different weeks, and in my inner physiology was different, can you account for that as well?
Absolutely. So actually, we are publishing a paper on that very shortly. We are just about finished on writing this up, where we look at the changes in your microbiome over a period of 6 months. Actually, we go all the way to 9 months or 10 months, something like that. And what we ask the question is, what portion of the microbiome gene expression changes dramatically, and what portion remains stable over each one of these periods of time? 1 day, 2 days, 1 week, 2 weeks, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, etc. And what we've figured out is that there is a significant portion of the microbiome that stays stable up to 6 months. Up to 6 months. Okay. There is a smaller portion of the microbiome that keeps changing, but the most significant piece of it remains stable for about 6 months. Now, at about 6 months, if you have started to, slowly, drift, meaning that, let's say you have, started to move from doing 1 hour of exercise to 1.5 hours of exercise or something like that over a period of 6 months, then maybe the microbiome kind of drifts a little bit and it changes to something else. Okay. And so what we recommend, because of that reason, we recommend that you retest from Viome every 6 months on average. Maybe you want to retest, a little bit earlier than 6 months, a little bit later than 6 months, but average is about 6 months, because that's when we can keep track of the stable part of your microbiome and the changing part of your microbiome, because you're testing every 6 months. That's what we do. Now, I will give you a caveat as well. Suppose you do something dramatic, like let's say you move from Estonia to Africa, or you go through a big antibiotic regimen, and you basically clean out your gut, right, in some fashion, right? Because many of these antibiotics are very broad spectrum, and they're not focused on the specific thing that you're trying to do. It just carpet bombs the whole thing and just destroys the entire flora and fauna, right, in the microbiome. So if you did something like that, then of course your microbiome dramatically changes, right? So if you take a test today and then you did one of those things and take another test, it's going to look completely different. But if you stay relatively constant in your lifestyle, right, the same types of foods, you sleep in the same place, you do your normal things regularly, it takes about 6 months for the microbiome to change significantly. That's one of the publications, and we have data for this, and we'll put that out there shortly.
I think that puts a big piece out of that in the whole puzzle. The other thing that I'm thinking here, besides the changes of moving to a different climate and continent or something like antibiotic, but let's say that I travel to a different country and get something like food poisoning. Is that something that also affects significantly my microbiome, and I could have a different profile after that?
Potentially, yeah. I mean, if you have a set of bacteria that you ingested somewhere, and it ends up dominating your gut microbiome and basically pushing out all the other good guys that are in your microbiome, right? And it sort of takes over, and then it creates a completely different environment, right? If you ingested that and your immune system is not able to handle it, and your gut microbiome, by the way, the gut microbiome is always, there's always this kind of a dynamic equilibrium that's happening, right? Meaning that whenever you introduce something, the existing microbes are trying to either integrate them into the functions that they're already doing, or they try to fight them off. Okay, but if you introduce something that's new, that is literally going to wipe out the existing equilibrium that you already have, right? Then yes, it's going to change. It's sort of the equivalent of taking an antibiotic, right? You basically completely change the forest. I mean, think of a forest, okay? A rainforest. You have an ecosystem in a rainforest, and it's at an equilibrium because there's enough predators, there's enough worms, there's enough birds, there's enough everything, right? Now, if you suddenly bring a new species of organism from some other continent and put that in there, either that new species is going to die out because it cannot survive in this environment, or it is going to overwhelm everything else and take over that environment, and the original environment completely changes, or somehow there's some kind of an equilibrium which everybody establishes, meaning they integrate the new organisms and they become part of the existing balance, right? So when you have food poisoning, going back to your question, you are essentially ingesting some new organisms from somewhere else, and you're putting it into your rainforest ecosystem. And the question is, what's likely to happen? I don't know. If the new things that you ate, the food poisoning may literally destroy everything, in which case, yeah, it's going to have a huge impact on your microbiome.
Now I'm thinking about the process with all the algorithms that are processing the chemical reactions of a person.
Yeah.
Is this process something that also has a learning system integrated into it? And if so, year after year, as your samples, as more people take tests and you get more samples, what is the degree of precision and confidence? I think one of the things that I always have in the back of my mind as a customer of anything that is measuring my health is how do I know how precise it is and how precise it gets over time? Can you explain what's happening under the hood for us here?
Yeah, I think that those are two separate questions. Let me just talk about each one of them. Okay.
Yeah.
First, I think the precision question is important, right? So our lab is the foundation for our entire platform, right? And the lab has a set of let's call them protocols to measure and maintain the reproducibility, which is the precision of our test, right? So it's like we have standards, and there's a quality management system that maintains the standards through a process called CLIA. CLIA is a regulatory mechanism that maintains the quality levels of each of these labs in the network here in the US, right? So we have a CLIA certified lab, which has various kinds of metrics that are already measured, documented, and re-maintained, meaning that they're evaluated. And there's an inspector who comes in from the government and says, hey, show me that you have this level of precision. Show me that you have maintained the processes, and if there's any deviations from the processes, that you have corrected it, right? So there is a whole set of documentation around that. And every time the inspection happens, we get a report back and they say, okay, yes, you continue to be certified. You're not certified until you correct these things. And usually there's not much to correct. There's maybe some documentation that we did not have or something. We bring the documentation and then it comes back to the levels that CLIA needs, right? So there's the CLIA certification, which maintains the quality and the precision of the process that we follow in the lab. So that's the first step. Because if you don't have that level of clarity and let's say reliability, the rest of what we do is not going to be very clear either. So at the base, we have this level of quality. Next, whenever next going to your next question about the learning part, yes, we actually do machine learning, which is an AI algorithm that can learn from new data. So what we end up doing is we have a reference code for all the things, the algorithms that I mentioned earlier about pathways and the glycemic response, all of these things. We start with a cohort. We start with a cohort of people, and we ask the question, where does Ronan fall within that reference range? And suppose you are in the left end of the reference range, then you would be considered to be not optimal. If you're in the right end, it's very good. If you're in the middle, which most people are, like 50-60% of the people are in the middle. So we measure the goodness of every single algorithm, and we look at what is the new data that we have gotten in the, let's say, in the last 6 months to a year, and we relearn the algorithms using the latest, greatest data. In other words, we are continuously learning. So every time we create a reference cohort, we are resetting our algorithm to that new reference cohort. And next year we're going to have an even further expanded reference cohort, and our algorithms are going to be retrained on that reference cohort, right? So we keep retraining our algorithms. So if in the world of AI today, right, everybody understands that there was GPT-1 a long time ago, GPT-2, 3, 4, and now we are at GPT-5 or 5.2 or something like that, right? And what is the difference between all of these versions? The difference is that the AI algorithms have now been trained on more and more and more data, and they are getting better and better, right? Same thing is happening in Viome. Right now, it turns out the Viome algorithms are also on version 5, turns out. And we just released version 5 like last week, by the way. So the version 5 is based on a new cohort, and that new cohort is based on all of the latest, greatest data that we have. And so we keep learning, we keep modifying, we keep updating it so that we can keep improving it. And at the same time, every time we build these algorithms, we go back and measure the reproducibility, we measure the accuracy, and we make sure that it meets our standards before we put it out there.
The last few questions that I have for you, Guru, I think, should I say a bit more on the personal side? I know that before Viome, I don't know if immediately before, but you were leading AI development at IBM. I've seen your work in different places. I was even telling you just before we started, I remember seeing videos of you maybe 12 years ago in Brazil, where I come from, working with governments, doing rain simulations for people to know how to prepare for catastrophes and things like that. And I believe that with the career development that you have had, especially in AI, you are a person that could be working wherever you want. You can, I want to be working here, I want to be working there. And out of all your possibilities, you choose to be a Viome. Why is this your choice? What brings you here?
Great question. So yes, I was having a lot of fun in my job at IBM, which was immediately before Viome. I was at IBM for many years, and out of the many jobs, you mentioned one of them, which was what we call smarter cities, which was how to apply data algorithms analyses to the data that's available in a city like Rio de Janeiro to figure out whether there's a problem with managing a weather event or a public safety event and things like that. And then I also, by the way, helped develop some safety mechanisms for the Olympics and the World Cup and everything that happened in Rio during 2014, etc. Right? So it was a lot of fun. I was leading the Watson AI team in the research group, and we were responsible for building an entire platform for AI to be applied to every single industry: financial services, manufacturing, education, health, etc. So I was looking at the entire gamut of applications for AI. As you said, I could have picked any one of those, but it turns out that health caught my attention the most, and I decided at one point in time that that's where I want to spend the rest of my life. And it was both because of personal reasons and professional reasons. Okay, so in my life, I've had a number of people in my family suffer different types of chronic diseases. You know, my wife had an autoimmune disease, which she suffered for a long time. My daughter has some unknown kinds of issues in the gut, which we struggle with. And there's other people. You know, my nephew had mental health problems, and so on and so forth. So um, I see the impact of chronic disease on people's lives. And I wanted to do something to make a difference to people's health. So that was my personal reason in my own circle. But also professionally, I think that chronic disease is one of the biggest problems of the 21st century. You know, I always tend to look at what is the biggest, problems that humanity needs to solve, right? And, to me, chronic disease is at the same level as, climate change or, nuclear war, and, all of these other, and AI can be applied to chronic diseases as well as it can be applied to any other field. And so I thought the best way to build to create the future that I want is to actually build it, right? Which is, you need to collect the data. You need to understand what's going on in the data. You need to build the right applications. You need to get the right insight. You need to do the right science. You need to do the right engineering. You need to build the right products. You need to get to the right markets. You need to get to the right individuals. You need to help every single person. I think the best way to do all of those things is in a startup. And so I connected up with Naveen and with Momo, and we created this company. From day one, we decided that we're going to make the big bets, right? So RNA is a big bet. We wanted to make sure that we get into the microbiome. That's a big bet. We wanted to get into AI as one of the first things. It was, we built the company from the beginning with AI in mind. So we are an AI first company. So that's another big bet. So we combined all of these, RNA, AI, microbiome, all of these technologies into one platform. And we've been creating products, and we've been trying to get it out in the hands of people everywhere around the world. We've already succeeded to a great degree, and we need to still get out to everybody else in the world. So that's one of the reasons we want to have this this summit, so that we can explain to people what we do, how we do it, why we do it, and how it can change your life. And I hope that after hearing the story, the audience here will be more motivated to come and check us out and make Viome a partner in their lives to live a long, healthy life.
And also inspired, because that's what I feel right now. That is the feeling of hope and certainty that health is getting better in the world. That are people in companies addressing these issues, and the fact that there are people in their life choosing to address big issues. And that to me is beautiful. It's beautiful. What do you see, Guru, that is possible to be achieved? There are things that have been found and achieved already. I know that Viome has very solid data on preventing or understanding the development of diabetes with HbA1c. There has been solid results on anxiety and mental health. There has been solid results on IBS. And I know that there are things yet to discover, yet to test, questions to be answered. What do you see that us in our still lifetimes are probably going to witness in the direction of health and longevity?
Listen, we already in Viome already have gone to a few cancers, right? Oral and throat cancer. We built a model and a diagnostic classifier that can help people detect early stages, first stage 1 oral and throat cancer, and do something about it before it becomes something that essentially debilitates you, or it can result in death, right? So it's a very difficult disease. And we are looking at pancreatic cancer, we're looking at colon polyps, we're looking at all of these diseases. But my view is that there is no chronic disease that we cannot tackle using the approach that we've built in Biome. There's absolutely no chronic disease. So in other words, my vision is that in the future, if you take a Biome test, you will get a dashboard of your entire health, not only the diseases that you currently have, but you also will get the risks of various diseases, and you also get the preventive tips of pathways that have not turned into diseases yet. It's upstream of the diseases. Many of these chronic diseases start like 10 years before they actually manifest themselves as symptoms, right? So, if you have an autoimmune disease, for example, rheumatoid arthritis, it shows up in your biology 10 years before you start having pain in your joints. Okay, so same thing with diabetes. Before you get your HbA1c above 6.5, it probably shows up as insulin resistance 10 years before that. Same thing with IBS or IBD or cancers. Every single one of them, you can start seeing the upstream molecular footprints or signals that will tell you, hey, listen, something is not going right. Change your lifestyle, do something different, and you can prevent that disease. That's my hope, that we can give you that dashboard for your own biology so that you can see what you can do now in order to live a happy and a healthy and a high quality life the rest of your life, rather than saying, okay, look, this is just luck. I got sick and I have to go take this big treatment with medication that costs a huge amount of money, maybe surgeries. All this stuff is downstream stuff, and we don't want to go all the way downstream. We want to see upstream what is going on, and that's what Biome is all about. We want to do it at your home, wherever you are. We want to do it as early as possible. We want to do it continuously. We want to make it a part of your life, right? So that you can live a long, healthy life. Because once you live a long, healthy life, you can do everything else you want.
How far, just to close, how far are we to be able to measure these things at home in real time?
Real time, if you mean by real time, if you mean, once every month or 2 months, right? We're not that far off from that. Okay. Even a few months, right? I mean, if you were to take a Biome test every 6 months, right? My feeling is that will be enough for you to get a long, healthy life. That's enough, because if there's something that happened in that 6-month gap, we'll be able to pick it up, and we will tell you what's going on, so you can start changing enough things to make it better for the next 6 months, right? And so on and so forth, because you need to keep updating those habits. If you start doing something today, that may not be the right thing forever. You may need to sort of adjust that after 6 months.
In fact, it never is.
Sorry?
In fact, it never is.
It never is. Exactly. So, if you consider real time as once every 6 months, I think we have it today, right? Okay. And we can always make it better and better and better. But I think it's a habit or a lifestyle choice that people can make. Once you make that choice, I think you can literally control and manage your own health better than anyone else can.
Wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, Guru Banavar. Guru, thank you so much for the time, the generosity, the insights, the work and dedication that you have chosen to do, and what it means to all of us, and also what it means to the future.
Thank you so much, Ronan.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the session with Dr. Momo Vuyisich. Dr. Momo Vuyisich is one of the founders of Viome and is the Chief Science Officer, which means that he is the leading scientist behind all the technology, all the discoveries, all the advancement, and all the knowledge behind what Viome is working and putting on into humanity is the work of this gentleman. Dr. Momo, welcome to the Health and Longevity Summit.
Always a pleasure to see you and speak with you, Ronan.
Always good vibes. We're talking about longevity here. And I would love if you could explain to us from your point of view, what is aging? If longevity is maybe the delaying or the reverse of aging, what is aging to begin with?
Yeah. I think this, in simplest terms, aging is simply wearing of the body parts. So the way I think of the human body is that we're actually not like a physical object, even though that's what our eyes see. But I think of our body as about 100,000 biochemical reactions. And these biochemical reactions need to be functioning at a certain level in order to support a healthy body. And when some of those reactions run too fast or too slow, we have all kinds of imbalances in our physiology. And because we're such a complex machine and run on 100,000 biochemical reactions, if a few of those are out of balance, no one's going to notice, right? You're not going to notice. Even if a few hundred are out of balance, you're not going to notice. But when a few thousand are out of balance, that's when we're going to notice with some kind of symptoms. And so aging is this really slow process that also I think is fairly slow in our first few decades. But I think after the 50-year-old range, that's when it starts to accelerate because more things are broken. And so things are now falling farther away from the normal and healthy and so on. Does that make sense?
That does make sense. I remember in one example of one interview that you gave, you were comparing this to an airplane. That maybe if a boat is a bit loose, it doesn't mean that the thing is going to fall off. But if too many are loose, or if what is loose is not fixed, then you have a problem. And if you compare this boat that is loose to one of these 100,000 chemical reactions, that's more or less the direction that you're going, right?
Yeah. Exactly. I like that metaphor a lot. That's why we do preventive maintenance on airplanes so that they don't break in flight, right? You want to basically all these planes, which we don't get to see that as passengers, but all the planes have to go through very thorough maintenance. And there is a crew of people who will open up every panel and inspect every part and measure every part and measure its function. And if something is not perfectly like factory functional, they're going to replace it. And what that means is that essentially the saying among pilots is that whenever a plane takes off, a certified plane takes off, it's essentially as good as brand new plane out of the factory. And that's really what we need to apply, that same mechanism and principle need to apply to the human body. Instead of waiting until we're 55 or 60 and thousands of parts of our physiology have broken and we have symptoms, that's going to be a lot harder to reverse than if we're in our 30s and 40s and we identify the few hundred parts that are already out of balance, and then we fix those back to healthy so that we keep all those 100,000 biochemical reactions in healthy state. And that means that we're just perpetually healthy. And I'd like to expand a little bit about that. Maybe the general audience doesn't really understand what I mean by a biochemical reaction. Maybe that's a little too abstract. Should we go a little bit into that?
Let's go there. Yeah. Let's go there.
Yeah. So when I talk about biochemical reactions, and when I say that our body is basically 100,000 biochemical reactions, when you chew food, that's a bunch of biochemical reactions. Basically, your brain is telling your mouth, hey, we need to chew this food. And it's firing off a bunch of chemicals in neurons that then transmit the information to the muscles, and the muscles use chemicals both for energy production and for contraction. And then when we talk about digestion, we're talking about moving the food through the digestive tract, producing digestive enzymes and digestive molecules such as bile acids. And then, so chemical reactions that produce bile acids are all a part of these 100,000 biochemical reactions. Squirting the bile acids into the intestine is also biochemical reactions. And then absorbing food and nutrients from the intestines into the bloodstream, those are biochemical reactions. And then what people mostly think about biochemical reactions is converting food to energy via, mitochondria, for example, and Krebs cycle and glycolysis, where we have breakdown of nutrients into waste products and energy. But there's more and more and more. But basically, you can see that from the moment that we see food until we harvest the energy from it, it's a cascade of chemical reactions. The way our kidneys work and our liver works is all biochemical reactions. Our brain is just full of biochemical reactions. It's not magic. It's not some abstract thing. It's just a bunch of biochemical reactions. So that's one concept, is that our entire body is just a constant sort of churning of biochemical reactions. So that's one thing. The second concept I want to bring up is that these biochemical tests that have been traditionally ordered by doctors, which now account to, let's say, 100 tests for, let's say, cholesterol and fasting insulin and so on, that is a tiny sliver of our metabolism. Those are very coarse-grained biomarkers when major systems break, but they're not fine grains. So let's go back to the metaphor of the airplane, right? So there have been plane crashes, for example, where a single jack screw in the tail assembly breaks off, and the plane loses control and it crashes. Now, if you were to not measure precisely that jack screw, you would not know that it's breaking. So if you just look at the tail and you take a picture of it and you say, well, the tail is there, looks fine to me, let's take off, you would basically miss that level of detail. Because if you just look at 100 parts of the plane and say it looks good, the wings are there, the engines are there, the cockpit is there, all these major parts are there, you may think you're fine. But if you dig deeper, a layer deeper, you may find all these parts that are breaking and that are making it very risky to take off. And so the same thing with our body. By the time you realize you have high HbA1c, years and decades of imbalances have already occurred and you didn't know about them because you had no access to tests for that. By the time dementia sets in, brain fog, dementia, mild cognitive impairment, by the time it sets in, by the time you actually notice that, hey, I'm slowing down, that process actually started decades earlier. And now we have tests such as Viome, where you can actually measure more than 10,000 of these biomarkers in just a normal direct consumer test. And it will tell you for every single one of these 10,000 biomarkers, is it running at the optimal level, or is it running too fast or too slow? So Viome's tests are not static like others where they tell you what the potential is. They're actually measuring these biochemical reactions in real time and telling you which ones are fine and which ones are broken, meaning they're either too fast or too slow.
Okay, so we are talking about preventative medicine.
Yep.
We're talking about identifying the potential diabetes years before it could happen. Does that, and then the main mechanism of action by changing our diet. By changing our diet, we can change the biochemical reactions and tighten the bolts in a way, the things that were out of place.
Exactly.
Right? Can that also, let's say that somebody is already broken, the pre-diabetes or the diabetes is already here, can the same type of intervention in a way, changing my diet in a specific way, can also, instead of just preventing, can it also treat or correct something that is already happening, or is essentially a preventative strategy that we're talking here?
Yeah. So I will give you the example that will drive home the point about diabetes specifically, but we have other examples that we can cover if you'd like. But the answer up front is that no, many of these chronic diseases can be reversed, and that's not just something that we've shown at Viome with our randomized controlled trials, but there are many trials out there that have used only nutrition and lifestyle changes to reverse not only diabetes, but Alzheimer's and other diseases, right? So let's talk about our program at Viome for metabolic disease such as type 2 diabetes. So what we did many years ago is we first did a very large study that was a multi-million-dollar study in the US and Japan, where we asked the question, can our microbiome test predict how high the blood sugar will spike in response to different kinds of meals? So our nutritionists designed 104 different kinds of meals, and we fed those meals to 1,100 people, 550 in the US and 550 in Japan. And so we fed a total of 60,000 meals over a period of 14 days to these 1,100 individuals of 104 different types. And these types were designed so that you have different macronutrient ratios, protein, fats, and carbs, and other factors. And so they consumed 60,000 meals, and we measured with continuous glucose monitors the exact glucose response to every single one of those. And this now becomes a very nice machine learning exercise where we did a stool test on these people just prior to this exercise. And then we fed the machines all the data and told the machines, hey, here's the stool test. Here's the foods they consumed, and here's the blood sugar spike. Can you build a model based on the stool test that would have accurately predicted the sugar spike without you knowing the actual measurement by the continuous glucose monitor? And the machines came back and said, yes, we can do that very accurately. So we published that a few years ago. We integrated that model into our app. And so every Viome customer now benefits from that model. Every Viome customer, because controlling blood sugar is such a fundamental metabolic intervention that you just need to apply it to everyone. And so that was sort of one big stage. The next stage is we asked our customers, okay, can you report your HbA1c, which is the gold standard biomarker for diabetes? Can you report your HbA1c when you start Viome and 6 months later? And when we did that with several thousand of our customers, we noticed that a lot of their HbA1cs were getting reduced. So that's a really good promising sign. So that took a couple of years. And then finally, 3 years ago, we launched a blinded randomized placebo-controlled trial where we asked the question, okay, if we test Viome nutrition against the gold standard USDA recommended diet, can we actually see any improvement? It's a test. And now we published preliminary data from that study showing that we in fact can. We have a statistically and clinically significant improvement over the placebo using the Viome nutrition. So you can see how we've now spent 8 years in this metabolic space, from understanding how the biology works and what controls the biology to proving basically in a gold standard type of a study that this actually works.
That's I wear a continuous glucose monitor every now and then as a matter of experiment, and I realize that a banana for one person is not the same. It has not the same effect in blood sugar as a banana for another person. It is a completely different behavior, and so now it felt random. But you see that if you look at the gut microbiome, we can understand where this is coming from.
Yep.
Now I wanna bring this conversation to a very perhaps pragmatic level. That is, if I am taking care of my health, when I think about the foods that I eat, I make a very logical connection between foods that I eat or I don't eat and my body weight. So usually I control my nutrition as a tool to control my body weight. But what I see from Viome, from your own story and from the whole purpose of the company is that we are talking much more than controlling weight and promoting weight loss. So I would like to tell us about what have you seen from your own experience and from Viome data. What types of diseases are we preventing or even reversing working with food alone or food mostly?
Yeah. Okay, so we have preliminary data from 3 randomized controlled trials, and we cannot talk about diseases. So let's talk about sort of what parts of metabolism we're trying to modulate. So in the first randomized controlled trial we just discussed, our primary endpoint was HbA1c, and we were able to reduce that statistically and clinically significantly better than the placebo. And the placebo was basically the same capsule supplements that Viome normally sells, but filled with inert material and the gold standard USDA recommended diet. There were no caloric restrictions. There was no carb manipulation. It was omnivore diets. People can eat as much as they want. There was no restriction of anything. It was simply selecting which foods you should be eating less of and which foods you should eat more of. So that's one. So glucose control basically is what we focused on, and we show that we can lower or reduce the blood sugar spikes in participants. The next trial that we have preliminary results for, that we have not published yet in any way, but we're getting ready to publish soon, is we were looking at people with IBS, and we recruited people with IBS. This is an irritable bowel syndrome. And what we have observed in this study is that people with constipation did a lot better. So we have statistically and clinically meaningful improvement in constipation in people who followed the Viome diet versus those who took the placebo. And I can just spend a couple of minutes here tying this to the biochemical reaction. So let's talk about what controls our bowel movements. People talk about, for example, fiber controls bowel movement. Well, fiber produces, in some people, butyrate. So fiber basically provides food for microorganisms in the gut to produce butyrate. And so that's another set of chemical reactions. And the butyrate is one of 5 chemicals that controls our gut motility. So only one of 5. There are other 4 chemicals that are controlling how fast our gut motility is. And so in some people, they can potentially improve their gut motility with fiber, but in some people it may not. That depends on what drives their gut motility. So the 5 chemicals that control it are what we just talked about, which is butyrate, and then we have hydrogen sulfide, we have methane gas, we have bile acids, and we have serotonin. Those are the 5 major chemicals that drive or slow that control basically how fast our bowel movements are. So let's focus on one of those 5, which we have focused on at Viome, which is hydrogen sulfide. So hydrogen sulfide is just a stinky gas, but it is produced by the gut bacteria, and it tells our intestines how fast to move. And so if there's too little hydrogen sulfide production, those people tend to be constipated. If there's just the right amount of hydrogen sulfide gas produced, those people tend to be regular. And if there's too much hydrogen sulfide gas produced by the gut bacteria, those people tend to have diarrhea. And so you can see it's basically like a gas pedal for gut motility. Too little, it doesn't move. Just right, it moves right. And too much, it moves too fast. And so how is hydrogen sulfide produced in the gut? Well, just like all other chemical reactions, it requires a substrate or raw materials. And there are very well-defined raw materials for hydrogen sulfide. They are methionine and cysteine amino acids, they are bile acids, and they are cruciferous vegetables. So we're talking about brassica family, like Brussels sprouts and broccoli and so on. So those are the major sources of hydrogen sulfide production. And every person's gut microbiome is going to produce hydrogen sulfide at different rates from different sources. And Viome test is the only one that can actually reveal for each person what raw materials are their bacteria using to produce hydrogen sulfide gas. And if people in people who have constipation, there's too little hydrogen sulfide production, we can actually provide them with the right foods in order to stimulate some extra production of hydrogen sulfide gas, which means that they become regular. And that's exactly what we've done in this one trial. And last but not least, people probably know by now that a lot of the neurotransmitters and a lot of mental health is determined in the gut. So there's something called the gut-brain axis. There's a lot of knowledge now about that. And so we focused on that as well. And we built a machine learned model of how gut microbiome functions tied to depression and anxiety. And we developed a machine learned model. We showed in our customer cohort that it's actually working. And then we decided to run a randomized control trial. So now we have results from our randomized control trial. And while we did not achieve statistically and clinically significant improvement for depression, we did for anxiety. So we have a clinically validated survey called GAD-7, and this is basically quantifying how much anxiety there is. And using that survey, we achieve both statistically and clinically significant improvement over the placebo. So we're very proud of that. So we have basically 3 successful randomized control trials, and that's just a start. I mean, we're just starting this journey of learning how the biology works, applying that to nutritional recommendations, and then testing that in a gold standard format to see how well it works. And for 3 types of conditions, we have very good results.
So you're saying for HbA1c, which is a marker of diabetes, then IBS, which is such affects so much the quality of life of somebody who has. I know because I'm one of them, and then also mental health aspects like anxiety. That those things can be significantly affected if I know what foods to eat and what foods not to eat.
Yeah, exactly. So we're tuning the biochemistry of the human body using micronutrients in foods.
How can you know what foods are good for me or for a specific individual? What are you looking at and say, this type of food is good for you, this type of food is not good for you, but it may be good for your relative, for example?
Yeah. So it has to do with what I call Nutrition 2.0, which is basically what we invented at Viome, which is the next generation nutritional platform, which only consists of chemistry and math, nothing else. There's no humans involved. There's no subjectivity. There's no experience. There's no anything that goes into play. The only play is chemistry and math. So let's break that down. So chemistry, when I say chemistry, what I'm talking about is our customers provide stool, blood, and saliva samples, and they arrive at our laboratory, and we measure the biochemistry in those samples using a clinically validated and clinically licensed laboratory test. So this test is very fancy. It's called metatranscriptomic test. It is the only metatranscriptomic test that is available direct to consumers that is clinically validated in the world. There is no other entity that offers it. We can dive much deeper into the background. I spent about a decade, developing that test at Los Alamos National Laboratory before we started Viome. But the point is that we're measuring the biochemistry. And so let's talk about that for a minute. How do we do that? So going back to the hydrogen sulfide story. So let's say we have bacteria that are capable of producing hydrogen sulfide from cysteine, the amino acid cysteine, right? And they're capable. So if you do a DNA microbiome test, someone will tell you, hey, you have these bacteria and you have, your microbiome is able to produce hydrogen sulfide gas, so you should be fine. But it turns out that those bacteria in one person prefer to feed on something else. So they don't consume cysteine as their food. They consume something else. So they don't produce hydrogen sulfide gas. They're capable of it, but they don't. And a DNA test will never be able to tell you that. What our test does is our test actually quantifies how much metabolism is that bacterium committing to producing hydrogen sulfide gas from cysteine specifically. We quantify that. That is our test. It's a quantitative functional test. And when I said earlier that we quantify 10,000 biomarkers, we're quantifying 10,000 of these biochemical reactions. So we know exactly that in one person, their bacteria or whatever microbes they are producing specific molecules that have a specific effect on our physiology from specific micronutrients. That's what the test says, basically. So that's the chemistry part. We measure everything and we put it in the cloud. And now comes the math part. So the math's responsibility is to use equations to optimize every one of those 10,000 biochemical reactions. So what we talked about earlier is hydrogen sulfide gas, like most molecules in the body, they have an optimal healthy range, meaning they're needed to us at a certain level. If they're lower, that's not healthy for us. They're too low, right? Because we need them at a certain level. But if they're too high, that's also bad for us. So the metaphor here would be, let's say, cholesterol. We all know that there's a healthy range of cholesterol. Too much cholesterol is bad for you, but too little cholesterol is also bad for you. There's a healthy range. It's about 150 to 200, I guess, is roughly the healthy range of cholesterol. And so that applies to most molecules such as hydrogen sulfide. And so the mathematics says, okay, this person overall has low gut motility, so they're constipated. There are 5 factors that affect gut motility. We talked about serotonin production, bile acid, secondary bile acid production, methane gas, hydrogen sulfide gas, and butyrate production. All 5 of those, our test, our chemistry has measured and quantified. And the computer says, oh, okay, the sum of these 5 is too low. But here are reactions that are actually functional in this person's body. So let's boost those by providing the specific nutrients that feed those reactions. And so if a person's microbiome is primed to produce butyrate, but they need more fiber, they're not eating enough fiber, the computer is going to tell the person to eat the specific type of fiber that feeds the specific type of bacteria they have to produce butyrate. If they have too much hydrogen sulfide production, let's say they have diarrhea, we're going to be able to quantify in every person what is the root cause of that hydrogen sulfide overproduction. And then we're going to be able to draw. So for example, if in one person we say, if the hydrogen sulfide comes from glucosinolates, these are compounds found in Brassica family in the cruciferous vegetables. If our chemistry measures that in this one person, it is the glucosinolates that are transformed into hydrogen sulfide gas, and there's too much production, the computer is going to say, hey, you need to eat less of Brassica family plants. If it is methionine or cysteine, we have a way to make very specific recommendations. For example, methionine is highly abundant in animal protein, whereas it is not abundant in plant-based protein. So if someone's microbiome is producing a lot of hydrogen sulfide gas from methionine, a simple shift from animal-based protein to plant-based protein can solve the problem. So these are many, many knobs that we can turn mathematically, but the most important thing is to know what's broken, what's out of balance. If you don't know what's out of balance, you can spend years guessing and never really nail it down because it's all interconnected. And by the way, that's the next level of complexity we talked about earlier. Methane gas and hydrogen sulfide gas both contribute to gut motility, but they both share similar biochemistry. So if you affect one, you're going to affect the other one. So you have to measure continuously and rebalance these things.
What is the potential price that I'm paying by eating the quote unquote wrong foods from me at the moment? And let me just unpack here because a couple of things are very obvious for the general population. By now, we all have an awareness that ultra processed foods, because of the amount of sugar or sweeteners or chemicals, inflammatory to the body.
Right.
Then we have so-called healthy foods or natural foods, but because of the calorie content, too much of the nuts and seeds can accumulate fat in the body just because the amount of calories, if it's too much.
Yeah.
But now we are also saying that, hey, there may be foods, even with a low calorie content, like a vegetable, but it's not designed for what my body needs right now. Maybe my body has too much of a certain chemical reaction that will add to it. Am I talking about if I keep eating the things that are not good for my body right now? Am I talking about discomfort out of it, or am I actually accelerating aging and potentially accelerating chronic diseases as well?
Yeah, absolutely. Eating too much of certain foods, even if they're considered healthy, can be detrimental to the biochemistry. We talked about too much of anything is bad. I basically don't know of any molecule in our body that is good for us at a certain level that is also not bad for us at a much higher level. I mean, I don't know of any. So even things like butyrate, for example, butyrate is sort of this famous molecule that is super healthy. But too much butyrate can in fact cause colorectal cancer. And so it's every molecule has to be balanced. And so even inflammatory molecules, for example, people want to reduce inflammation, but inflammation is very important. If you get infected by a virus or a bacterium, your inflammation is what actually prevents you from being sick. And so it's very important to mount that inflammatory response. Going back to your question, yes, we could be eating foods today that are basically overloading our system with chemicals that are healthy, but we're overloading them, which means that they're starting to break down our physiology and we need to pull back on them. And the example I just gave is someone has diarrhea, and that's we measure via chemistry that the root cause of that is too much hydrogen sulfide gas. That means they need to slow down eating the brassica family, so broccoli and Brussels sprouts and so on, even though those are generally healthy foods. Another example that people really love these days is oxalates. So a lot of plants have oxalates, and naturally, we are equipped to deal with oxalates via our microbiome. So naturally, humans have microbiome members who love to eat oxalates and degrade them and get rid of them so that they never enter the bloodstream. But there is such a thing as age-related decline in those bacteria, and especially if people take too many antibiotics during their lifetime, they may wipe out those bacteria that are able to degrade oxalates. And so now, by eating too many plants with high in oxalates, you may actually causing harm. So there are many, many such examples. And the only way to know what to do is to measure it. You have to quantify it. So that's the chemistry part. If you don't measure something, you're simply guessing. And guessing the diet and the nutrients and the ingredients is super frustrating. I mean, I've been through that journey, and typically any sort of condition goes up and down, and you try different things and you think it may work, but then it doesn't. And then you try different things and you get these false hopes, and it's just trial and error because it's so complex. It's all interrelated. It's not like one food. It's not like you can control your diet to where literally everything is the same and you just change one thing. You're typically changing multiple things. And when you do that, you have different outcomes and you cannot reconcile what's actually causing it.
You spoke about somebody who may have taken too many antibiotics, for example. Is this a permanent damage to my gut microbiome, or is there a way to restore also with the right kind of nutrition? How bad is it in other words?
Yeah, let's talk about that. It's a very complex issue, but I will try to bring some takeaways here. So first of all, when you look at a population, so not individuals, when you look at a population, every single dose of antibiotics in your life, every single one, adds risk for many chronic diseases, such as dementia, such as depression, and so on. So every single dose is detrimental in a general population. It doesn't apply to everyone. Now let's talk about how does this happen. So let's talk about this two simple examples, oxalates and butyrate. Okay. Let's say you're lucky and you're born with lots of bacteria that can produce butyrate. So your mom had a vaginal birth and she introduced a little bit of poop into your mouth during birth, which is great and healthy and natural. And you were seeded basically with a lot of healthy bacteria that can produce butyrate. What that means is that you have multiple redundancies. You have a very robust microbiome, gut microbiome for production of butyrate. Your bacteria are diverse and they can produce butyrate from a variety of fibers. Okay, so now you take antibiotics and you kill off one of those with one round of antibiotics. You're not going to feel anything because you have many others. You take another round and 3 more members fall out. Now you've reduced your robustness, but you still have some bacteria that can produce butyrate from certain fibers. But now you're going to have to know which fibers to eat, because you can't just eat any fiber and you have bacteria to convert to butyrate. Now it's going to be a little bit of you have to eat a diverse diet to sort of guess what fibers you need to be eating, or you can take a biome test and we'll tell you exactly what fibers your microbiome is going to feed on. But then you keep taking antibiotics and you wipe out all of them. And now your microbiome no longer has the capability of producing butyrate. Literally, all the microbes that are capable of producing butyrate, you've killed them off. Now you're in real trouble. Now your body cannot be provided with that very, very nourishing molecule, right? So that's for a person who was born with a very robust microbiome. But then you have people who are born with a C-section, with mom taking antibiotics during the time of birth for various reasons. You have a child who was raised in a very sterile environment. Everything's clean, everything's ultra clean. They don't touch anything and so on. So let's say they only now have 2 or 3 members of their microbiome that can produce butyrate. They're on very thin ice now. Now, one round of antibiotics can wipe out those 2 or 3 members, and now for life, they no longer have that benefit. And that's a really terrible thing, because I'll just tell you one super important part that butyrate plays a role in infectious diseases. Butyrate teaches your immune system to develop a memory for infectious diseases. So without butyrate, your immune system cannot remember past infections. And so you have these people who get flu every single year, sometimes even multiple times per year. They get COVID, they get all kinds of infections. They're continuously sick or frequently sick. And the reason is because their immune system is incapable of creating memories. Whereas you have people who get COVID once or flu once, boom, they never get it again because their immune system remembered. And that happened because of butyrate production. But that's one of many, many, many beneficial ways of butyrate. Now going back to oxalates, for example, similar thing. Someone is born with many bacteria that can degrade oxalates. They have a very robust processing of oxalates, and it'll take many rounds of antibiotics to wipe out all those bacteria, and it still takes some random chance to do that. Whereas people who are born with a very poor microbiome, or they've already taken antibiotics and they're already on thin ice, meaning they may have one bacterium that is capable of reducing oxalates. Now you cannot eat too many oxalates, because that one bacterium is not going to be able to overtake the entire community just to be able to process your oxalates. Now you have to be careful. And Viome's test has an oxalate score that actually measures how much oxalate your bacteria can process and automatically adjust what foods you can take. So for example, if you don't have any reduced ability to produce oxalate, to reduce oxalates, you can eat any foods. But if you start to reduce, if your bacteria reduce the potential to degrade oxalates, the computer will say, you know what, you need to slow down eating soybeans and black beans, but you can eat lentils and chickpeas and pinto beans, right? So it knows exactly what the oxalate content is in every plant, and it'll tell you based on your level of oxalate degradation exactly what foods you should be eating and what foods you should not. But without a test, you literally have no idea. Like you have no data, and you cannot go to like your doctor and ask them how capable are how much oxalate degradation do my bacteria perform.
Which speaks, goes in alignment with personal experience. That is, the more antibiotics you've been exposed to, and the more factors, C-section, all these kind of things. For me, personal experience, all of them check the box. The more precise you need to be with your nutrition, because more things can affect digestion, immune system. For me, it needs to be a very precise type of thing.
Exactly. And so that's why there are some people who can basically eat anything and they're still fine, right? Because their microbiome is so diverse, it can process any kinds of foods, and it's just nicely balanced. So not only do they have a robust microbiome, but they're also lucky in that they've basically tuned their diet to their microbiome. Because even if you have a robust microbiome, if you feed it wrong things, you can still accumulate this aging-related damage. And I just want to answer your original question. Can you do something about it? So let's say you've taken antibiotics. For example, I took antibiotics for 3 years, essentially continuously, because I worked in Africa, and it was something that was recommended by the doctors as a prophylactic against malaria. And unfortunately, my oral microbiome and my gut microbiome suffered badly for those 3 years. And so, but luckily with the Viome tests, I recognized that my microbiome was very poor. And so what I did is I basically, for 2 or 3 years in a row, I implemented multiple strategies to rewild my microbiome. And so we started organic farming. I started eating soil from my plants. Like I would pull out a carrot from soil. I would just shake off sort of the major soil, like big soil, but there was still a lot of soil left on that carrot, and I would just eat it like that. And then, I would eat with my hands. I would go to nature and hike, which we do all the time. My hands would have dirt under the nails. I would eat with my hands. And so in different environments, I just exposed myself to every kind of environment I could. I was dirty, basically. I was one with nature. I didn't sterilize my hands and my food all the time. And then bought a lot of organic foods from different markets and consumed it without actually washing or peeling it. Yes, there's some risks with that, but it helped me a lot. And then last but not least, I made fermented food at home. So I made sauerkraut at home. It's very easy to do. And then I consumed many other fermented foods that I could buy at the local grocery stores. And I consumed a lot of probiotics, which helped me a lot. And so all of these strategies helped me rewild my microbiome to where now it's well above the average, well above. I have one of the better gut microbiomes of all of our customers.
I wanted to talk to us about the oral microbiome as well, because I see that these days the gut microbiome gets a lot of attention. We understand that there's the gut brain axis, and we start to understand, hey, it's a central pillar of our health. But I see the biome pays a good amount of attention to oral microbiome as well. And I want to know, why is that? What is happening in the microbiome of the mouth, and what is the impact that it has on my health in general that you have seen?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, this is a huge topic. Let me summarize some takeaways for the audience, sort of to just get them interested, and they can go do research. And before I forget, I encourage absolutely everyone to go to ChatGPT and ask it questions. There's so much more to cover on this topic. Like, we are literally just scratching the surface on gut microbiome and oral microbiome. So there's just infinite amount of information out there. And there's more information every month. Like the field is progressing every month. So just if you did your research 6 months ago, you're way behind. You really need to go back to ChatGPT and ask it all kinds of questions. Any conclusion you want to make from ChatGPT, you want to go verify it yourself. You do not want to just trust what ChatGPT does. It's still, even the best, newest subscription-based service, ChatGPT, makes very simple mistakes that a human wouldn't. And so you just cannot trust it 100%, but it's a great screening tool to give you ideas, to make you think, and to go verify. So it just focuses you and is able to like draw a lot of different information. Okay, let's get back to oral microbiome. So some takeaways. Let's list some bullet points. So the best current test on the market for Parkinson's disease is salivary RNA test. The best test on the market for autism spectrum disorder today on the market is a salivary RNA test. The mechanism for Alzheimer's onset, one of the mechanisms has been teased to be a toxin produced by oral bacterium. The bacterium is called Porphyromonas gingivalis. It produces a toxin called gingipain, and that toxin has been found in the brain of Alzheimer's patients producing amyloid plaques, specifically, mechanistically. Last but not least, that same gingipain is able to cleave, meaning cut, physically cut, insulin receptors on our cells and cause insulin resistance. Insulin resistance is the first stage of diabetes. It's pre-symptomatic. You have no idea it's happening, but insulin resistance is pre-diabetes, and it's a required step to reach diabetes. You cannot achieve diabetes without insulin resistance. So it's a required step, and this toxin gingipain is capable of inducing it. And so these effects are all basically enabled by leaky gums. And so I think the world is very familiar with leaky gut and leaky blood-brain barrier, but leaky gums is essentially the same thing. So the intestinal lining and the blood-brain barrier and the gums are essentially the same tissue. This is an epithelial tissue that's supposed to protect us and control what goes through. And when the gums break down, they actually can cause influx of all these bacteria and toxins into the bloodstream, and then they can have systemic effects. And so today we know that oral microbiome is tied strongly to cardiovascular disease and metabolic disease and cognitive decline. But that's just the start. I'm sure there's going to be more. So these are some takeaways in terms of like relationship between salivary microbiome or oral microbiome and systemic diseases. Let's talk about another one that's super tied to nutrition and very important disease risk. So I think that most audience understands the importance of blood pressure. High blood pressure is a risk factor for major diseases, such as chronic kidney disease, cardiovascular disease, stroke and heart attack, and so on. But it's called a silent killer because most people don't know that they have a high blood pressure. And those people who have high blood pressure, they don't really know what to do about it because for some of them, drugs don't work. So let's talk about how we've disturbed the natural way of controlling blood pressure. So naturally, what happens is we have our own genes that control our blood pressure pretty well in the first 20 years. But then after that, every decade, it's reduced by about 10%. And so by the time we're in our 50s, we've lost the ability to control our blood pressure by about 50%. And what happens is that as we lose the ability to control our blood pressure, our oral microbiome kicks in and helps us with that. So it complements us. And so people who have a healthy oral microbiome can maintain low blood pressure into their 90s. But people who kill their oral microbiome, either via antibiotics or via preservatives in foods or via mouthwashes, they lose that complement. So as they age, their blood pressure goes up, and that becomes a major problem. And so let's discuss a little bit about how oral microbiome controls blood pressure. There are bacteria in our saliva that convert nutritional nitrates that are found in like green leafy greens and root vegetables. They chemically convert. We're going back to those biochemical reactions. They chemically convert nitrates into nitrites. It's a chemical reaction that Biome measures, that no other test measures. And these nitrites, when you swallow them in the stomach, they produce nitric oxide, and nitric oxide lowers blood pressure. So it's sort of a direct way in which bacteria combined with nutritional micronutrients actually control our blood pressure. And this is one of those 100,000 biochemical reactions that powers our physiology, and it's one of the 10,000 plus that Biome measures. And so I didn't highlight that at the beginning of the conversation, but I want to highlight that of those 100,000 reactions that are powering our body and everyday activities and who we are, about 50% are human and 50% are microbial. So we're literally half human, half microbial. And so I want everyone, as a major takeaway, to think of our microbiome, oral, gut, vaginal, and so on, as our best friend. It's literally half of who we are, and it determines half of are we healthy or are we sick. That's an incredible contribution to our health.
So you mentioned something specific that caught my attention. Mouthwashes. The intention of people who use it, I guess, is with the best of the intentions, is hygiene. What are the things that the mistakes? Because I think we know very little about oral microbiome besides oral hygiene, brushing my teeth, flossing my teeth. What else has positive and negative impact that we should pay attention to?
Yeah. So we all now know that antibiotics are bad, but we didn't know that antibiotics were bad for decades, right? They were introduced in 1926 until, I would say, 2010, when we started to realize how important the gut microbiome is. We didn't know that antibiotics were causing a major damage to our health, right? We didn't know. So mouthwashes are called antiseptic. Antiseptic is just another term for antibiotic. It kills bacteria completely indiscriminately, right? So when we talk about preservatives in foods, right, they will sometimes label it as preservative, but most of the time, the food industry will put a preservative in and they'll say to maintain freshness. Now, who wouldn't want to buy food that has maintained freshness? Everyone wants to buy food that maintains freshness, but what you're consuming is basically antibiotics. These are chemicals that kill bacteria. And the reason that the food industry puts them in there is to prevent spoilage. And so you have to be careful with not eating foods with antibiotic, not consuming antibiotics unless you have to, and not consuming preservatives, and absolutely not taking mouthwashes that are antiseptic. Now, apparently, there are some mouthwashes now that are not antiseptic. Why are they there? What is their purpose? I don't know. It's all about marketing these days. And so it's very difficult and very frustrating to sort of think about this. But going back to your original question, mouthwashes first started when we thought about bacteria as bad. All bugs are bad, right? Or about all bacteria are bad. And that's because it's just simple ignorance. We didn't know as a society that oral bacteria played such an important role. And as we discover how important they are now, we don't want to kill them. And mouthwashes simply indiscriminately kill bacteria. So if someone has a bad breath, or they think they have cavities, and they think that they're going to kill those bacteria with the mouthwash, they may very well kill bacteria that produce polyamines and sulfides that produce bad breath. But they may also inadvertently kill bacteria that produce nitrites from nitrates. And now all of a sudden they can have high blood pressure, and they can have a stroke, and they can die. Another thing is that, unfortunately, some of these bacteria, like Porphyromonas gingivalis, that are very bad for us, or can be very bad for us, they live under the gums. So they live in that cavity under the gums and in the pocket. And so mouthwashes have much smaller effect on them. In fact, oral bacteria control those Porphyromonas gingivalis from going pathogenic. And so if you kill the rest of the bacteria, Porphyromonas gingivalis can now outgrow and can cause leaky gums, and then can cause systemic disease such as cognitive decline, diabetes, and so on. And so these are all things that we have to be now careful about. And going back to my point, your oral and gut microbiome and vaginal microbiome, they're your best friends. They're literally your best friends from birth. They are there to support your health. You co-evolved with them. You need them every single hour of every day. And so you have to treat them with highest respect, just like you would treat your body. They are your body. And so be super careful with any food additives that may have a negative impact. For example, another food additive that we didn't discuss is polysorbate. There are all these emulsifiers. Anytime you see emulsifier, what that is a detergent. And detergents are going to not only kill your bacteria, but they're going to strip the protective layer in the gums and in the intestines, and they're going to potentially cause other problems. And so, yes, the food industry wants food to be nice and homogeneous. They don't want it to separate, so they add these emulsifiers, but they're detergents. They're literally like your dishwashing soap. They're milder. They're not as strong, but they're still, over time, we're talking about years and decades, their effect accumulates and causes problems that it's going to be very difficult to recover from. So in summary, when we talk about eating clean food, what does that mean? Literally, just eat food that grows on trees and grows on plants, and that animals, have on them. And I think I just recently learned this, like a few times, repeated from other people that I really like. And it says the best general food advice is eat real food, eat less than you want to, and mostly plants, right? I think that general advice is something that people can implement today, literally today. They don't need any additional education. And when we talk about real food, if your grandma does not recognize something as food, it's not real food. So if we talk about polysorbate, your grandma is not going to know what that is. If it's red dye 4 and 5, she's not going to know that. If we're talking about all these preservatives like sorbic acid and benzoates and so on, she's not going to know that. So a simple test is, would your grandma recognize that as food? If she wouldn't, don't eat it. It's a food additive. It's there for the food industry to either make it pretty or taste better or draw you in more or whatever it is. Not necessary.
I understand the importance of measuring and knowing my own biology. And I want to know from you, who have such a great deal of knowledge on the whole human biology, what do you measure? And what I wonder is, you measure all the 10,000 biomarkers through a Viome test. Do you also measure your blood lipids, blood glucose, blood pressure, or do these things become obsolete? What else outside of the realm of maybe sleep or exercise? What what do you measure to have your dashboard of, hey, here's how I'm doing?
Yeah, so that would be like an hour topic, but I'm going to give you just a summary.
Yeah.
Every year I take the Viome test twice. So this is the full body intelligence. Once a year, I do a food sensitivity test. Now, the challenge with food sensitivity tests is that there are mostly scammers on the market, which is very frustrating for me as a scientist to see. For example, all of those tests that have like hair, you pull a hair to measure food sensitivity, that doesn't work. That's a pure scam. There were tests on the market that I trusted and I no longer trust for various reasons. So we at Viome are actually going to launch a food sensitivity test this year. I'm actually literally my scientist who's going to help us launch that product started yesterday. So we're going to have that. But once a year, I do a food sensitivity test for my son, and I have been doing that for 10 years. And then what I've done also is I've done the full panels that you mentioned, which are lipid panels, metabolic panels, hormone panels, and so on. I have a whole list. But yeah, those. But the important ones that people miss or doctors miss are ApoB. ApoB is the best marker for cardiovascular disease. So don't miss that because most doctors will. It's better than LDL. It's better than total cholesterol and so on. So measure ApoB. For metabolic markers, I like fasting insulin and HOMA-IR, which is a combination of fasting insulin, fasting glucose, better than HbA1c. Because if your HbA1c is high, you've had the disease for 10 plus years. So don't you want to find out when your disease starts versus when it's already developed? So yeah, HbA1c, you should do it. It's very easy, cheap, but it's free mostly. But you really want to do a fasting insulin test because that is the earliest sign that something is wrong. And that you want to reverse that right then, not wait 10 years for it to develop into diabetes. I also do occasionally a mycotoxin test. Molds, unfortunately, are in so many environments at both work and homes these days, and they can cause a fantastic repertoire of symptoms that can be attributed to all kinds of other things, and people will chase so many different tests, go to so many different specialists, only to realize, wait, I was exposed to mold. This is the root cause of my problem. And the only reliable way today to identify that you have mold illness is to do a mycotoxin test. The only one that I've researched enough and I trust is from Real Time Labs. It's a urine test. I'm not saying that that's the best. I'm not saying that's the only one. It's just that in my limited bandwidth, I've researched that enough to where I've gained trust of it, and that's the one I've done. But there may be others that are equivalent or better, but I would encourage people to do that. And then when you go to your doctor and you request tests, you should be testing your basic hormones. If you're a female hormones, if you're a male hormones, and so on. And you should be testing at a minimum vitamin D and ferritin at a minimum, sort of to make sure that you're fine there, because those are pretty core parts of the metabolism. And then just to touch upon, we've focused only on food so far. If you eat the best diet in the world, but you're completely sedentary, you're going to be aging fast and you're not going to do well. You have to exercise. And I'm just going to, exercise would be like a whole other hour, but I'm going to compress that into 1 minute exactly. And that is, if you can spend an hour and a half doing cardio exercise per week, 1.5 hours per week, and do an hour and a half cumulative resistance training per week, if you can. But the major point is, if you cannot do an hour and a half of cardio and an hour and a half of resistance training, do as much as you can, because even 30 minutes of walking per week is infinitely better than nothing. And so don't say, well, I cannot do 3 hours of exercise per week, so it's not going to have a benefit, so I'm not going to do it. That's an excuse. Do not do that. So we're done with exercise. Sleep. There are so many excuses people have for not getting enough sleep. Those are just excuses. You must have 7 to 9 hours of sleep. You must. It's that simple. We're done with that. And then last but not least is what I call Zen. People call it different things like social interactions, stress, anxiety, all that. I call it Zen. And Zen to me is a term that combines many of these things. Zen includes peace of mind. It includes low anxiety. It includes social interactions, laughing, being relaxed, not being stressed, not being worried about the future, enjoying the moment, all of that. And that's, again, at least an hour topic to discuss how to achieve Zen, because some people can achieve Zen relatively quickly, maybe in a month or even less, but some people may take years to achieve Zen. But the point is that if you're committed, I think almost everyone can achieve Zen. And it's an important pillar of health, because if you have daily anxiety and stress from your work environment or your partner, it doesn't matter what you eat. It doesn't matter that you exercise. It doesn't matter that you sleep well. You're not going to have a good life. And so these are all very important things.
Dr. Momo, thank you for all the insights, all the generosity in sharing, a lot of work, years of dedication that you just freely give to all of us. And thank you for your work. I told Naveen this as well, and I want to tell you, a few years ago, my Christmas gift to my parents were biome tests. And today they are in the best state they've ever been, and is a type of work that has touched people who I really love. So I really appreciate. Thank you for being here with us. And
love it. Thank you.
Next time.
All right. Well, I'm very excited for today's interview. Our guest today is Dr. Valter Longo, a leading researcher in aging and nutrition, director of the Longevity Institute at USC, and author of The Longevity Diet. His work on fasting mimicking diets is making us reevaluate how we think about longevity, disease prevention, and therapies. So welcome, Dr. Longo.
Well, thanks for having me.
Excellent. So for this Health and Longevity Summit, we should be discussing all aspects, practical aspects of diet and lifestyle that we can apply in order to extend our health span and lifespan. So towards that discussion, can you please tell us how you define longevity?
So, I mean, I don't define it because it's already defined, and longevity really means how long you live, right? And now healthy longevity is a different story. And so the way we like to obtain, both in our research and in the clinics, I have foundation clinics that follow lots of people. We like to get people to 110 healthy, right? That's our crazy goal. But I always say that because I follow Salvatore Caruso in southern Italy. He got to 110. He was the oldest man in Europe by the time he died. And I followed Emma Morano in northern Italy, and she got to 117. And she was the oldest woman in the world, and I think the fourth or fifth longest lived of all time. So I've seen that, and I kind of like to say, hey, maybe we can get lots of people to get to 110, relatively healthy, right? They're both they did not have chronic diseases, and they were doing fairly well. I mean, not optimal, but certainly pretty well. Yeah.
That is fantastic. So tell us from your real life experience, did these two people ever take any pharmaceuticals in their life or no?
Yes, they did, and Salvatore was on blood pressure medication, but he was, I would say, 2 out of 3 times he would not take it, and it was really remarkable because he's like, oh, my blood pressure today is 150, and his son would be like, Dad, you gotta take this. Oh, it's okay. Yeah.
And his son was like 80 years old or something.
Yeah, no. His son was younger. It was younger, but yeah, 60s probably 60s.
I see.
Okay. Yeah. Fabulous. So it's they take medication, but Emma Morano, I don't remember, but probably very little, right? In general, she was pretty healthy.
Right.
So yeah.
Okay, great. So now comes the most important, most exciting topic to me to discuss with you, because I have to say that if you listen sort of to the entire longevity space and all the podcasts and all the blogosphere and everything else, like there's just been a huge tendency towards eating more protein, lots and lots of protein, and lowering the carbs, right? That's sort of like the mainstream, I would say, nowadays, which is unfortunate in my mind, but everyone's got their own opinion. And then I think you have sort of pretty much the opposite approach, if I understand correctly, that you don't think we should be consuming such large amounts of protein. You're okay with consuming carbs, and you maybe even promoting less protein than the RDA. But let's dive deeper into the macros. Let's start at the macro level. What are your recommendations from all your studies, which are many, in terms of just the macros and the types of macros?
Yeah, so I mean, first of all, this is really not opinion based, right? And it's not one pillar based, right? So a lot of people out there, a lot of podcasters out there, they're using part of one pillar. So one pillar is, say, epidemiology or clinical trials or basic research, or these are each to me is a pillar, or centenarian studies, right? So I think that the job that needs to be done, and I think pretty soon, I always say AI is going to do this very soon, right? So AI is going to do the job done right, which is like, you got to look at all of it, right? And then you take common denominator and say, if it comes from all this direction, that's probably real. So if you look at all of that, so if you look at animal studies and centenarian studies in zones that, like Japan, they have record longevity, and Southern Italy, record longevity for 25 years, life expectancy #1 and top 5, Spain, Southern Spain, record longevity. They have one thing in common, all of it, right? All of it is low protein, and particularly low animal protein, right? But also, if you look at Harvard epidemiological data, right? Low protein or low animal protein or low amino acids when they have high plant-based protein, which have very low amino acids. So it's pretty consistent. What is the only way that you can make a mouse or a rat live longer without calorie restriction is protein and methionine restriction. Again, in the consistent domain, right? There's things that people have done here and there, but
right.
Things that are like 50 years old, and every lab in the world is repeated, and and including my lab, is you lower protein, you lower methionine. That's how you get mice and rats to be longer lived and healthier. So I'm saying all the pillars. And now I was talking to Dan Buettner a week ago, and I said, do you ever find a longevity zone of the world where they have a high protein diet? And Dan's answer was never.
Okay, and how accurate do you think is the protein intake quantification for these high longevity spaces? Do you think we can actually accurately quantify the amount of protein they're consuming?
We've done that, right? So we dug into the traditional Japanese diet, traditional Okinawa diet, traditional Italian diet, Mediterranean diet. We've done all that job. Pretty soon we're going to publish several papers focused on that. Mice and humans, right? In one of them in collaboration with Harvard. But so I think that in the old days, there used to be 2 to 1, right? Most places would be two parts plant, 1 part animal based protein. And, probably below what we recommend and what most medical associations recommend, 0.8 grams per kilogram per day. They probably ate more like around 0.6, 0.7. They like Okinawas. The Okinawas historically used to eat, 39 grams of mostly plant-based proteins. Right? So much lower than the 0.8. So, this is why 0.8, because it's a good compromise,
Okay. I mean, I love that. I limit my protein intake to 75 grams per day, and I'm a 190-pound person. And I think 3 times 25 grams of protein is sort of the upper limit. And I do have a much higher ratio of plant versus animal. And I just want to highlight that part that you talked about, methionine. The biggest difference in amino acid content between animal protein and plant protein is that amino acid methionine. And the ratio of methionine to total protein in plants versus animals is 2.4-fold lower in plants. So if you consume the same amount of plant and animal protein, you've basically consumed 2.4 times less methionine in plant protein than animal. And that seems to be one of the biggest differentiators. Love that.
And believe me, when I say this is at the center of these two papers we're about to publish.
Love it. Cannot wait to read them. And so now when people as consumers and people who want to get into this space go and just watch YouTube videos, they get pounded by hundreds of podcasts, including Peter Attia and all the other influencers who are saying that you really need to go high protein, that the RDA is not enough, that you're going to have, muscle loss and muscle wastage and you're going to die of sarcopenia. What you're saying is people need to have a broader context, not just sarcopenia, not just looking at how sarcopenia predicts mortality, but look at many other factors.
Yeah, I mean, I went through this first, 20 years, 15 years ago when I first started working on fasting and cancer, right? So the first discussion with the oncologist was like, sarcopenia, cachexia, I'm never going to let you do fasting mimicking diet on my patients. Some of the biggest critics I had now are my collaborators, right? So yeah, it turns out that you have to have, you cannot be in silos, right? So you have to have a very smart AI-like, let's say, view, and so what is making the patient live longer, right? Even sometimes you might even have to reduce muscle mass if that's not the case for a lot of the things that we preach, and it doesn't have to be the case for low protein, right? It's sufficient, it's low but sufficient protein and amino acid, right? But even if it was, that you have to look at what are you trying to achieve. So what you're trying to achieve is somebody with a little bit higher muscle mass, whether it's a cancer patient or a normal patient or normal person, high protein may make it a little bit easier, even though lots of papers suggest that after 30 grams of high quality proteins in a meal, you're not going to get any more muscle synthesis than with a higher dose. Or with a higher dose than with a lower dose. So there is no, overall, there is very little data indicating that, 1.2 grams per kilograms or 2.2, which is what some of these podcasters advise. I mean, these guys are smart people. I know them. I respect them. But I'm sorry. This is like my territory. I've been working on this for 30 years with the top people in the world, and I collaborate. And I do the work. I do the epidemiological data studies. I do the clinical. I do the basic. I do all of it. I go to the centenarians areas of the world. I go to Okinawa. I collaborate with them. Yeah, it's a different view from the trenches and from the mathematical world, right? So I'm as respectful of the epidemiologists as I am of the centenarians or Craig Wilcox that tells me, look, these guys have a very low protein diet, and look at them, right? So,
great.
So you gotta come from all directions.
Great. Before we leave the protein part and go over to carbohydrates, can you please tell us what is your protein regimen? Do you track your protein intake? Do you prescribe it to yourself, or do you just do whatever?
No, I don't do whatever. Right? I know exactly what my protein intake is. And so, so around 70 grams a day of mostly plant-based. I would say 3/4 plant-based. Very similar to the traditional Mediterranean diet. By the way, right? Traditional Mediterranean. I'm not even going to the longevity diet, which I recommend. But in fact, the traditional Mediterranean diet and longevity diet are very similar with some exceptions. But so 2 to 1 or so, or maybe even 3 to 1, plant-based versus animal-based.
Love it. I am basically in the same boat. I'm aiming for 3 times 25, and I weigh things if I need to, and I do weigh my lentils and all my other legumes and tofu and so on. Great. Okay, now carbohydrates, another very contentious topic, because carbohydrates seem to just be bundled. All carbohydrates are now bundled into one big bundle, and they're all bad. So let's pull that apart and give us your opinion, please, because
same story, right? So same story, and that's why it's entertaining that we hear these things, right? All the pillars all point to one thing. People are confusing high carbohydrate portion with high carbohydrate, right? Very different things, right? So you need to have a high carbohydrate diet, maybe between 50 and 60% of your calories should come from carbohydrate. Now, they preferably should be from vegetables, from whole grains, from some fruit, etc. But that should be between 50 and 60 over and over and over all the data. There was a Lancet paper showing better to have an 80% carbohydrate diet for overall mortality and longevity than a very low carbohydrate diet. Now, the problem is, which is also an Italian problem, for example, people look at that and then confuse it with, say, okay, if carbohydrates are good for me, then I'm gonna have too much carbohydrate, right? So then if you have too much carbohydrate, then you have insulin resistance and you have overweight and obesity. And so that's why in Italy, we argue against the high starch diet, like bread, pizza, potatoes, fruit juices and pasta, etc. So, so then those are fine and they're very good for people. But unfortunately, whether it's the United States or Italy, they're consumed in excess.
Yep, and mostly processed, which spike the blood sugar very high. Okay, great. So the summary is your calorie intake should be about 50 to 60% carbs, but they should be whole grains, vegetables, whole plants, and so on. And the way based on what I've read and what I understand from all of our studies as well, is that when your blood sugar spikes high, your insulin spikes high as well. Even if you don't have any insulin resistance, just the normal physiology is that your insulin will come out higher. And high insulin stimulates fat storage. And so if you eat carbs that spike your blood sugar, and at the same time you consume fats, you will then gain weight. And so can we talk about then the fat content, and what do you think of that?
Yeah, I mean, again, multipillar system. And so the multipillar system indicates that maybe around 30% fats are okay. And 30% from the calories coming from fats is good. But they all should come from the right sources. So, almonds, hazelnuts, walnuts, olive oil, salmon. I mean, in trying to get as pure of a product as you can, right? Because obviously, if the salmon is contaminated with a lot of toxins, it's not good. And the other one I always add is dark chocolate, very dark chocolate. I say 85%, 90% dark chocolate. Yeah, so
Okay.
those are pretty consistently very good sources of fat.
Okay.
So we go with those, and even in the epidemiological data, they always come either neutral or positive, right?
Okay. One more contentious topic is canola oil. So there are randomized control trials, canola against olive oil, and canola comes out on top as protective against cardiovascular disease. Are you familiar with these studies, and what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think I am. There is a million studies showing a million different things. I think in general they're not irrelevant, but they should be. No single study should be taken seriously, because no matter what, I was just reviewing the data in the last couple of days on cholesterol and statins, and the data is all over the place, right? So if you took one study, you can conclude anything you want.
Okay.
So yeah, I think that the olive oil, very solid, right? Very solid for 50 years. Big studies like the Astruc study with 7,000 people, randomized, either randomized to a low-fat diet or to a high olive oil and not Mediterranean diet. So yeah, but meta-analysis now on the Mediterranean diet, high olive oil, and record life expectancy. So I don't think it's necessary, because the Japanese, historically did not have the olive oil and did not even have the fish. I mean, Japanese did not used to eat a lot of fish. Now they do, but they didn't. So I think that 30% olive oil seems to be that by far the safest way to go. Now,
Okay.
could it be the canola eventually beats olive oil? Yes. Do you want to take a chance on that? No. Right.
Nothing. Okay.
So I think you have such an overwhelming amount of data on olive oil and Mediterranean diet. Even my longevity diet, I say, you know, we're doing a new trial in southern Italy on teenagers, 330 teenagers, right? And I went with the Mediterranean diet over my own longevity diet. Why? Because they're 14 to 18 years of age. I don't want to take any chances, right? So I believe scientifically much more my longevity diet than just a generic Mediterranean diet. But because they're so young, I'm thinking I want to make sure that there is no way that is anything we're doing that hasn't been tested for 50 years and is so solid that nobody could possibly argue we did harm to, you know, any one of the 330 adolescents. You know.
Amazing. That is amazing. Can you tell us what kind of fats the Japanese eat in Okinawa? What are their major sources of fat?
I think they had very little oils, and it was some plant, you know, maybe soy based oils, but not very much. Right now, it's a lot bigger.
But traditionally, very little oil.
Yeah, they had very little fat traditionally in Okinawa and even in Japan, and very little oil. Now in Japan, a lot of the fat comes from fish, fatty fish now, but yeah, some of it comes from vegetable oils, which is not olive oil.
Okay, so basically, people who are centenarians today in Japan, for most of their lives, they were exposed to a very low fat, very low protein diet.
The early part of the diet, the early part, low fat, and then starting in the 60s, progressively higher exposure to fat, especially fat from fish. So, you know, and this is why very much in the longevity diet, we incorporated Okinawa and Japanese diets. And that's why I call it longevity diet and not, you know, with any particular, you know, geographical location.
Great. Excellent. Okay, I definitely want to get back to the fasting mimicking diets and fasting in a little bit. Let's go over the important topic, which is supplements. Do you take any supplements? And if you do you recommend any to sort of general public for general health that everyone should consider?
Yeah, I think everyone should consider a multivitamin, a high quality multivitamin, and everybody should probably consider vitamin D3. But I think both of them should be based on either the demonstration by testing or the suspicion that you're deficient, like you don't get any sun. Well, you're probably going to need vitamin D3, right? So in the old days, people did get sun, and now a lot of people don't, you know, and they may have protection in the summer and no sun in the winter. So yeah, so I think it'd be good to get tested, and then, but you know, my recommendation in the book: every 3 or 4 days, take a multivitamin, and then try to address any deficiency that you have. You know, most vitamins haven't even made the mouse live longer. So, you know, taking mega doses of vitamins is not going to make you live longer. But people have been trying vitamins on mice for a long time, and I haven't seen anybody succeeding, right? That's not the way you make a mouse live longer. So you know, it's very, very unlikely, and there's a lot of, you know, long-term data on humans. Very unlikely that just taking mega doses of lots of vitamins is going to make you live longer. But if you're deficient in something, and most people are, you might need that extra support.
Okay, great. Okay, and for people who want to switch to mostly plant-based diets with very little meat, do they need to worry about B12, calcium, iron, any of that?
Yeah, absolutely, right. Everybody needs to worry, not just the ones switching to a plant-based diet, because you know, if you have a very restricted diet, you're very likely to be missing something or multiple things.
Okay.
But yeah, especially those that clearly have gone to a plant-based diet, and they should be worrying, by the way, about proteins, right? A lot of the people I talk to, they may go vegan, and now they eat 30 grams of legumes and they think they've had enough proteins, right? That 30 grams of legumes is 3 grams of protein. I think that it'd be good to talk to an experienced nutritionist and dietitian, maybe somebody with a PhD. They can guide you through the covering all the food components, making sure you don't become malnourished, and then integrate with supplements if necessary.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, so now a very important topic, which is AI. You mentioned positive things about AI. How comfortable are you recommending that people use ChatGPT or other AI LLMs that are currently available to the consumer in order to understand and interpret these multitude of pillars, and also to understand what they might be deficient in and so on? Do you recommend that as a general recommendation, or you still prefer a recommendation that people see an actual professional nutritionist?
Yeah, I don't recommend that. Most of it is just data from all over the places. A lot of it low quality. But I think we're getting there. And it may be as soon as 2 or 3 years from now, then we now have a much more sophisticated. So it's just about training. So we're doing that, right? We're training the system. If you train the system the right way with high quality papers and the understanding of this multi-pillar modality, then I think you get very different results than just asking. So for example, if you ask ChatGPT, and maybe I could ask right now if you want. What is a 16-hour time restricted eating good for you? They probably tell you yes, there's a lot of benefits, but it fails to look at meta-analysis in it. And I did that recently, right? And I was surprised. It just completely fails to even look at meta-analysis on breakfast skippers and living shorter, having much more cardiovascular disease. And so, yeah, it was very clear to me that it's just very unsophisticated right now, but it does not mean it's going to be very unsophisticated for too long. Okay. It's just a matter of, the training done right. Yeah.
Very interesting. Thank you. Okay, let's now cover the topic of testing. Do you have a recommendation for people who are there in their, let's say, 40s, 50s, sort of starting to feel like they're starting to age? Do you have a recommendation for what tests they should do every year, just as a sort of a look under the hood, or wait until they have symptoms?
Yeah, I haven't got paid by Viome, but I have to say the microbiome is definitely one, right?
Okay, great.
And then the blood test, and I think that food intolerances, right? So that's probably. I mean, if somebody was very healthy, I wouldn't say that they need that necessarily. Somebody gastrointestinally is doing great, but it might not be a bad idea just to see, right? That is there? Do you have immunity against particular food components? And so those are the main ones.
Okay.
The rest of it is really about interventions that get you to be in the right place, which is what we discussed already.
Okay, great. Let's talk about Viome just for a second. Can you tell us a little bit about what you know about Viome and what you think about this approach that we're using, which is both gut microbiome and human analysis?
Yeah, I don't know a lot, but I think it's great that to use the microbiome and other maybe multi-omics approaches to get to more and more sophisticated and maybe AI-driven advices on what's good and what's bad. And I mean the thing that I will add is for sure don't just look at what's good for you now, but what could be good for you 3 months down the road once we've intervened on you, right? Yeah. Let's say, so your microbiota might be disrupted, but and you may be, let's say, somewhat intolerant to legumes, but 3 months down the road, you may no longer be intolerant to legumes because now the prebiotics in legumes have trained your microbiota to be, so that you probably already have it in there, but if you don't, that would be my advice. Look at, how someone can be transformed to be healthier before the selection is made on what they should eat.
Yep. Longitudinal testing and readjustment of diet. That's our platform. Yeah, I mean, on this topic, on the topics we've discussed so far, some of the functional features that we measure in our gut microbiome tests are related to the glycemic response. So we have a machine learned algorithm that basically predicts how high your blood sugar will spike to every food just based on the microbiome functional pathways. And then again, related to the protein, we've identified protein fermentation pathways that occur in the gut, and to a small degree, they're actually associated with health. But when there's too much protein fermentation in the gut microbiome, then that's associated with negative outcomes. And so these are the kinds of readout that we can use, and we do recommend then to our customers whether they should eat more protein or less protein. So we need a lot more data, of course, but that's a good start. Okay. Yeah. So thank you for that. And now let's get into the most exciting thing for you probably, which is fasting and fasting mimicking diets. So yeah, this fasting topic, just like almost everything else, if you don't like to fast, you can easily find references that say fasting doesn't help. And if you want to believe that fasting is helpful, you can go find plenty of references and podcasts that say fasting is good for you. So please, you're literally the world leader in this area. So tell us what the truth is as of the data we have now.
Yeah, I think the truth is that fasting doesn't mean anything, right? It's like eating, and is eating good for you? Well, yeah, it could be good, it could be neutral, it could be bad, right? So same thing for fasting, and same thing for fasting also, not just based on the fasting, but who you're applying it to. So are you applying it to somebody that is anorexic? Are you applying it to somebody who's obese? So the personalization, as you just mentioned, is key, and so so that we have to again think about multi-pillar epidemiology. What is the epidemiology saying? What about the clinical trial? What about a mouse? What about a rat? What about the molecular biology? So when all of that is taken into consideration, then you make a decision. Yeah, this is going to be good for you.
Okay. All right. So let's talk about sort of the majority. Let's talk about a big swath of population. So let's talk about people who are between, let's say, 30 and 70, and they're generally healthy. They're not like morbidly obese. They're not anorexic. They don't have, some kind of a really bad disease. They exercise somewhat. They eat healthy. Is there a general recommendation from you to fast 16 hours a day or 18 hours a day or 12 hours a day or whatever goes?
Yeah, as I mentioned, I'm against 16 hours. I am for 12 hours. I think the compromise with Sachin Panda would be 13 hours, right? Because his studies are like right there at that edge. So say 12 to 13 hours of fasting, very safe. I always say I've never seen a negative paper. I never heard a doctor saying, no, you shouldn't do that. And let me tell you why. With the 16 hours, you get the breakfast keeper consistently live shorter than everybody else. They have more cardiovascular disease, and there are now meta-analysis on that. Gallstone formation seems to be higher or much higher in those that fast for a long time.
Yeah.
And just feasibility. Nobody's going to do, maybe 1 in 100 long-term 16 hours, right? So yeah, for all those reasons, I just think it's a bad idea. And I go with 12 hours. Very important to do the 12 hours. And Sachin was showing that most people eat for 15 hours a day or so now in the United States. And so now you go 3 hours less, reduction of calorie intake, small, and circadian alignment, very important. So that's one. And then the other one, of course, is the fasting mimicking diet. And probably 30 to 70 3 times a year, right, on average. And now soon enough we're going to be publishing a large trial with 500 patients where we look at the FMD every 3 months, right? So most of the studies thus far have been 5 days a month. But we always suspected that it could work also if it was a lot less frequent. And so, soon we're going to publish on that. But so I think 3 cycles of the FMD every year can make a big difference. Now we've tried it in diabetic patients, pre-diabetic, obese. So it's a lot of the same effects of GLP-1 receptor agonists without a lot of the problems. of GLP-1 receptor agonist. And also, I think it's very important when you look at our trials, and by the way, most of them have not been published, or the great majority have been published by independent universities with their own money and with their own funding. And so you see multi-systemic effects, like just like we saw in mice and rats. You see that the glycemia goes down in diabetic patient, but also you see that diabetes drug go down, and you see that hypertension drugs use is reduced, right? So yeah, so in every trial, it seems like it's working against a lot of different components. And by the way, most people say, yeah, that's because you lose weight. It's not correlated with weight loss, right? So it's not the weight loss that is driving all these effects. And instead is probably what we see in mice and rats, which is autophagy, is stem cell activation, is multicellular, multisystemic cellular reprogramming. So all these embryonic developmental genes are turned on, and they have the job to reset the clock in many different type of cells. So this shrinking and re-expansion seems to be associated with, truly rejuvenation of the systems.
Wonderful. Let's back up a little bit, please, because I don't think that most audience will know about the fasting mimicking diet. So can you please explain to us what these 5 days involve, and just describe to us the fasting mimicking diet, please?
Yeah, so the FMD fasting mimicking diet is a low calorie, about 1,100 calories on day one. It goes down to about 750 kilocalories on days 2, 3, 4, 5. It's plant-based, and it's relatively high fats, low sugar, low proteins. So, and therefore very low essential amino acid content. So the job is to begin again the autophagic process, but all these regenerative processes also, and deplete glycogen and begin the process of increasing fat breakdown, and particularly abdominal fat breakdown without lean body mass. Now we've done 5 different trials, and most of them show either no lean body mass loss, lean body mass increase, or little lean body mass decrease, versus what you see in the GLP-1, which a lot of the trials are showing major lean mass loss. Yeah.
Okay, so basically, people who are doing resistance training and they're definitely worried about their muscle mass, you're saying that these 5 days of low amino acids is not going to have a significantly negative impact. How far backwards are they going to go? How long is it going to take them to recover from the 5 days of FMD?
Well, not only we suspect it's not going to take them any time to recover, because we published a trial together with Matteo Bertucco at the University of Verona, where we looked at the resistance training and the ability of young people to lift weights. And it was surprisingly on day 5, on the last day of the diet, it was not affected negatively. Like we were sure that they would be weaker on day 5, but they were not. And then also in mice, we see clearly markers of muscle stem cell activation. And so not only we suspect, and we haven't demonstrated this yet, but we have, in mice we've shown it, but in people we haven't. But it is possible that in fact there's going to be muscle generation, or certainly the muscle is more prone to muscle generation. And then, all you need is just go back to your normal diet, which most people already have enough proteins. And so, yeah, and that's what we've done. In fact, I can tell you we had a big argument in this clinical trial at the University of Genova on women with breast cancer, right? So there were women with breast cancer taking hormone therapy. And so they did the fasting mimicking diet, did 8 cycles, monthly cycles of the fasting mimicking diet. And so then we were talking to the physicians there, and they were saying they have to eat a lot of proteins in between. So they ate 1.5 grams or so of proteins per kilogram of body weight per day, right? About almost twice as we recommended. We begged them to do that. And you see the muscle function and the muscle mass going up in these women, right? It's not, instead of going down, it's just going up. So yeah, suggesting that compared to controls, right? So suggesting that maybe all these cycles of FMD were helping them together with, you know, a high protein diet actually become muscular, which is not what we were trying to do.
Okay, that's fabulous. So I encourage all the viewers to read about this. And then one more question is, so if fasting mimicking diet stimulates autophagy, and that's good for our system, and fasting itself does the same thing, why is FMD different from fasting then? Why is it better than fasting?
Well, first of all, FMD combines the, you know, longevity record diets with fasting mimicking properties, right? So I could have made it with lard and a lot of junk food. You know, it would have been you know, a fasting mimicking diet. But so it's already developed or based on extremely healthy foods, right? And for example, when we published on the inflammatory bowel disease in mice, we noticed that water-only fasting was increasing leakiness, gut leakiness in the IBD model, inflammatory increasing leakiness, and FMD was decreasing leakiness. Right?
Wow.
So why? Probably because of the prebiotic, and then in that paper we actually shown that lactobacillus bifidobacteria, you know, gavage. So we forced these bacterial families on the mice, and they were already sufficient to cause some of the benefits. Again, not all of them, but some of them. And yeah, so the water-only fasting was effective, but was about half as effective as the fasting mimicking diet. But also the FMD, you know, is now clinically tested, you know, 40 trials or so, and we have ingredients like glycerol, and glycerol has the job of protecting patients from low glycemia and potentially low blood pressure, and you know, and also potentially lean body mass loss. And yeah, so there's all kinds of tricks that go into the fasting mimicking diet that you know, come from decades of research. You know, people look at it and say, well, it's vegetable, but everything is selected for properties in health, in longevity, and also properties that we think are particularly important, if not essential, for somebody who's fasting.
Great. And for people who look at the FMD diet and they say that they cannot afford it, are there any recipes that they can do at home, or that's not available currently?
I mean, my book pretty much describes the fasting mimicking diet. I don't recommend it because, you know, I think it should be done either with a clinically tested version or with a doctor that is an expert, or a nutritionist who's an expert. But, you know, I understand that, and this is why I didn't want people to think that you know, that I'm trying to hide something that can help them. I'm just telling them, don't, you know, try to you know, I think the company looked at it and said, you know, that pretty much people, even the middle class, will spend pretty close to, between drinks and coffees and everything else, in 5 days, you know, spend a good chunk of money. Now, I don't want to speak for people that don't spend that much, because I understand there's some people that live on much less.
Right.
But yeah, so in that case, you know, please come to the foundation. We do for people that cannot afford it and can demonstrate it, the service is free, and so, you know, the team can follow you. And so yeah, I think so there is a way for everybody to get there. But I think improvising at home and becoming a pharmacist and you know, applying your own. We've done that in Italy, actually, when I first published my book in 2016, and it was a disaster, right? And I got a lot of calls from physicians saying, what are you doing? You're taking something that is extremely powerful, and you put it in the hands of people that might not understand how powerful it is, and they get into trouble. Like, they can pass out, they do 2 or 3 in a row, so they go 15 days instead of 5. I mean, all kinds of, you know, if you're talking to millions of people, you're going to get a lot of problems from that improvisation.
Understood. Okay, can you, last question, because I know you need to go soon. Last question is, can you just highlight the main differences between your longevity diet and the Mediterranean diet?
Yeah, the longevity diet, first of all, is not Mediterranean. So if somebody in Okinawa or in Japan or in South America should not be eating the Mediterranean diet for good reasons, right? You know, like, look, a Norwegian grew up being highly lactose tolerant, and a Japanese highly lactose intolerant, right? So just the idea that everybody in the world should be eating the ingredients of the Mediterranean, it's a bad idea, right? So a lot of people are intolerant to tomatoes and tomato skin or eggplant or a million different ingredients, right? It's just a bad idea. And I don't know why it perpetuated, right? So longevity diet says, if you're from Japan, you have a longevity diet that is going to be Japanese. Look at your grandparents, and then look at the doses of proteins and the amino acids and the composition, So it's just another level. It's bringing the science to all the diets of the world, Loma Linda, Okinawa, Japan, Italy, all the diets in the world that have been associated with longevity. And it's bringing in the mouse work, it's bringing in, so there's a lot of tweaking. But of for an Italian, it could look very similar. For example, fruits are a lot lower, and fruit juices, and the starches are very much regulated in the longevity diet. They're not necessarily regulated in the Mediterranean diet. Not surprisingly, the Italians are now one of the worst children obesity and overweight profile in Europe, right? Wow. And Southern Italy has the worst profile in Europe, comparable to the one of the Midwest US, right? Wow. Why? Because ultra processed food plus the uncontrolled or improvised Mediterranean diet, right? I'm not saying that they're doing the right Mediterranean diet, but they think, a lot of people think they are, and because it's very permissive with all these starches, I think a lot of children in Southern Italy are eating a high starch Mediterranean diet, and then also ultra processed food, which obviously are not part of the Mediterranean diet, and they end up in trouble.
Okay. Thank you very much for sharing all your wisdom, and thank you for doing this just absolutely groundbreaking research on longevity, and we'll hope to see you again.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Beautiful people. It's me again. This is the time, ladies and gentlemen. I know we had 4 hours. Fantastic speakers. We had Naveen, and then we had Guru, and then we had Momo, and then Valter Longo. In the chat has been here exploding, and probably that reflected the level of insights. This is the moment that I wanna ask you, what landed for you? Type here in the chat. What was the quote? What was the idea and who you heard it from? What is the concept that somebody said? And you felt that they were speaking to you. They were looking straight at you. They forgot that there are thousands of people here. And they were speaking to you. So, do this, or hey, this is the key, or this, and it landed to you. Put here in the chat, because I want to know. This exercise is very important, because has anybody here suffered from the procrastination by learning type of issue, especially in health and longevity communities? This it's very common. It's that thing that you put yourself busy with learning, and every day you are watching videos, and then you go to all the conferences, and then you read the books and listen to the podcasts, but action, because the learning itself gives you a feeling of accomplishment. I'm doing something. I'm kind of absorbing information here. You can go into a YouTube comment section and say all the things. No, there's this research that says that, and this research that says that, and doctor this said that, and you know all the things, but you haven't integrated as many things, and when if this is happening to you, there's nothing wrong with you. This is something that happens with. I haven't worked with a single human being who hasn't fell for that pattern, myself included, perhaps one of the most. And then how do you get out of that? First, you need to bring the focus of your awareness. Awareness, it points out at things like attention. as a flashlight. Imagine that you have different ideas and different thoughts, and you can point at some of them with your attention. Now is the moment. After you absorbed a lot of information, you're not going to act on everything. It doesn't even make sense for you to act on everything. Now you need to see where your flashlight is naturally pointing at. What are the thoughts that are crossing? There's something that is staying at the back of your mind here. This is the moment that you capture it with attention and write it down to move that thing, to start moving that thing to your long-term memory. You're creating a different neural path here, a different path of thinking. That path of thinking, if it is remembered and if it is rehearsed, will transform itself into action. So that's why it's very important here. I see here Catherine saying, when you are healthy, this comes from Dr. Momo, you have many dreams, and when you're sick, you have just one dream, to be healthy. A spirit bohemian is saying, comes from Naveen. How important purpose is. Find something you are willing to die for and live for it. I need to help people with their health. That's my purpose. I think the main this is a fabulous conversation, by the way. Spirit bohemian, I agree with you. Because if we are talking about longevity, we are talking about living a longer life. But you will only have the motivation to take the actions, change your diet, do the exercise that extend your life, if you are living a life that you want more of. Isn't it so? If your life is purposeful, or if you're looking for that, if you're looking for meaning, if you're trying to experience life your way, if you understand that this life is for you, you came to this life, you incarnated in this universe, and so this life was given to you for you to express yourself, and you are trying your best to do that. You are learning things, you're expressing things, you're trying, living it fully. You will want to have this yearning to extend it, and so you have the fuel to change your nutrition, change your exercise, change your sleep, do the things, because you want to have more of that. But if there's no purpose there, or you're not looking for it, if you are in the kind of in the self-abandoned or the giving up state, if things are empty for too long, what is your motivation to change your diet to live more of that? And so that's why social connection, which is something that we spoke about yesterday and today showed up again, is so important. I love how Dr. Momo calls it Zen. Because it's several things at the same time, and I saw some of you in the comments also recognize that. It's connection, it's purpose, is stress and inner stillness and all this kind of thing. So I borrowed this expression from him as well. If that is missing in life, in longevity, is nutrition, exercise, and in sleep, and kind of restricting yourself, why would you do that? So you want to have Zen, you want to have social connections, you want to look for purpose, you want to have a life that is more fulfilling, so that there is a lot of reason to live more of that, right? Because it's been beautiful. What else we have here? Exercise is critical. Even a little is better than nothing. Hoti Todi saying that. This is something that yesterday, this was one of the major dominant statements. And it is the medicine of the body. Agree with that. No diet is the right one for everyone. Naveen said that. Unless your name is everyone, then don't do what everyone should do. There's not something that's good for everyone. Faith is getting some tangible things here. Meat and eggs are avoids for me, Hoti Todi taking the Viome test that is sitting on my kitchen table is step number one. I will challenge you or invite you if that's the case. What about tomorrow morning? That's your first thing, and then you let me know here in the chat that you did it. Does that feel good, or it feels too intrusive? Let me know. I wanna share with you strong people stay young, hard edge tips. I wanna share with you one of the quotes that stayed with me. The quote that stayed with me the most was this: I don't do whatever. Valter Longo. Momo was asking him a question. So how do you measure your protein? Or do you do whatever? And then he goes like, I don't do whatever. And to me, this is a quote that deserves to be unpacked because it sounds funny in a way. But think about it from a serious perspective. Have you ever had the whatever attitude towards your health, towards your body, towards your well-being, towards the needs of other people, towards the needs of your boss, towards the needs of your friends, of your family, or of you're very intentional. You give a lot. You work hard. But then it's, what I'm going to eat today? No, you go kind of whatever. What exercise am I going to do? Whatever. There's no intentionality there. There is a lack of intention. When that whatever attitude goes for too long, it feels a little bit like giving up or a little bit like a self-abandonment. And then you end up with the situation that your relationship with your body is that the body is the thing that carries my head to meetings. That's the body to me. It carries my head around. There's no relationship there. But then if you go whatever with your body, you get a whatever response. You get a whatever health, a whatever internal state, a whatever body. And that's for sure not what we want. When we really think about it, we really want to experience life in the best way that we can. And so what that makes me think, what is the opposite, the opposite of whatever? What is the antithesis of that? And then I saw a few comments here that I also highlighted. Somebody said, I'll go closer to the screen here. Brenda, so important to be responsible for our own health, such as this. This was during Dr. Guru session. And then Faith said, indeed, we are our biggest and most important advocates. We must give voice to values with our healthcare providers. And then hard edge tips. Yes, there's no help coming. We cannot abdicate responsibility for our own health to anyone else. And I want to jump into this conversation because I really agree with this sentiment. It is, health is one of those things that it doesn't matter who you are the only one who can do it for yourself. There's nobody else who can do it for you. And so it is the part that we can only ourselves, we can be responsible for it. And how do you go the opposite of whatever? The opposite of whatever is intentionality. It's clarity. It's owning, it's being present, is intention. And so how do you do that? You need to know what you are going to do. Our attitude towards our own health cannot be whatever. What am I going to eat? I don't know, whatever. Whatever is in front of me, whatever my eyes hit first, whatever my cravings get me to do, whatever I'm feeling like in the moment, right? That is a space for the whole enjoyment. I think it always needs to come together. But do you see that there's benefit in knowing, understanding, and then being responsible? Responsible, it comes from responsibility, is your ability to respond. I understand what's happening in my body, and then I have the ability to respond. I know what to do. This is when I think that the offer from Viome is such a fundamental piece here. If you are looking into going the opposite of whatever, if you're looking into being less whatever and more intentional, and I'm not saying that you are whatever, but being more intentional, a bit more clear on your actions, a bit more precise. I think people in our age and onwards, we have more responsibilities, more things going on. So we have to be more precise with our actions. Then we need clarity. And you saw Naveen, you saw Guru, you saw Momo, how serious they are at what they're doing. You can imagine the rest of the Viome team. And I say these things, I'm not part of the Viome team. I'm not an employee, I'm not a partner, I'm not getting anything, I'm not getting any monetary compensation by saying that. I say that because I use their products. I've known this for years, and I also recommend it to my students and to my clients and even to my family, as you also saw in the interviews. And so, to me, that's the point of being more intentional. If the offer for Viome during this summit, there's a special offer that ends today. So that's what I wanted to let you know in case you're interested. You need to act today because the offer is only until the end of today. It is the full body intelligence test. You measure all these 100,000 markers, everything that Naveen, Guru, and Momo were talking about. They give you this very robust dashboard that with more than 50 scores that tell your body from inflammation to metabolism, from the one end of the tube to the other end of the tube, everything that is happening there. And then they are able to tell you what are your superfoods, what are the foods to have more, what are the foods to have less, the foods to avoid, what is medicine and poison for your own specific body. So you can be very intentional. You can be very clear. There's not going to be whatever attitude anymore. And then you get to the app that gives you all of that information, all these scores. You can share that with a doctor that you work with. You can also get recipes, because the main idea of okay, I need to change my meals. I have some ideas. They got you covered too. They make these things easy for you. They send you a kit. There's a stool, saliva, and blood test. You send it back in 2 to 3 weeks. You have these results, and then off you go taking action. So if you want to take advantage of that offer, the main point of the offer is that you get $100 discount if it is until the end of day 2, which is today. From $399 to $299. If you are in the US, that is, the shipping is free. If you're outside of the US, I saw somebody, does it ship to Canada? Yes. Does it ship to Africa? Yes. Does it ship to Europe? Yes. There's about a $35 fee for shipping. And this, if you buy it today, you also get as a bonus the all access of the Health and Longevity Summit. If you want to go back to some of the sessions, or if you cannot be here for block 2, but you want to watch later, or if you want to have access to the transcripts or the audios, as a bonus, if you get the full body intelligence by Viome, you also get all the recordings, all the transcripts, all the audios of the Health and Longevity Summit, so you can review, you can watch later, you can really digest and break down the sessions that we're having here, because between you and me, this has been really good. If let's give a shout out to Viome, everybody invested in the summit for impact. Show your appreciation to the summit that is happening, because it's been amazing. If you are one of those that wants to take advantage of this offer, there's a QR code on the screen. I know that the Viome team is here as well. They are all the time sharing a link in the chat. So there's this link in the chat, the summit.viome.com/all-access-kit special. Now, you just look in the chat, you're going to find this link as well. You can scan the QR code. and then get access to the offer. I will give you a reminder by the end of the day as well. For the ones who are not here, I'll explain you again at the end of the day in case you don't get a chance, but you can also ask in the chat, and the Viome team is here super quick to help you take advantage of the offer of the summit. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to block 2 of the day 2 of the Health and Longevity Summit. Very exciting because we're going to start with Priyanka Jain, and Priyanka is the CEO of Evie. So she has a company that helps identify and measure vaginal microbiome, and is very specialized in women's health. And she has a wealth of knowledge. It would be fantastic. Super young energy, fantastic, brilliant person. After that, there is Doug Gold. So it's a fantastic story. He talks about how he applies all these changes, all these lifestyle changes to improve longevity in a corporate sector. So he's a lawyer, works at a law firm, and he got 25 people, said, we're going to transform the health of these people, applying the basics that we are learning here for 6 months. And then he tells the story, tells what they did, tells the results. It's brilliant. Then there's Teemu Arina. Teemu is, for all the European community here, he is the leading biohacker in Europe, is the founder of the largest biohacking community in Europe. He's the author of the biohacking handbook. For all the biohackers, there is a Bible or a Quran or something, a holy book. He is the one who wrote the holy book of the biohackers, the wealth of knowledge talking about AI and biohacking. And then there's Dave Asprey, probably needs no introduction, very well known for the bulletproof diet. Back in the day, one of the leading persons in the whole global biohacking movement, closing block 2 today. After Dave Asprey, I'll come back to you and I'm going to ask you, what are the quotes? What are the concepts? What are the ideas? What landed for you so we can transform at least some of those into an action step? We transform the ideas that are coming to you into something that will become integrated. That's our goal for the end of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure so far. Let's go for our second block of the day, and I see you later.
Hello, everyone, again. Today, we're talking with Priyanka Jain, co-founder and CEO of Evie, a women's health tech company on a mission to close the gender health gap by pioneering at-home testing and precision care. A Stanford graduate and Forbes 30 Under 30 honoree, Priyanka is also on advisory boards for the United Nations Foundation and X Prize. Welcome, Priyanka.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm so excited to chat.
Great. So let's get started and dive right in with some questions. Please tell us all about what you've been doing over the last few years with Evie and what are you excited about?
Yeah, absolutely. So I guess I'll start at the beginning. We started Evie about, what is it? Oh my gosh, almost 5 years ago now. You remember, you were very much one of our first and most helpful early advisors. So we are forever grateful. But my journey really started as I'm sure so many women have experienced, as a patient of the healthcare system and feeling like no matter which doctors I went to or which tests I ran, I could never really get answers to what was going on in my own body. I felt like, I had all of these symptoms and health challenges I was dealing with. And even though I would get 30 tubes of blood drawn, everyone would call me and the doctors would say, everything looks fine and all of your results are perfect. And as I started to dive into my own research, that was when I found out that women weren't in clinical research in the US until 1993, and that to this day, women are diagnosed on average 4 years later than men across over 700 of the same diseases. And that was really my light bulb moment of, oh, wow, this is not a me problem. This is actually very structurally frankly, a lack of understanding of the female body, right? Essentially, if you look historically, we studied men. We figured out what was predictive of health and disease in men. And those are the things that we measure, right? Those are the things that we track and call health and sickness. And that's why when I go to the doctor and everything looks fine, well, those are the markers that look fine in men. And when I started doing some digging, I started thinking about, what about all of these female biomarkers, right? Our bodies give off so many unique signals that we under leverage, right? Our bodies are constantly trying to tell us where things are going well and where we need help, but we're just not paying attention. And so we started Evie very much to focus on this idea of overlooked, under leveraged female specific biomarkers. And obviously our focus is on the vaginal microbiome. And the reason for that is really twofold. On one hand, vaginal discomfort is the leading reason women seek healthcare advice in America. And when we go to the doctor, we are more likely to be misdiagnosed than correctly diagnosed.
Wow.
And we are more likely not to get better than to get better.
Wow.
That is the standard of care for the number one reason that women seek healthcare in America, which is just abysmal and offensive, in my opinion. But what was so interesting to me that I was seeing in the research when I was talking to doctors and scientists, people like you, is that there's so much research showing that what's happening in the vaginal microbiome does a lot more than just cause these symptoms and infections. And it turns out that when we have a healthy vaginal microbiome, what it's doing, if you think about it structurally in the female body, right? It's really this open gateway between the outside world, which is full of every type of pathogen and microbe you could imagine. And then on the other side is our critically important reproductive system. And we've actually evolved with this community of bacteria called, and fungi and viruses, and this microbial community called the vaginal microbiome. And like I was saying, when it's healthy, it's dominated by a species of bacteria like lactobacilli that maybe people have heard of in their probiotics or yogurt or you name it. And those specific bacteria produce lactic acid and hydrogen peroxide, and they take up space on the vaginal wall. And they basically make it impossible for those pathogens that inevitably get into the vagina. They can't survive. It's too acidic and there's no space for them. So it's actually providing this really important immune-like barrier for the rest of the reproductive system. And when it breaks down, not only do we have these symptoms and infections that drive us to the doctor, but you also now see that it affects outcomes across our lifespan. Everything from infertility and IVF failure to miscarriages and recurrent pregnancy loss to preterm birth to cervical cancer progression to STI acquisition, endometriosis relapse, menopause symptoms, you name it. The vaginal microbiome is modulating the inflammation of that reproductive tract. And I just couldn't believe that nobody was looking at this incredibly important set of data for the number one reason women go to the doctor or to predict and improve outcomes across our lifespan.
Yeah, that's super revealing. And I would just like to highlight some takeaways. So in other words, some research was done and it was clear what the importance was, but no one really took it to the application space where you can actually use that knowledge to help women live a better life. So that's a really sort of generalized lack of translational science in academia. And it applies to so many other fields where, very important papers that are highlighted in the media are, and this could lead to better this, and this could lead to better that. But 20 years later, it hasn't led to better anything. And so you made a decision. I'm going to take all that research. I'm going to take it out and bring it to the women. And then I'm going to expand on it a lot more, which we definitely should touch upon. Another takeaway that I really like is that while this is a longevity summit and people are focused on how do I live longer, you mentioned a number of things that are super important for the quality of life. Whether you can or cannot have children, whether your pregnancy is going to go well, whether your child's neurodevelopment and other developmental stages are going to go well. Your menopause is like a multi-year period where some women can suffer greatly, and then all these other things. And so that's really a highlight that you can significantly improve the quality of life for decades from young age.
100%. I think there are not that many things that are consistent throughout a woman's life, right? Our bodies change so much throughout our lives. There's so many kind of different biomarkers that matter and different lifestyle practices that we're told to follow and you name it throughout our lives. But vaginal health is actually something that stays quite consistent, right? Where when you have a healthy vaginal microbiome, it helps you not only when, we have moms writing in about their 5-year-old daughters, right? So it's not only something that's affecting your life when you're a child, all the way through to when you go through puberty, through sexual activity, through trying to get pregnant, postpartum, perimenopause, HPV.
Yeah.
I mean, all these things that affect us throughout our lives. And it's something so simple. I just couldn't believe that something as simple as a vaginal swab you could take at home could give women so much insight, could help us improve outcomes in so many ways, and that the science hadn't been translated.
Okay, great. So let's dive right into your first test that you guys do, and we'll dive into the other two. But let's go into your first test, which is your flagship test. It's a vaginal microbiome test. Can you please inform the audience about what you guys are testing for? What kind of insights do you gain? And what kind of actionable insights can women gain to improve their health?
Yeah, absolutely. So our main product is our vaginal health test, as you mentioned. And it's, like I said, it's a test that patients can access online. So you can go to evie.com, you can order it yourself. It comes to your door, and it's essentially a Q-tip swab of the vagina. It's a 20-second swab. I always joke it's even easier than using a tampon. You mail it back to our lab, and we do what's called metagenomic sequencing to look at the whole genome of all the bacteria and fungi that are in the sample. And so we say it's turning on the lights for the first time for patients and doctors to actually understand what's happening in this patient's vaginal microbiome. Then what we do is we take all of that molecular data and we combine it with the whole person. So what symptoms does she have? Is she postpartum? Is she trying to conceive? Is she in perimenopause? Is she on a certain birth control? What supplements is she using? And we take all of that into account to identify the specific treatments and ingredients that we believe are most likely to improve that patient's specific vaginal microbiome. And we outline those step by step. And I think in 45 of 50 states, we actually have licensed clinicians on the Evie platform who are able to prescribe custom compounded vaginal suppositories with exactly what the patient needs and send them to their door. They're not a health coach, they get the access to the clinician, and essentially we help them actually go from a suboptimal or disrupted or infected vaginal microbiome back to a state of health. And that's something that we now serve over 100,000 patients. We work with over 2,000 practitioners across the United States. And we actually published some studies this year that I was so excited about, showing that our platform radically improves vaginal health outcomes compared to the standard of care.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Let's talk about these vaginal suppositories. So that's a new concept, at least to me. And so what kind of molecules or microbes are you introducing via these?
Yeah, great question. So the treatments are specific to the patient, obviously, but the types of things that a doctor might consider are everything from the right antibiotic. So if somebody has an active infection, today we often just throw a generic antibiotic at it and hope that something different grows back. What we do is we'll say, what is the specific pathogens that are present? Which ones are causing the largest problems? Do they have any antibiotic resistance genes present? Are there good bacteria present that we want to protect? We use all of that information to determine the antibiotic that is most likely to help that specific patient. And we only prescribe vaginal antibiotics. So we make sure that the antibiotics are available vaginally so that you don't disrupt the entire gut microbiome in the process of trying to treat a vaginal infection, which I think we can both appreciate the value of that.
Yep.
We'll also consider things that can help disrupt biofilm, which is a large problem in vaginal infections. We'll also look at the right probiotic strains that a patient is missing. So there are certain probiotic strains that we know are most important in the vaginal microbiome. So that's Lactobacilli crispatus, for example, is one of those.
Love that. Love that.
We love those. We'll also include the supplements to feed those probiotics. We'll also include estrogen if that's relevant to the patient. We'll include things like hyaluronic acid to ease dryness if that's relevant. So it'll be really dependent on the patient's results, the patient's symptoms, the patient's stage of life, you name it, to help make sure that we have the right treatment program for them.
I mean, that is absolutely incredible. I mean, this is a quantum leap over the current standard of care. It's personalized. It addresses specifically the tissue that you're analyzing, and you have not only an analysis system that no one else has, but you have treatment options that no one else has, and they're personalized. So one more advantage, I think, to me personally, is that you don't actually have to go to a clinic. So you collect the sample at home and ship it. You get the results delivered at home, and then you get the treatments delivered at home and you introduce them yourself. I mean, that's incredible, because with our busy lives, just scheduling and going to the clinic and waiting and getting sick at the clinic, and I mean, all that is just not fun. And so, and the fact that you have probiotics that can go directly, you know, I read somewhere, some places where people are giving oral probiotics to women to help with vaginal microbiome. And I'm thinking, how's that going to work? That's probably not going to work.
There is actually, and you know, at some point, Evie and Biome should do our research together on patients, both vaginal and gut microbiome, because what we see is that we have a disproportionate number of patients who also report having IBS and SIBO. So there's definitely, if people are seeing an impact, it's likely because they're helping the gut microbiome, and that having a healthy gut microbiome is then modulating something that is helping the vaginal microbiome. But whenever you're not getting the vaginal strains down there through the oral canal.
Right. That's fantastic. And okay, so now let's talk just a little bit more about this microbiome test, and we'll move to the STIs and antibiotics and all that. So a lot of women have yeast infections, and you guys do detect yeast with your test, unlike some other 16S tests that cannot do that. So can you talk a little more about the importance of yeast and the balance and the treatments and all that?
100%. Yes. Yeast is obviously a critical part of the story when you're talking about vaginal health. And so we are able to detect all bacteria and fungi that are in the sample, including yeast, right? And what's interesting is that people think of yeast often as Candida glabrata, Candida albicans, which is the most common. But what we see is that there's actually many species that can cause yeast infections, one of which, for example, is Candida glabrata. And oftentimes they respond to different treatments, right? So Candida glabrata is actually not very responsive to the traditional yeast infection medications. And you actually need to use boric acid, for example, to treat a Candida glabrata infection. But oftentimes, honestly, most women are self-diagnosing with yeast infections. And there was an interesting study that showed that over 65% of women who self-diagnosed with a yeast infection, they actually had something else, but they just didn't know, because they go to the CVI, they buy what they think is helping them, and then they're kind of living in this cycle of irritation and infections. We are able to look at that. What's also interesting is looking at co-infections. So there's bacterial vaginosis, there's aerobic vaginitis, there's yeast infections, and we're able to help identify if multiple of those things are happening to a patient, right? Because oftentimes these things aren't happening in isolation, and we're able to take a much more holistic approach to treating everything and then restoring the vaginal microbiome so that those pathogens don't come back.
And that's super complicated, and the distinguishing features are at the molecular level. It's not something you can see with your eyes.
Exactly.
And so my question is, outside of Evie, does the current standard of care provide that level of resolution to distinguish all those different modalities?
So let me tell you something that is very depressing. I swear this is true. The current gold standard for diagnosing vaginal infections, which again are the leading reason women seek healthcare advice, the number one most common OBGYN visit type, is called the AMSL criteria. It is a 4-point test in which a doctor will, one, ask the patient if they have symptoms, which 84% of women with a dysbiotic vaginal microbiome do not have symptoms. So we are missing all of those women today, and all of those secondary implications that I mentioned. We are missing all of those people today. 2, we will take a swab and literally look at it under the microscope look at the shapes to guess what we are dealing with.
Wow.
3, we will look at vaginal pH, which is incredibly crude and modulates with everything from semen to menstrual blood, you name it, affects it. And then 4, and this is, I swear I'm not making this up, is called the whiff test, in which the doctor literally smells the swab. And if 3 of those 4 things come back as problematic, the doctor throws a generic antibiotic at it, and we hope that something different grows back, as you can imagine.
And it's a generic oral antibiotic, correct?
Often oral, yes.
That will destroy oral microbiome and gut microbiome. And what is the efficacy of these generic antibiotics? Is it high, moderate, low?
So depending on the study you look at, between 40 and 80% of women, I know that's a crazy range, but that is the range in the studies, between 40 and 80% of women recur their infection within 3 months.
So it didn't work, basically. It doesn't work.
What you see in the research is that the levels will go down, but then they'll just spring right back up. right? Because the reality is that the way the vaginal microbiome modulates itself is through the protective bacteria. If they colonize, they keep the bad guys out. But if you just put an antibiotic on the problem, well, the bad guys are just going to grow right back because nothing's stopping them from doing so.
Yeah.
And so that's why the multi-pronged approach of making sure that the good bacteria recolonize first, giving them a head start, is so important.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, the part that is pretty much the most shocking to me is that the use of the microscope, because that was literally developed in 1800s, not even in 1900s.
Welcome
Like,
to women's health. Welcome.
That's a 140-year-old technique.
Yeah.
And it's used today, you're saying, in a modern health clinic.
I mean, the reality is that most doctors don't even have a microscope. And so oftentimes they're just empirically, clinically treating patients, throwing antibiotics at the problem. They're not even having patients come in. Oftentimes they're just saying, why don't you just try this treatment? And I will say there are PCR tests that are available that will look for 3 microbes, right? Most of the common tests look for 3 to 5. And the reality is that there's like 100 different microbes that could be causing someone's infection. And the binary presence or non-presence of a specific pathogen is actually not helpful when you're trying to say, does this person have an infection? You need to understand the relative abundance of the community to understand, is this person dominated by a pathogen? Which one? Or do they have the good bacteria? And that's just not information that they can get.
Yeah, you have to look at a whole community, not isolated little tiny islands. Let's get back to fungi a little bit. Are there any fungi that occur in the vaginal microbiome that you have no concern over, or all fungi are bad?
So no, we don't. And again, I think a lot of this is still to be totally ironed out.
You don't know the answer.
We don't fully know, but what we can tell you is that there are patients who have candida in their microbiome and they do not have symptoms. So there seems to be an amount that is not problematic, but maybe that amount is different for different patients.
Okay, so just seeing candida in your test doesn't treatment automatically. You involve other factors.
Right. And I mean, all decisions are by clinicians, and they will often take into account a patient's symptoms, right? Their history to help make the right decision. Okay.
And what about viruses? Any viruses in vagina?
There are. I mean, HPV is actually one that we are really interested in exploring. There was actually updated guidance from the federal government, I think just over the past couple of weeks, saying that they historically they had not specifically recommended a vaginal swab as a way to test for HPV, but they are adjusting that. So that's something that we think is really exciting and an opportunity for us. We obviously through metagenomics, we can sequence viruses. We don't currently report on them because we don't know the clinical actionability or understanding of that. But that is something that's living in our R&D team to evaluate when we see patients who are symptomatic, but there's nothing from a bacteria or fungi perspective. Is there actually a virus present that could be causing something? Could we validate any additional viral markers that then we could actually add to our clinical offering?
Love that. So you're basically using your entire platform to learn more about the biology that basically academics and pharma are unlikely to uncover, simply because it's too complex to understand, and most tests are not looking for viruses necessarily.
Yeah, and frankly, you need really large scale data. I mean, I learned obviously from the best at Biome, and we now, with those 100,000 patients, we can say, okay, these patients who have symptoms or these patients who have a negative health outcome, they all have this virus in common, or they all have this gene in common, or this microbe, right? And that level of data is just not something that traditionally we have access to in healthcare, in research, in academia, and let alone in women's health, where no one is funding studies that are large enough to capture this level of data.
I think that's a super important takeaway. Okay, let's move on to the next test. So you have a PCR-based test for STIs and their antibiotic resistance. Can you please describe that to our viewers?
Yeah, absolutely. So our base vaginal health test, as I mentioned, is a metagenomics-based sequencing assay, which is a fancy way of saying that we sit back and we just ask the test to tell us what is everything you found in this sample. the PCR add-on panel that we launched is to enable us to look specifically for STIs and antibiotic resistance. So the validated clinical way to diagnose an STI is through PCR, and so that's what we do. And then PCR is also a very useful technology for identifying the very specific genetic variants that point to antibiotic resistance. And so that's an add-on that patients can opt into, and with the same swab, same sample that they take, we can run an additional assay on it to report on those.
So no additional collection burden, same exact kit, collect the sample, ship it on the website, check off the box, I want this additional test, and tell us about the actionability of this test.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, obviously, if someone has a positive STI, that's something that needs to be treated ASAP. And so our clinicians are able to call in treatment to a patient's local pharmacy so that they can get treatment as soon as possible. And then with the antibiotic resistance, we obviously use that for determining the right treatment for a patient based on their holistic results. So that's how we choose the right antibiotic for a patient.
Okay, and are these treatments for STIs also vaginal suppositories, or are they oral treatments?
That just depends on the medical guidelines for treating the STI.
So all available options.
Yeah, those are not treatments that we compound or create for the patient. They're just the standard treatment for the STI.
Got it. And then do you recommend that customers retest after a certain amount of time?
We see that on average, patients test every 3 to 6 months. Often patients want to test after they go through the treatment program to see how their vaginal microbiome has changed and adjust, kind of maybe they need more of a probiotic or less, or maybe their infection didn't go away yet.
Yep.
So they'll want to kind of check in on it. And then once we get a patient to a state of health, the goal is to kind of keep them that way. So then we have them on a maintenance program where they're maybe testing twice a year. We're catching any imbalances before they become kind of full-blown infections for that patient.
Okay, fabulous. Let's cover one more test from Evie, which is a UTI test. Can you please describe that and tell the viewership some more? What are the options and what is the test for and so on?
Yeah, absolutely. So this is our first test that kind of went outside the vaginal microbiome, and we thought a lot about whether we should do that. But really, I mean, as I think we always are, we were really driven by the patients here, where I think it was something like 45% of our patients who had vaginal symptoms were also coming to us reporting urinary symptoms and urinary infections. And what the published research had shown is that there is this interesting relationship between the two microbiomes. I mean, they're right next to each other, as you can imagine. And that essentially when you clear a bladder infection, so let's say you have UTI and you treat it and that UTI comes back, what research has shown is that sometimes the vaginal microbiome actually acts as the reservoir of that UTI bacteria that goes back to reinfect the bladder. And so when we looked at our own data, what we saw was that 47% of patients who reported a recent UTI, we found the UTI bacteria in their vaginal microbiome. And so we knew that there was this interesting relationship going on and that our patients had this need and that there was an opportunity to do something far better than the standard of care. And I'm sure, yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, the observation was, or the gap was that these UTIs are reoccurring, correct?
Yes. And just for context, UTIs are the most common infection in women after the common cold. I think it's something like more than half of women will get a UTI at some point. But again, back to the state of the world and women's health, urine cultures, which are the gold standard way for diagnosing a UTI, miss 60 to 70% of pathogens. I mean, I think you, as well as I do, the downsides of cultures. And so basically, we're not actually getting information about what's present. And then also, I'm sure you've seen the stat that something like 50% of women are prescribed the wrong antibiotic for their UTI. And 3 out of 4 women are given longer courses of antibiotics than are necessary. And these are oral antibiotics, which you know well, and this is a huge issue for the gut microbiome. And women are tied up in this cycle of trial and error. Okay. And so what we wanted to do was design a panel, and this is where PCR is actually great, right? Where we're not looking to look for the whole community and the relative abundance. We're just looking for specifically UTI-causing pathogens. There are 12 pathogens that we look for. And then we also, again, look for antibiotic resistances so that together we can say this patient definitely has one of these 12 things or doesn't. They have this antibiotic resistance gene or they don't. And we're able to much, much more quickly help them get answers to what's causing their infection and the treatment. And then what's exciting is you can tie it back to the vaginal microbiome results. And if you can treat both together, maybe you can get to the root cause of someone's recurrent UTIs.
Fabulous. A couple of questions. So the sample for the UTI test is a clean catch urine, correct?
Yes.
Is the PCR test that detects vaginal pathogens and the UTI and the STIs, is it the same? Is it the same pathogens?
No, different. So the STI PCR add-on for the vaginal swab looks specifically for vaginal pathogens and STIs that you can detect via a vaginal swab. The urine sample is looking specifically for uropathogens. So the 12 most common UTI causing bacteria.
Got it. So when you tie vaginal microbiome to UTI pathogens, you're comparing PCR data from the urine to metagenomics data from vagina, correct?
Yeah, and we also have, the majority of our patients also do the PCR add-on for the vaginal health test. And in that test, we look for STIs, antibiotic resistance, but then we also do a PCR test for the 11 most common vaginal pathogens.
There we go.
Which allows us to get preliminary results to the patient. And then we're also able to do that
comparison. So you're comparing apples to apples, basically, PCR-based test in both urine and vagina. Okay, fabulous. Can you tell us more about, and basically in summary, you're not a vaginal health company, you're a women's health company. And so add-on for UTIs, that's a very important, health issue for women. Can you tell us, what can you disclose about the future of EVI testing? What are you getting into? What are the biggest gaps?
Yeah, our hope at EVI is to focus on those under-leveraged biomarkers, right? These things that we believe can really help us improve outcomes throughout our lives. And we see a lot of opportunity in leveraging the vaginal microbiome to improve those outcomes. And so what we're really focused on, over the past year, we've now published these studies showing that we know we can improve outcomes in vaginal health. What we want to do next is say we know that same platform can also improve outcomes in the secondary areas that the vaginal microbiome affects. So things like infertility or IVF failure or preterm birth or cervical cancer progression or menopause symptoms. Those are all areas that we are actively interested. Some of them we're actively running studies. Some of them are on the roadmap for us. But our hope is to say, if any of those problems are relevant to you, EVI as a platform can be a front door, can help identify a problem and then solve it and reduce the chances that a patient has a negative outcome in any of those areas. And our first big focus over the next year is on fertility specifically. In 2025, we launched novel fertility insights. So we basically took the published literature as well as our own data to identify 4 markers that we can report on through it's included in every vaginal health test for patients who are interested. We can report on whether or not you have the markers that are associated with positive fertility outcomes. And we are actually running a prospective study with the largest network of fertility clinics in the US, where we are looking at predicting IVF success and failure rates. And so our hope is that we'll be able to help patients who are trying to conceive with seeing if the vaginal microbiome might be something that's standing in their way.
Love that. And you mentioned preterm birth. I went to a preemie clinic and basically learned that that's one of the most expensive, stressful, and highest mortality sort of area in like all of healthcare.
Yeah.
And so just hearing the stories about, how much it costs, how stressed the parents are for a long time, for like many weeks, how high the mortality rate is, and how these preemie children, preterm birth children, they actually have a disadvantage in terms of development. That seems like a big societal gap that you can dive right into.
100%. We are actively looking at running that study. So we're very excited about that. But you are correct. It's the leading cause of death for children under 5. And additionally, it costs the system in direct costs over $26 billion. And we have, frankly, unacceptably high preterm birth rates in the US. And I think it's something that, again, the vaginal microbiome won't solve every problem, but it definitely can help for a lot of these cases. And so we're really excited to be able to serve that population as well.
Amazing. Priyanka, congratulations. That's simply amazing.
Well, we learned a lot from you, so we're very grateful.
Of course. Happy to help. Okay, let's now move a little bit into longevity and increasing health span and so on, and maybe keep it focused on women's health. It's
Yeah.
okay, of course, to cover topics that apply to both. But for the women out there who want to go beyond women's health issues, how do they stay healthy? What are the if the longevity advice mostly applies to men, can you highlight any practices, any nutritional practices, exercises, sleep patterns, Zen supplements, any practices that you think are specific for women that they should emphasize more than sort of the general advice?
Yeah. I mean, this is something I think about a lot when you look at the way that modern medicine was invented and kind of the practices that we follow. We really focused on men and we extrapolated for women. We assumed women were small men, and here we are. And I worry about us doing that again in longevity, right? I worry that so much of the focus has been, frankly, like male longevity influencers who are doing research on themselves. And then are we going to miss again all of the important things for women? So I appreciate that you guys are asking the question and proactively thinking about it, because I think that's how we avoid history repeating itself here. But I do think look, the fact that we do not understand ovarian aging, I think is a tragedy. Right? Why do our ovaries age so much faster than any other organ in our bodies? And what can we do to mitigate that, right? Not only would that help us with extending the fertility window or delaying or maybe even preventing menopause entirely, right? I think it's just a tragedy that we don't better understand ovarian aging. But I do think that there are a lot of people who are actively doing research in this area. And as we learn more about preserving ovarian health, I think that will become something that's incredibly important for us as women to pay attention to. That being said, I think something that we often don't appreciate is the fact that we actually have estrogen receptors everywhere on our bodies. I think people assume, oh, my estrogen goes away and that only affects my ovaries. It only affects my ability to reproduce or my vaginal symptoms. But actually, there's estrogen receptors in your bones, in your brain, everywhere in your body, in your heart. And so the decrease in estrogen actually really affects our health outcomes as a woman in every area, whether it's cardiovascularly, mentally, physically, you name it. And so I think it's incredibly important to stay on top of that. And I am very excited that finally we are undoing a little bit of the mess that came from the first interpretation of the Women's Health Initiative, where I think, unfortunately, so many doctors and women were miseducated about the role that estrogen can play in not only improving our, as you said, not just improving our lifespan, but also our health span. And so that is, I think, something very important for women to actively pay attention to as you approach perimenopause and menopause, having a active conversation with your doctor around the role of hormone replacement therapy and treatment for that. And it's not a fit for everyone, but it can help many, many women.
Yeah, and I'd like to just add that if you go to a doctor and they don't recommend you jump on the HRT, maybe the best thing is to seek a second opinion. Maybe ask ChatGPT. Maybe try it out yourself and see how it goes. Because I don't think that we can count on all doctors being informed about the newest state of affairs in the scientific world, right?
100%. And I think that getting multiple opinions in women's health is unfortunately table stakes and required. There are a couple of doctors who I think do a phenomenal job educating. One is named Mary Claire Haver. She has an amazing Instagram where you can learn a lot more about menopause, its effect on your body, how you can both extend health span and lifespan. There's another doctor named Dr. Rachel Rubin, who is the woman who actually fought against the FDA to remove the black box warning on vaginal estrogen.
Nice.
She actually teaches courses for doctors to better educate them about hormone replacement therapy and about menopause. So they are both amazing people to follow and learn from. And unfortunately, we might know more than the average doctor does as patients and consumers.
I would switch that to fortunately. All the information is now available to everyone, which means that, in the past decades, you went to the doctor and they said, don't do this, and you basically are done. You don't do it. But nowadays, there's so much information available, and ChatGPT is getting smarter every day. You can at least get informed. Yes. So that you can go back to the doctor and say, hey, this is what I learned. Here are the studies. Why don't we at least try it? And I think that works.
100%. I think it's so important to be your own advocate and understand this for yourself. And thankfully, there are people like those two doctors I mentioned and platforms like Biome and Evie that are putting out great content to better educate consumers. And so I hope that kind of changes the paradigm. But the last thing I'll say in terms of generally longevity, well, two things. One is I do think understanding your own body is critical, as we've been talking about. Companies like Viome, companies like Evie that actually give you information on your body, like information is power, right? When people tell you you're fine, you are the authority on your own body, and gathering information that helps you understand what does your body look like when you feel good? What does your body look like when you don't feel good? So you can actually target those problems is so critical. And we're so lucky to live in a time in which we can access that information ourselves and track it ourselves. And so I think that's data comes first. And unfortunately, in women's health, we don't have a lot of data. So where you can generate it for yourself, I think that data is power. And then the other thing, which hopefully women are starting to hear more, is the importance of strength training. I think that as we get older, not only does our bone density suffer, but we also lose muscle quickly. And a lot of studies have started to show that keeping up strength training is actually one of the best things we can do as women as we age, is more important to women than it is to men, even though societally it's something that men have always done more than women. And so I think it's something that I will definitely be keeping in mind, and I think is incredibly important for women to do more.
Love that. And I'd also like to point out that one of the biggest excuses that I've heard from both men and women as to why they don't do certain types of exercise like cardio or HIIT training or strength training is that they say, well, I've watched a bunch of videos and you have to do like an hour and a half per day, like 5 days a week of this and that, right? And I just don't have time for that. And I think that's one of the biggest problems right now with influencers, is that they are all talking about the absolute maximum effort for the absolute maximum gains. And that's not necessary for healthy aging. You do not need to go to a competition. You do not need to bulk up in 3 months. And so you don't need to be eating 200 grams of protein and hitting the gym 5 times a week and always sore and all that. I would say that the level of effort you put in towards that goal is non-linear. And in fact, a small amount of effort will get you more than halfway there, which means that I recommend to people, if you can walk a total of 30 minutes per week, just 30 minutes per week walk. I mean, that everyone should be able to fit into their schedule. And if you can strength train for at least 30 minutes a week, and you can do calisthenics, which is just watch a couple of videos, do some squats, do some push-ups, and get a couple of dumbbells and do some rowing exercises. That's it. That's all it takes. If you can do that, you're actually in a much, much better position than doing nothing. And you don't have to put in this huge effort.
I love that. I think that it's so important to remember getting started is the hardest part, but then also just getting started takes you so much of the way there, right? And I think also once you start doing it, I know for me personally, now it's like my whole team, let me tell you, is very happy that I work out in the morning, because I think it makes me a better leader. It makes me a better person. I can think more clearly. And in some ways you become addicted to it in a really, I hope, healthy way. But I think that it's unbelievable how much exercise can do for you. And I think that for women, we have often been the cardio junkies. And I think it's really important that we remember to lift weights and lift heavy.
Awesome. Okay, let's talk about one more topic, which is supplements. Everyone is hot on supplements. And I think that anyone can look up a number of sources for what supplements to take or not to take. Are there any supplements that you recommend women take in any decade of their life that are specific to women beyond what's normally recommended for healthy aging?
You know, I would love to say I'm an expert in this category, but I don't think I'm an expert. This is where I would recommend something like Viome for each individual, which is to say that I love the line that there is nothing that is good for everyone unless your name is everyone, which I think is absolutely true, which is to say that our bodies all have unique needs. And in what universe do we think that throwing generic supplements at each of us is the right solution? I think it's 2025 and we can do better than that. But honestly, people I would trust to have good recommendations on this would be people like Sarah Gottfried, people like Mary Claire Haber, as I recommended. I feel like they probably have some great protocols in terms of supplements that I would trust are the great ones for women.
Love that. Great. Absolutely phenomenal conversation. Any last thoughts?
No, I think we're so grateful to have Biome as leaders in this space. I think as we imagine the future of longevity, you guys are obviously at the forefront, and the fact that you're including women's health as part of the conversation gives me a lot of hope that we will not be repeating history here.
We will not. Thank you, Priyanka, very much. Best
Thank you,
wishes
Momo.
with your company.
Thank you.
All right. Welcome, everyone. My name is Guru Banavar. I'm the founding CTO of Viome, and I'm here today with Doug Gold, the Chief Operating Officer of MSK, which is a law firm. So this is part of the Viome Health and Longevity Summit, where we have already talked a lot about health span for individuals. But I think we have a unique opportunity today to talk about the health span of a company, so to speak. So, when you talk about corporate wellness, right, it's usually somewhere in the line item of a company. It's maybe some kind of a fitness room or something like that, maybe a treadmill or something in a basement, and some generic newsletters and stuff like that in a company, right? It's usually well-intentioned, but not very effective. I've been in a corporate environment where things like corporate wellness haven't really taken off. But I'm very happy to say that Doug has taken a very different approach. He wanted results. He ran a pilot on his own employees, who are lawyers and legal professionals, probably the most stressed people on the planet, right? And I think he's got some very, very interesting results to talk to us about, both in terms of individuals and also the whole company itself. And I think there's a lot of things that we can learn from that. So if you are an employer asking, does this wellness and health stuff really work at a workplace, and does it work at scale? Then I think you need to hear this interview. So welcome again, Doug. And I have enjoyed learning about your personal journey to become, maybe I don't think I'm exaggerating if I say that you are a health warrior. So and I think, I remember when we had dinner, you sort of said that you are a fan of Robert Lustig's Metabolical, right? May have been a really important book for you to sort of establish and take on all of these kinds of journeys and missions and everything. So knowing that the modern food environment is broken, like, sugar is bad is one thing, but it's not easy to incorporate that into your lifestyle. So tell us a little bit first about your own personal journey. How did you end up becoming a health warrior?
I love that description. First of all, great to spend time with you, Guru. It's honored to be a part of your annual summit. It's such a privilege to be able to speak about this, and I can go on for hours and hours. So at some point you'll have to shut me up as we walk through this. But I think you're 100% right. I've always been reasonably fitness conscious and health conscious, but I think Dr. Lustig's book Metabolical brought new information to light that I had never contemplated before. And it was such an interesting way that he unpacks the concept of precision medicine, or precision fitness and precision food, everything being about the individual and walking away from the fads. And I think our society has, especially since 2007, 8, when the iPhone came out and apps became all the rage and social media became a mainstay, people have tried to figure out how to get quick fixes for everything, right? We became the 140 character society when you think back to the early days of Twitter, which is now X. And what I loved about his book is it debunked so much of that with really remarkable evidence around why keto, paleo, fill in the blank on fitness fad is not necessarily appropriate to any one individual. And so when that was a real light bulb moment for me, but then I was sort of left with the, okay, well, now what? Where do I take this? And as I started peeling it back, that's when our family ran across your company. And I thought, okay, these folks are speaking my language. And so that just, I'm not sure I'll ever be done, or that our family will ever be done pulling on the thread, because I think there's always new science and information that's critical to get your hands on. We learn new things every day about how much protein you should be intaking, for example. But Dr. Lustig's book was a catalyst for me. And then certainly getting introduced to Viome as a company on a personal level, long before we got our company involved, was an inflection point in my life and my family's lives.
Wow. First of all, I love the book as well. And I've read it a couple of times and go back to sections of it every so often. The idea of, feeding your gut and protecting your liver. I mean, those are the two mantras he has in the book, are so fundamental to many things that we do in Viome as science. And I'm super happy to hear that you came across our company on your own. You got it to your family. I want to talk a little bit more about that, but I also want to introduce this idea of how you apply the precision medicine principle to an entire company, right? It's not just for you as an individual. So getting a stressed out workforce to actually change is a very hard thing. I'm sure a lot of people have tried that. So what made you want to take this to the workplace?
Well, I think it actually started with not just the path that I was on along with my wife and my adult children, but being a natural skeptic and intellectually curious person, it was important to me that I validate everything I read in Dr. Lustig's book and the things that we were learning as we started unpacking the Viome experience as individuals. And so that's when I started, devouring podcasts with Andrew Huberman, and read Dr. Casey Means's book, and Mark Hyman, and I just fill in the blank, Peter Attia. And what I found was that I was able to triangulate across multiple platforms. Even Dr. Gabrielle Lyon recently I became a patient of, and went through similar metabolic assessment process, along with my primary care doctor, who is not a traditional, they're an MD by background, but don't follow the script of traditional healthcare. And so I was able to, across, and even Elizabeth's practice out of the Boulder Longevity Institute in Colorado, I ended up having 4 places of metabolic assessing to validate what I was learning through the Viome platform. And so that was a really important part to me, because I had a glimmer of a thought of maybe bringing it into the firm, but with lawyers are very intellectually rigorous people. And I knew that if I didn't have science to back it up, at least in our environment, I wasn't going to be able to get any traction. And so I had to make sure that all that was validated and checked off. Being someone who's not a medical practitioner myself, I couldn't lean on or say, I know better. I was able to say, I went through this personally. I saw results personally. I validated the information from multiple sources. And this is something that we need to pay attention to. And I think that if we're going to be, we are performance athletes in the legal profession, on an intellectual level, right? Not necessarily physical, but the feeding and fueling of the body, of the feeding the gut and protecting the liver and all that goes into what you guys are about, I knew could be the cornerstone and platform that we could stand on. And so when I presented it to my board, I started off with the, we are suffering from chronic inflammation, and it leads to these things, this and this and this and this. And if we are really going to focus on wellness, and if we really care about outcomes, if we really care about properly servicing our clients and being performance athletes, we've got to fuel our bodies differently. And let me prove it to you with a pilot program. So let's start small. Let's not try to boil the ocean. That's kind of how I ended up in the boardroom making the presentation. So it was a progressive journey over probably about 3 years before I actually brought it to the firm as a proposal.
Wow. That's a great story. And I want to really dig into that. But I do want to first see what kinds of health and longevity practices you have in your personal life in a little bit more detail, because I think that will set the background for what we can expect to see in other people. So tell us, first of all, what are your lifestyle practices that you normally do on your own, in your own personal life, but maybe also have your family do, and so forth, including the kinds of lab tests that you do and other programs that you may do.
Sure. It's really become a lifestyle, not got to check the box 3-4 times a week thing. It is a lifestyle. It's a daily practice. And my personal daily habits really include the first 2 to 3 hours of the day, which starts around 5 a.m. typically, which really starts the night before with appropriate sleep discipline and really focusing on 7, ideally 8 hours a night. And starting at 5, it's approximately 30 minutes of stretching and mobility functional training to keep the body as we age, right? I've just turned 56. And so I want to make sure that my pieces and parts age gracefully. So stretching and mobility is really important. And then 30 minutes of either cardio or weight training. I alternate day after day. 30 minutes outdoor, a walk with the dog. It serves 2 purposes: nice time with the pooch, but also being outdoors, out in nature. And then 30 minutes of meditation, which is just a part of my daily discipline. And so that is no compromise. That happens every day, whether I'm at home or whether I'm traveling. Maybe not walking the dog, because the dog doesn't travel with me, but I still try to get outside even when I'm traveling. But I'm really disciplined about that. And then you layer on top of that. For me, it sets the foundation for the day. And by the end of the day, some days are tougher than others. I've been able to exhaust just about everything that's in the tank. And so if it wasn't for that start every morning, I wouldn't be able to refill my tank. And that's what it took me a while to realize. I was one of those guys who used to brag about, I only need 4 or 5 hours of sleep a night, and I can go and live on caffeine and not be too aware. And I can, so foolish, right? There's something about our society that makes us want to be that way. And I've learned.
And I bet, in a high stress environment and in a high, let's say, workload and also a pressure environment, you tend to sort of push yourself and say, hey, how much can I really do? Right? Can I power through that? Right. I think everybody tries to do that at some stage in their life, but realizing that, you need to feed and nourish your body and your mind in order to really perform. It's not just about the quantity, it's about the quality of your work and your lifestyle, right? So
I agree.
That's a big realization, obviously.
Yeah.
And do you use any tests, biological tests?
Yeah. And I will say, wrapping up that last topic, the irony was that the more I instilled this discipline, I'm actually able to run longer and faster during the day than I ever was before. I can feel the difference, and I've got that's the qualitative assessment, but the quantitative as relates to your question, I obviously test with Viome. We do it. We're not quite every 6-month mark, but at least once a year. Sometimes we're like every 9 months. I think my wife and I are actually due to get it done again. But then I once a year do my full executive physical, which I actually was just at yesterday with my doctor, ironically. And he does, it's enormously comprehensive profile, right? Again, this is not the 4 things that a typical doctor in a traditional healthcare system is going to run you through when you do your annual physical, test your A1C and your cholesterol. Like, this is everything. It's getting into T3, T4 on your thyroid, and looking at testosterone levels and cortisol levels and homocysteine, everything that you want to be tracking. And so that's a once a year thing as well. And so I try to offset it where I'm doing biome halfway through the year, and then the doctor, my regular primary, at the same time every year around October, November timeframe is usually when I do it. And then, as I'd referred earlier, I've also done it with others to validate, and that's sort of a every so often kind of thing. And it's remarkable how consistent the assessing and commentary is from the medical professional I'm working with to say, hey, let's tune here, because I do augment the Viome platform supplements. There are other things my particular body need a little bit more attention to, and we've done things like bioregulators and things to try to kickstart certain parts of the body. And it's amazing how I believe Viome creates this awesome foundation so that the rest of the stack in my body can do the things it needs to do. And so when we added a bioregulator to address one thing, my body responded because it wasn't already bogged down with fighting chronic inflammation and all these other things. So I'm really adamant about, I love data. So, I'm really big on testing. So it's at least once a year, if not twice a year, and just constantly looking at what we can do to tune our health or tune our body.
Amazing. So what, if anything, was there any surprise or was there any highlight from your Viome test that you pay particular attention to in the last couple of tests? If you're doing it longitudinally to make sure that you're getting your health profile, doing what it takes to follow recommendations, get your supplements and precision nutrients in your body, and then you test again, you see how things have changed, and you keep track of things over time, right? So what, if anything, would you highlight was useful for you?
I think for me, the enormous value of what Viome has given me and my family is the food, right? It's because supplements are one thing. I spend more time with my doctor and a couple other doctors, as I mentioned earlier, looking at the panel and understanding what supplements can do to tune different parts of your body. But the food part is, no one else offers that in the way you guys do. And I think that I feel an enormous difference when I veer off course. And so to me, I pay attention to that, because I know that, again, there isn't one solution to anything. Going back to what Dr. Lustig preaches, right? They're trying to say there's one approach to anything is really not very accurate. And so using the food recommendations provides me with the baseline I need, and I can feel it in my body. Like, I can just tell when I'm inflamed now, because I'm so that to me is probably the best thing. You guys have helped me manage inflammation relative to the food intake. And so I can feel it in an instant, because none of us are perfect, right? We'll eat, especially if I'm traveling, hard to avoid seed oils if you're eating out at every meal. And so, whereas at home, we're disciplined about that. And in our local, near where we live, there's a couple places that we eat. We don't eat any place else. We go to the place that doesn't cook with seed oil. So when I'm on the road, harder to avoid. Gosh, by the time I get home 4 or 5 days later, I can just kind of feel a general, a little bit more inflammation. So I think that's what I love most and was so shocking to me, is how it really doesn't take long to get your body on track with Viome, and how quickly you can feel being off track the second you've gotten your body in a more pristine state than it was before.
Amazing. So now let's go back to your board meeting,
Okay.
right? So you have all these personal practices, you have these results, you have this awareness, and you have your family now thinking about it, and now you're saying, "Oh my God, my company, which is a bunch of great lawyers, like you said, performance athletes, but in the legal space, these folks are not necessarily enjoying that lifestyle,
Right.
in addition to the the great work that they do. So how did you kind of first make the case to your board, but I think probably more importantly, you need to make the case to your employees or the people who wanted to be in the pilot? I'd love to hear how you did that.
Yeah. With the board, I'll be 100% candid. Enormous skepticism, right? And even why, of course, with lawyers, it's like, well, if we're giving Viome to people, are we liable? I'm like, oh my God, like, and
Yeah.
so, and look, that's a fair question. But they said, well, why that one? And what about others? And I'm like, look, I'm telling you, I've examined the market. Again, I'm not a medical expert. I'm only speaking from personal experience. Sure, there's other companies that are trying to do something similar, but I've not found one yet that is as comprehensive. And I personally can tell you what it's done for me. You got to trust me. And so because I was able to, I've got a decent reservoir of trust with my board of making other business decisions. They said, okay, you can go do this little experiment, right? They sort of begrudgingly went along. And I maybe I shouldn't use the word begrudgingly. I think that paints it slightly unfairly. There was support and optimism and excitement, but a little bit of underlying skepticism, like, okay, are you sure?
Understandable.
So, yeah. So then we really had to put together a very Viome was really the foundational tool, but we really wanted to wrap around a very, very comprehensive program and start small and add a element of putting a burden of applying onto the people and make it a little bit of a hurdle so that people really felt like they were invested. So we weren't just saying, here, we're rolling this out. We said, we've only got 25 slots and we've got about 250 employees, to give you some context. We've only got 25 slots. You need to apply to participate. Tell us your story about why you want to do this and what you hope to achieve. We had our health insurance broker who helps us, subscribe to health insurance plans, has a person that helped us with this, that served as a resource to finding us a variety of other vendors that we ended up bringing in that we may end up talking about later. But he drove the application and review process. So I didn't want to see the information. I didn't want my benefits director to be seeing the information just for
this is third party, basically, outside.
Third party outside basic who already is accustomed to having and seeing delicate information. And so we got about 35 applications, if I recall, for 25 slots. And so we had a selection criteria that people had to go through. And so where we landed on some really wonderful stories, just sort of in the abstract, that were shared with me. I didn't know who said X. I only knew that X was said. And so we went with those 25 people. And then when we did the kickoff, I gave a little bit of a spiel about, listen, you were handpicked to do this. We are going to give you everything you need to be successful, but it is on you. And if you do this well, and if you commit, and if you fall through for this 6-month pilot, you are paving the way for the next generation of MSK employee to be participants. If you don't, you are failing them, because if you do this well, I'm going to make an argument to the board about expansion. And so we've got to deliver. We've got to show results. I've got every confidence in the world that if you follow this plan, we will be able to show results, but we've still got to go prove it. And so we made the application hurdle, giving them we're in this together, and you owe it to the rest of the organization to be committed. You got to follow through. And out of the 25 people, 19 or 20 of them did everything that was asked for them. A few of them, didn't quite follow through on all parts, but we got a very, very high percentage of very active participation, showing up to everything, following through on the testing, taking the supplements, following the food recommendations, everything that goes with Viome, and then all the other stuff we layer on top. So we had to make sure it was comprehensive.
That sounds like a great pilot. Sounds like a great pilot. So what else did you have in the whole program beyond the Viome testing and supplements and everything? Actually, I should also mention for the audience that this was a program that included coaching.
Yes.
Along with the Viome program, which includes food and supplements and so forth. So when people have questions, I think there was a monthly check-in with the group or with individuals or subgroups, so they could ask those questions and clarify things so that they can move forward, right? But that was one component of your program. So
correct.
What else did you include, if anything?
Yeah, we created a social platform tool that we used internally to communicate with one another within the pilot group. So sharing recipes, sharing photos of being on walks outdoors with their animals, and trying to create a little bit of sense of community.
Awesome.
We had monthly programming all set up ahead of time. So every month they knew they were going to be participating in a monthly program of some sort that touched on, navigating the holidays with food choices at holiday parties, healthy cooking. The whole kickoff started at the wellness facility out at the Four Seasons in Westlake Village out in California.
Nice.
And so we kicked the whole thing off with teaching them how to cook healthy, make good choices. And so we sprinkled in programming that reinforced certain messages that are part of a whole, if you're brand new to, that's the other thing I tried to make sure I took into account. The way my family and I, my wife and I live our lifestyle, we are accustomed to reading labels and buying appropriately and focusing on healthy cooking. But if we had participants that were new to the concept of health and wellness and fitness, we needed to make sure that it was a really easy hurdle to jump over and adopt. We were really focused on adoption. So we brought in and dumbed it down to say, have you ever thought about how to read a label? Here's what you need to be looking for. Here are the kinds of ingredients that when you see, and people really were like, wow, I never even thought about that. People make so many assumptions that if it's on the shelf, it's fine, right? So, and if you shop at Whole Foods, it's fine. Well, it's not. 90% of the stuff in Whole Foods, not to denigrate them, you actually have to read, right? So, I
have to just mention over here that I started using this app called Yuka, which has made a huge difference, in terms of anything that has a barcode, you get a very quick snapshot of a high level thing. I mean, it's not like precise, food science level stuff, but it gives you a sense of what is good, what is not so good, et cetera, even especially for packaged goods.
That's great. Yeah. It's super critical. Any tool you can get your hand on to experimenting and get better access to better information, I fully support. So we tried to provide things like that. We also, in the first cohort, the pilot group, we provided everyone with a subscription to the Peloton app so that they had a fitness platform to use. We've since used something different in this second group when we expanded. But and so we had, fitness contests going on, all self-select opt-in stuff. We gave people a stipend to use to maybe if they don't want to join a gym but want to work out at home, we gave them a little bit of a stipend so they could buy a couple little weights and a yoga mat. And so we made sure that they had all the tools, both the coaching and the fitness component and the wellness conversations. And we made book recommendations. We had like a mini book club, and we shared podcasts. If I listened to a really great Huberman podcast, I would get it to my benefits director to distribute to the group so that we could keep reinforcing and make health and wellness a habit, right? My goal over 6 months was make it a habit, because then that way going forward, it would just become part of their lifestyle. And I can tell you that group now, we're over a year later since we did this, it is still a topic of conversation in the hallways with these people.
That is amazing. It's a cultural transformation. I think that's what you're doing here, right?
Yeah.
So let's just again recap, right? So I think you had, if I remember correctly, a test at the beginning of the program for each individual. You had monthly check-ins, with their results, recommendations, questions, etc. You had supplements, food recommendations. You had the whole, package of ingredients and nutrition. And then after 6 months, they retested.
Yes.
And then, we asked a range of questionnaires to see what the differences were from point 1 to point 2, the first initial testing to the 6-month later testing across this entire population, the pilot population. Let's talk about the results. Tell me, what were your top line results, quantitative and qualitative?
Sure. Nothing short of remarkable. Let me start there. The greatest example that I love to brag about, and I get to brag, but the person did the hard work, right? This was nothing but an idea of mine. The results that we saw were the results of the hard work of 25 people that did this. But the greatest success story was someone that was pre-diabetic at the beginning of the program and is no longer pre-diabetic, according to their doctor, right? Not according to Biome, according to their doctor. They took the results before and after to the doctor, reviewed it. They're no longer pre-diabetic. That is one example of the success that we saw. But we saw, on average, across the cohort, people got 1.8 years biologically younger versus their chronological age, right? And so, which is all a reflection, as you know, of sort of the internal state of affairs and inflammation markers and everything else. And we saw all the gastrointestinal common things like constipation, diarrhea, GERD, those types of things absolutely plummeted in incident rate. I mean, just dropped to the floor, which are all, of course, we talked earlier about Dr. Lustig's, protect the gut. And so those are early indicators, right? This is what we don't talk about enough in society, is there are early indicators of health and wellness, or the lack thereof. And it often starts at the gut, which then creates these down chain, long tail effects on, blood cancers and everything else that comes from it. So those numbers improved dramatically. We had, I think the qualitative surveys include like 87% of our participants reported feeling just more energy and just feeling better. When we had a end of pilot program lunch gathering together, which very healthy food was served at, we just went around the room and had people tell stories. At least 5 or 6 of them all said the same thing. These are all people that are, middle-aged in life, and they all said, I just sort of thought that the aches and pain feelings I was just getting older.
Wow.
They're gone.
Information you were talking about earlier, right?
That's right. They said, it's gone. I don't feel it anymore. And I'm like, chronic inflammation. You were suffering from chronic inflammation. So, we had several people that certainly lost significant amounts of weight, which is, not a marker that I tend to think about. I don't think that's the end all be all. Too much, again, about society focuses on what's on the number on the scale, and that is such a misleading number. There's plenty of skinny fat people in the world, right? I mean, fat skinny people, I said that the wrong way, where they're metabolically, they look thin, but metabolically they're a train wreck inside. So weight is not an important factor, but we did have, one person lost up to, I think it was 45 pounds was the biggest weight loss that we saw.
That was like, amazing to me. And I think you said something like there were 58% of the participants who lost weight.
Yes.
Something on an average, like 10 pounds or something like that.
Yeah, it was somewhere around that. I've forgotten the statistics by now, but the waistlines, like, I mean, even for me, when I started getting the chronic inflammation under control, and I've been very fortunate in my life. I've never really had like a weight problem. I had to buy new pants, not because I actually lost a lot of pounds. It was the inflammation. I just had just a little bit of an extended gut by just an inch or so. Nothing that anyone else would notice, but I noticed and felt.
It's the visceral, right? It's the internal organ fat, right? That that produces, right?
Yeah,
visceral fat, right?
Yeah. So our people just, the numbers looked phenomenal, and the qualitatively the experience, which is how I was able, when I presented that to not just the board, the partnership. I presented this at a partner meeting with the conclusions. You could hear a pin drop in the room. People were so shocked. And then I had there's 6 partners now participating in the current cohort in the second group. Nice. I only had 1 partner in the first group, in the pilot group. And now they were all like, I want to do this. Like, so, it really woke people up.
Wow. It's super. I think, it's not just exciting to hear this for you, but I'm imagining what this means to the whole world. There's so many opportunities in every company to be able to get to this level of health, number one, but also I think overall lifestyle and quality of life, happiness that people seem to feel when they reach this level, right? Tell me also, this other inspiration for me was about their performance at work, right? So I think we did one or two surveys that talked about productivity and focus and stuff. What were the comments you heard or quantitative results you got from that?
Yeah, I don't recall any quantitative results specifically, but the qualitative, there's no question. People, again, back to sort of they just feel better and higher energy. People feel like they can, not having the afternoon crashes and just being more sustainable at work. And again, I just know for myself personally, my ability to sustain for 12 hours a day, like, and not even realizing, wow, I've been at this for a while today. Maybe it's time for me to shut down. We heard that across the board. People were very, very energized. And we also heard talk about the ripple effects to family life, right? We heard, this happened. We just had our attorney retreat a little over a month ago. And at the retreat, I had two of our participants, one from the first cohort, one from the current cohort, and they're only halfway through this second cohort right now, introduced me to their spouses, and the spouses thanking me for saving their lives.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Saying,
that's
you
inspiring.
have made it, the firm has made an enormous difference. He is just happier. He doesn't look so tired all the time. He has more energy. And again, the work is still pretty darn stressful. None of that's changed, right? It's the underpinning of this. And then lifestyle habits have changed in households. A 16-year-old daughter of one of the moms that participated saying, Mom, I'm so proud of what you've been doing. I don't think I want to eat those Doritos anymore. Or another spouse saying, hey, does the discounted code apply so that we can also get the Viome and, participate as well? And so it's having this ripple effect through families, and families are noticing the difference and they want to participate as well. So it's not just the 25 people we started with, it was their families. And now there's another 25 people and their families. And so we're creating this, my dream is I want to see the whole world get healthier. Like, it's so sad what's happening in society. And so we're just MSK. We're just trying to do it our own little way, one person at a time, and win the battle, with one success story at a time.
Super inspiring, Doug. So we can go off into the world of all the quantitative metrics that came out of the study and stuff like that. I think we've written a blog about it, and we'll probably have other publications and stuff where we can put all the numbers out there. So if anyone in the audience is interested, reach out, look for the blog, and we'll give you more information about all of this stuff. But let's go back to your role as the chief operating officer, which means you're always thinking about the economics, right? You're thinking about what does it really mean to the business and stuff. So if you're able to talk about any aspect of how you made it happen from an economic perspective, and what the impact you think is likely to be economically for the whole firm, right? It's not enough to say that somebody for this group, it turns out that the productivity improvement, actually, according to one of the questionnaires, went up by 10%. Okay, but we need to also think about, as an organization, are we going to be economically seeing any benefits, and what is the investment and the return on that investment? So
yeah,
wear your COO hat and tell us how you think about that, please.
Sure. I always want to shed a tear when I think about the trajectory of healthcare and health insurance, specifically in our country. It gets talked about a lot. I think it's been over politicized over the last decade. The nuts and bolts of any business with its people and hopefully offering some sort of health insurance to help defray the cost of healthcare is becoming untenable. We've seen it. I don't think anybody in business hasn't seen it. The runaway freight train of the cost of providing that insurance, let alone the premiums are going up while coverage is going down. And so you've got this horrible juxtaposition occurring where our folks are getting poorer care or poor access to care. It used to be like, hey, if you had a health insurance plan, you're pretty well set and covered 20 years ago. That's not the case anymore. And so when I look out three to 5 years, I actually got a glimpse of, golly, are we going to be able to afford to provide insurance anymore, given just how expensive it is?
Mm-hmm.
And most importantly, are my people going to be able to afford our premiums aside that we pay? Can they afford the co-insurance, the deductibles, and all these other things that they have to get? Or will they have access to any doctors? More and more doctors are opting out and not taking, it was really bad. So the only way I know how to control the cost of healthcare in America is don't use it. And the only way to not use it is be healthy.
Yeah.
That's our underlying premise of this whole thing for MSK is get our people to a point, and that takes time, right? So you got to move the needle. We got to start moving the needle now so that in 3 to 5 years, when it becomes so insane and financially untenable, we won't have to worry as much because we will be left with only having to worry about the emergent care issues. Yeah, okay, you break your leg, you get in a car accident, something that, but the chronic stuff, I want it gone, right? Don't want diabetes.
You're speaking stuff that's super close to my heart because we are all about eradicating chronic disease or making illness optional, right?
My pre-diabetic person is a great example. A diabetic costs a health insurance plan to a company hundreds of thousands of dollars. I spent approximately $3,000 to help this person not be pre-diabetic anymore, to save hundreds of thousands of dollars of long-term impact or cost. So to me, it's the most brain dead analysis in the world as any executive running a company, investing pennies to save thousands of dollars. Really, there's no comparison.
Yeah. Amazing. Yeah. So, sounds like such an obvious thing. And actually there are companies that have programs that end up using it on not very effective things as well, right? I mean, the first image I started off with, right? Putting a fitness room somewhere in there with a couple of machines and, and putting some, bananas on the table, some fruits on the table or something like that. Those are the kinds of things that's the old school way of doing things. But now I think we have the technology and we have the process, we have the examples of actually understanding what's going on in a person's body and impacting their biology, their lifestyle, and ultimately all these outcomes at home and at work, which is super, super amazing. So that is an incredible success story. And I want to take that example. So we went from your individual case to your company case. Now I want to go even further to the society.
Okay.
And I want to ask you just a couple of questions about what you see going on in society and how we can take your example. You already started talking about the insurance impact, right? And going to the larger population. But let me ask you, what are the other kinds of misconceptions and myths and mistakes you see people making, especially in the corporate world, that are not really helping us? And there's so many things we could do today that could actually change that.
Look, most people in our country and around the world, for that matter, have jobs, right? I think we're all fortunate. Most folks are fortunate. Unemployment rate's low if you believe the statistics being reported. So most people have a job of some kind. Therefore, they go to a work environment every day. That's a captive audience, and I think that we can leverage better that corporate structure to deliver what big food and big pharma are not providing, which is the appropriate amount of education and guidance to do things that actually are going to fix us, because their profit motives are different, right? And I don't want to get into go off on some crazy tangent, but there's a disconnect between their motives and what actually works for us. And I think the thing that people are forgetting is that we have a responsibility to ourselves to question and to seek information, but it's not readily available. So why not let the place that we go to work every day be a part of the journey? Because collectively, a company like for us, 250 people coming together to try to tackle this problem is way easier than any one of us individually trying to do it. And being able to get access to resources that, again, individuals just can't necessarily afford to or think of going and getting access to. I mean, clearly our family went on that journey, but I think that's the exception, not commonplace. So I think that the platforms that our company environments offer us is a way it's a place for us to bring collective wisdom and a sharing, because I've always believed that health and wellness is a team sport. And so, doing it together in a company is a great way to build culture. And I think that I do see a glimmer of hope. I think that the fact that there are restaurants coming out that don't cook with seed oils. People are becoming aware of some of the very things that the avoiding the sugars and the processed foods. There's definitely an increased narrative around this. And I think the people like the Hubermans of the world are doing a great job of getting the word out. But you guys play such a critical role to being able to giving people the access to the information they need to make better choices. And that's where it starts. So again, you guys are a company. B2C is a tough argument, right? It's a high CAC, really, really difficult to execute. Going through companies like ours, where you can hit many versus one, is an enormous opportunity. And that's why I was so excited about our partnership.
Super cool. Super cool. So tell me, as we wrap up the conversation, right? I want to ask you, what would your advice be to a CEO or an HR director at a company who's listening to this session right now, who wants to do this, but is sometimes, maybe a little bit afraid that there's going to be too much resistance and it may be a little bit too invasive and anything like that? What would your advice to them be?
Read Dr. Lustig's book.
Okay.
And look to that for inspiration. But I really do think it takes, it's hard for any leader leading a business every day. You got a million priorities. It's always difficult. You're always making trade-off decisions on risk reward all throughout the day. I can't imagine a more important thing to put at the top of your list. And you've just got to will it to happen, because your people are your greatest asset, whether you make a product or sell a service. Ultimately, those people are part of that success. And if they are healthy and happy, they will do it better, bottom line. So you can come up with every strategic plan and every other kind of initiative in the world to improve productivity, do this and do that. We're going to crank out 30% more widgets tomorrow. Play the long game. If you focus on health and wellness, you can, in a very short period of time, put your people in a position to feel better, be more productive. And then it starts to create a flywheel of reinvestment in more that your company, whatever your company does, to go pursue those objectives. And so for me, it was just, it was non-negotiable. We had to do this. And so any other leader, you got to sell it, be comprehensive, so that when whatever plan you bring to bear, it doesn't necessarily need to look exactly like what we did. But I think the formula we used was awfully successful because we made it culturally sticky, and that's where you get the traction. You can't just say, here, we'll pay for your subscription to Viome and be done. You have got to have stuff wrapped around it, or because people are just human nature, they're likely to drop. So you got to make it really sticky. That, to me, is the only way to make these programs successful.
Great. The takeaway from you for the summit is very clear. Okay, so this is not just for some specialized group of fanatics or biohackers or whatever. It's really a tool for personal and organizational performance overall, right? In your pilot, you saw close to 80% of the people who felt better in multiple dimensions, which is amazing. I mean, we saw weight loss, lower inflammation, we saw better focus, we saw more happiness, and all these performance metrics that you don't measure, but ultimately are hitting the economics of the company. And I think, Doug, you've shown us how to treat employees like biological systems that need high octane fuel, so to speak. And once you give them that kind of energy and a system, they do perform like race cars or performance athletes, as you said. So thank you very much for leading the way, and thank you very much for joining us at the summit.
Absolutely my pleasure. And I can tell you the thank yous and the cultural component too, not just the stuff we talked about earlier, but people are so proud to work at MSK because the firm has invested in this. And when their peers at other companies have heard, you're doing what? Wait, your company does what? It's a recruiting powerhouse opportunity. Like, it really makes you stand out when you invest like we have. And so I can't encourage people enough to do this. So I can't thank you enough, not just for being here today, but for the opportunity that you've provided my family, for the opportunity that you provided the MSK family. You've changed our lives immensely, and what you guys built and brought to market and are sustaining is nothing short of remarkable, and the world needs you.
Doug, thank you so much. I really, really appreciate your time and your energy and your passion for all of these topics. Thanks again. Bye now.
Welcome, everybody. My name is Ronan. I'll be your host today for the Health and Longevity Summit, and I'm here with Teemu Arina. Teemu is the founder and creator of the HoloHabits platform and technology. He's also the creator of the HoloLife Summit. But you may have heard of Teemu because of his work over the past 10 years in the biohacking community, through the Biohacker Summit, which is the largest community and the largest event for biohackers in the whole Europe, also expanding throughout the world. And Teemu is also the author of the Biohackers Handbook, which is for everybody into health optimization. Is the Bible, is the guide, is where you find all the reference, all the information. Is that big book that has all the instructions, all the knowledge that is the center of a very, very strong movement, the biohacking movement that Teemu has been heavily contributing to in the past 10 years. Teemu, welcome to the Health and Longevity Summit.
Thank you.
One of I see a shift, I see evolution in your work, Teemu. They started with your own, you getting your health at your own hands, understanding how to heal your body from a stomach ulcer back in the day. They started the whole biohacking movement that then started the community and the handbook for 10 years, running this community that is now evolving into something else that you call HoloLife. What I would love you to explore, to tell us a bit more, is what is biohacking and what is HoloLife, and what are the key difference between these perspectives of doing longevity?
Right. So biohacking as a term is something that, if you have never heard about it, many people actually misunderstand it. So they think it's something related to biotech, that it's about modifying organisms in a petri dish, or maybe it's a biological weapon. The term bio is there that kind of makes it a little bit more of natural sciences thing, which it of course is, but like the fact that it deals with health and wellness, that is not obvious to people who hear the term bio. It sounds like a bio lab. Then you have the hack term and hacking, which is, for some people, it gives the connotation or idea of computer hacking, that you hack into systems. So that's why biohacking often sounds to people like something maybe even dangerous or illegal. Now, hacking as a term doesn't necessarily mean it's about cracking into systems and breaking into systems. The original meaning of hacking was actually that you can be an enthusiastic practitioner of anything. You can be an astronomy hacker, you can be a biology hacker, you can be a computer hacker, right? So in computer hacking, even there's white hackers and black hats and all of this. So people who do it for positive reasons and people who do it for negative reasons. But I would say like biohackers are doing it because they want to improve the quality of life and health and wellness. And the original meaning of the term was, in a way, founded on very different terms than what Dave Asprey, who became the marketer of biohacking, took it towards. So he says that he's the founding father of it, but actually he didn't coin the term. It existed like already before him for different reasons, very similar reasons. But the early days in Silicon Valley was kind of early days. We are now talking about something like 90s, and especially like 2000s, 2010. So Asprey's work was around 2010 and became like quite popular, and a little bit later than that, when he was an internet marketer. And he still worked on a security company. And I think this whole idea of a computer hacker adopting the term biohacking was kind of adept. But so that became a term that now the Oxford Dictionary has chosen on the nominee list for the word of the year. It's like it got bronze in the recent 2025 word list. It didn't win, but it tells something about the consumer adoption of this term. And so the understanding of that is definitely increasing. But to me, biohacking as a term, which originally also involved do-it-yourself bio, which is basically modifying biological organisms in a petri dish and doing different biochemistry experiments. In the early days, transhumanism was a big thing, putting implants in the body. I remember biohackers who were directly trying to modify their own genes at home. So like there was pretty crazy experiments in the early days, and anything from cryopreservation to radical life extension, those discussions have been around. But what it has really evolved to is this consumer health and wellness, holistic health and wellness approach that is primarily aimed at using diet and exercise and lifestyle modifications to affect the current health status, wellness, and potentially longevity and health outcomes. The term health span has been adapted to describe health years in your life compared to lifespan, which is just years in your life. And I would say most biohackers are actually looking for quality of life, reducing the days when they are underperforming physically or mentally, and reducing the risk of early onset of degenerative diseases, which is a huge issue and factor. Now, is that going to increase your lifespan if you live healthy? It is questionable, because most of the studies show that you can actually increase health years in your life, but can you really push how many years you can live? So if we look at like life expectancy in industrial times, before industrialization, we lived on average 45. And then after industrialization, when we got access to food and hygiene and certain scientific discoveries, including medicine, our life expectancy is now over 80 in Europe, for example. But the question is like how much of that was contributed by medical interventions. And some researchers put that only like something like between 5 and 20%. I would say maybe 10% is contributed by medical healthcare. So you're no longer so likely to die of infections or like traumatic injury, maybe like it was in the past. The biggest killer in all countries is premature death at childbirth. So if we reduce the risk of death at childbirth, we tend to live quite long. In developing countries like South America, where they live closer to nature, if they haven't adapted the Western lifestyle and diet, they tend to live quite disease-free long. So like the occurrence of diabetes, cancer, heart disease is quite low if you live closer to nature. But the death at childbirth is high, and the more likely cause of death might be related to accidents. So in Western world, it is more on the degenerative diseases side. So diabetes and cardiovascular disease and all of that, which basically indicates that we have a lifestyle problem, and that's why we also have terms like lifestyle medicine, preventive healthcare, and all of this. So then the question is, like, if we take all these biohacking tools and technologies, all this consumer adoption of things, and we apply that to the average life expectancy or health span, I would say we maybe be able to push that by 5 to 10 years more. So I don't think it's like realistic to say that, yeah, I'm going to live 150 or 200 or something. But I've seen studies, which are really serious academic studies on the theoretical limits of human life expectancy, looking at all the processes of cell renewal. So if we are able to deal with all the hallmarks of aging and the mechanisms that speed up the aging process, one study put the theoretical maximum at 430 years. And right now, I don't know anyone who lived more than 120. I would like to see that person. Anyone claiming to live longer than that, I think is a marketer instead of basing that on any like reasonable scientific evidence. But at the same time, I do believe many of these people who are into this healthy lifestyle, they might be able to push healthy years in their life. And I think that's what most people want, is to have a well-functioning body and mind as long as possible. Now, biohacking has become, compared to the early days of pioneers a decade ago, with the Biohacker Summit and all of that, we see in all of these characters, to a consumer product-driven marketplace. So you have all these companies that are offering anything from blue light blocking glasses to red light therapy devices to wellness clinics, to IV drips, to peptides, to consumer health testing and wearables. So when I started this a decade ago, the microbiome test just came out. The genetic test just became available for consumers. So before that, it would cost like millions to sequence the microbiome or human genome. Then suddenly there were tests available for just a few $100. Now we are, in terms of nutrition testing, in a place where just 5-6 years ago it would cost you somewhere between $1,000 and $2,000 to get a certain number of biomarkers. Now the same amount of biomarkers would cost you a tenth of that, so basically like a couple of $100. And some companies are selling hundreds of biomarkers for the price of just a few $100. And genetic testing, like full human genome sequencing, has come down a lot. So the access to data has been democratized. So the way I see it is that when you have increasing amount of data that is available to consumers, when you have scientific evidence that is like creating better theories and hypotheses and interventions to optimize health in terms of fitness, health, nutrition, lifestyle, and drugs also. And when you have easy consumer access to getting that data in increasing amounts, when you have increasing consumer understanding of these things because of the proliferation of this kind of information through social media, social technologies, and open research. And then you have productized platforms that are putting these things together. When you have artificial intelligence that is placed on top as an advisor, I think it is feasible to say that in very rapid pace we will have mass adoption of longevity related practices and technologies. And this, of course, is a disruptive technology to existing healthcare system, which has been centralized. So you need to go to a facility to get tested. So it was not just a long time ago, in the beginning of industrialization kind of times, when if you wanted to measure your body weight, you had to go to a doctor's office. There was a scale, like one scale in a city. Now everyone can have that scale at home, and you can have a ring that measures your sleep quality and all of this. So what used to be only accessible to the few, like sleep labs and studies by experts and high cost. So now you have consumer technology, anything from blood sugar monitors to heart rate monitors to heart rate variability monitors to VO2 max monitors. Like the stuff that used to be only specialist equipment and super expensive and controlled by the few is becoming available for everyone. And that is the big shift that has happened like just in the last 10 years. And the other thing is the healthcare system is worried about medicalization, that we over-measure and over-analyze people and over-diagnose. And it's a good concern. Like if you start looking for disease, you will find one on anyone, right? So then the question is like, how much should we test? How much should we treat? This is one of the things that the medical system is worried about. So as we get more testing, does it mean that we're going to start treating people when they actually don't need any treatment? We all die of natural causes. You might have like multiple cancers going on and diabetes and whatnot, and that might not be the reason why you die. So that's a good concern, but I think it's also tells something about the interest of these parties. So the healthcare system wants to control also like what the interventions are done when, while biohackers are more interested in taking action when they're healthy. So when all of your numbers are within reference ranges, you're still looking for optimal. Or when you have weird symptoms, but they're not life-threatening, you want to fix them. Or you know that you have a genetic predisposition for an early onset of some issue. So you want to reduce the likelihood of that with lifestyle interventions and diet. Now, that is something that is kind of a treatment in a situation where there is no life-threatening condition. And that's what they're, of course, worried about in a way. To me, it's only a good thing that people take better care of themselves. But what I've seen, and now I'm going into why biohacking as a term needs like new framing, is that it still has the early misunderstandings or resonance of something dangerous, something shortcuts, breaking into the body. The whole idea that you need to measure yourself or you need to track yourself constantly. That's not true. You can be a biohacker without testing. You can be a biohacker without measuring yourself constantly. You can be a biohacker in many ways. It's a very broad term. Doesn't necessarily mean you need to do dangerous therapies and injections and peptides and whatnot. It is just an umbrella term, but we need to reframe it so that it's maybe more effective to new audiences as well, because that's what biohacking did to holistic wellness and preventive healthcare and medicine and nutrition and all of that. So biohacking reframed age-old concepts so that it would attract a new audience, a new way of looking at things. So it attracted males into wellness field that usually was dominated by females. So all these wellness magazines and all of that, men don't necessarily read those, but they're very excited about technology and measuring and tools and gadgets. So that works really well. we see about 60% of our audience being like men, at least in our events. So it's a new consumer trend that is maybe more resonant with guys. Now, at the same time, I see that there are aspects of it that are, let's say, turned into very pragmatic or even utilitarian means. So, for example, you optimize your body for what reason? Are you optimizing it for looking good in the mirror, like which is the whole weight loss industry? Are you doing it because now you're a high performer and you have a well-functioning brain and you're going to make a lot of money? Are you doing it because you will be the longest living person on the planet? Now, those are very self-centered ideas. And to me, the criticism that this hyper focus and attention on body-centric, materialistic needs is psychologically potentially some kind of selfish act, that which is good. I mean, you are in control of your body, right? You have only one body, so you better be interested in it. And if biohacking makes people wake up to the fact that they should take better care of themselves, and that reduces healthcare costs, I think there is a societal benefit or on a collective level for that to happen. But I think, like, from a more philosophical and personal standpoint, now if you have more healthy years in your life, you have less sick days, you have a better functioning body and mind. My question is, like, what is the good thing to the world that you can contribute with that? What is the noble thing to do? What is the ethically, morally, and practically the most beneficial thing you can do? And I don't think it's a social media post of showing, like, your gains or your weight loss or your radiant skin. I think it is more about making a contribution to the world because you have now more resources. You're maybe more capable. Maybe you have like better cognitive and physical abilities. So I think that's where we can bring in the more of a spiritual or meaning to do these things. And one of the criticisms of biohacking, what I've noticed is, like, especially from females, is that, yeah, I do all these things, I eat healthy and all of that, but I think biohacking is too extreme. Like, I don't want to call myself a biohacker. And then I look at their like supplement cabinet and what they do. They are extreme, but they just don't want to get associated with the kind of leading figures of this movement. So biohacking movement is led primarily by dudes, and they're very utilitarian and often very extreme. Like, you need to, live perfect daily routines and measure yourself constantly and try every new freaking therapy. And there's almost like a competition between these influencers on who's the first one to inject the next weird molecule into their prostate or groin area. Or make the biggest social media stunt on a new experimental compound. Now, I think it's time to discuss, like, how can biohacking actually turn from this extreme attention-seeking movement into something that is generally more favorable for adoption, just like holistic wellness has been. And that's why I came up with the term hololive with my colleagues, because we were concerned that biohacking is misunderstood. It has, like, a lot of historical weight, and it might become a consumer term, just like blogging is, or like influencer. But in a sense, what I believe is that we need new framing. And I started thinking about health. There's a term called health optimization that challenged a little bit the idea of biohacking as a little bit more understandable. But that's also very utilitarian. Like, if you optimize your health, like, there is no optimal. There is no perfect state for anything. Like, it's a moving target. Every decade of your life, what is the optimal thing to optimize is changing constantly, right? What is the priority? What do you want to focus on? So, and it's also very utilitarian and materialistic in a sense. Like you're basically like reducing the complexity of human life into a biomarker in a sense. Now, health as a term is extremely loaded. Health, which is healthcare, seems to be a term that has been hijacked and adapted by the establishment, the status quo, right? They choose what is health and what is not. What is healthcare, what is not. For example, in consumer product marketing in Europe, technically you can't use the term Chinese medicine because Chinese medicine is not considered as an official field for medicine. So I think that kind of like separation and authority is a bit challenging because these are systems that have existed for thousands of years, like Ayurveda or Chinese medicine. Like who is there to say that these traditions are not folk medicine, right? They are. Yeah. They've existed thousands of years. Now, in terms of biohacking, what I think is like, is a health better term? I don't think so, because health is immediately associated with death. And of course, then you have like Brian Johnson with his Don't Die movement and all of this, which is very fear driven. So we're the first generation that's not going to die. And it's like when the need for longevity comes from the place of not of abundance, but from a place of scarcity, like life years, opportunities, health as a scarce resource, the fact you're going to die. I don't think that's the primary driver why we really do anything. Like, I think we do stuff because we love what we do and we want to continue doing these things as long as possible. I think the more positive reason to do anything is because not that you don't want to die, but actually why you're alive. And that brings me to the term of life. So in the end, it's a lifestyle. Biohacking has turned into a lifestyle. It doesn't need to be therapy. It doesn't need to be clinic. It doesn't need to be clinical. It doesn't need to be in the framing of the old healthcare system at all. For me, biohacking is a lifestyle. I do it throughout the day. I do my infrared sauna, and I do like a hyperbaric oxygen occasionally. I do pulse magnetic field therapies. I do supplementation. Are those therapies? Like, am I actually treating something? I don't think so. I'm just doing it because I feel good doing it. So technically those are therapies. So there's scientific evidence, there's a dose and an intervention. But I think like treating it as such puts us into a medicalized field where we are like approaching everything as a treatment, including the diet. I mean, dietitians are treating health concerns and disease with diet. But being someone on a diet doesn't mean you're dying, right? So to me, we need a new term. And so I put together with Sean Wells, we put together the terms holo, which is holistic, whole, complete, from the ancient roots of the term, and life, which is then holistic lifestyle, you can call it. But I like the holo because like holographic. So there's a futuristic idea that this is something new. This is connecting technology and data points and all of this. But it's also like as holo life. So it has, in my definition, if you look at biohacking, it's very body and mind centric optimization. So biohackers take meditation as changes in brain waves or changes in inflammatory markers. So they basically like take holistic concepts and like things that are in the level of the mind or society to a utilitarian single variable in the body. So they materialize it into their bodies in a way. So why do you do meditation now is because it improves this and this biomarker. No, that's not why you do sit in meditation. There's a lot of other gains to get from it. No, you're not doing it because you have now better focus and emotional control and attention. Like those are all very self-centered utilitarian reasons to do it. So the reasons why yogis sit in meditation, why did they do yoga to be even able to sit in it, was not to have a perfect biomarker set. it was to be better connected to the universe, to the self, to the living world, to the divine. That's like the driver for that work. It has also other effects, obviously. So to me, what I wanted to bring into is not just physical and like in terms of body and mind, but also spiritual and social evolution of a being. So if you do all these biohacks and now you're this perfectly fully optimized person, my next question is, what are you going to do about it? Are you going to post on social media that I'm going to leave 180? Are you going to tell everyone like you have perfect biomarkers and, you know, put that as a trophy on your wall? I think like that kind of self-centered, almost narcissistic behavior, which is very body-centric, like look at my gains kind of thing. Look at my perfect biomarkers. Like, do you envy the fact that I'm now this fully optimized person? Like this comes from a place of insecurity, this kind of behavior. It comes from a place of being, let's say you maybe were not this, you know, perfectly optimized biological machinery. Maybe you were overweight. Maybe you had like different like health issues. And most of these health influencers have this wounded healer story. So they had all the health problems, then they fixed themselves and now they're perfect. And now they put those things out there as trophies. But I think the real reason here should be, just like for yogis, is that once you get on this journey of optimizing yourself and you get the results you look for, my question is, what are you going to do with it? How are you going to contribute to the world that you have now more hours in the day, you have better focus, you have more resources, you're more radiant, you're more vibrant, you are more capable. What are you going to do with that, right? So I'm taking it to a more of a quest for meaning, of not just living forever, but being of service. And that also means that when we look at spirituality, it's not about religion at all. It's more about the deeper meanings of why you do anything. That's why I also take it to the dimension of social development, not as a utilitarian way how to manipulate people, but how to contribute. And one of the ideas here is that once you reach that level, it doesn't matter how long you live. It doesn't matter at all, because you don't die once. You do die like, let's say, 3 times. The first time when your body dies, the second time when your ideas have no longer weight, or your contributions, and then the third time when the last person, you know, voices your name. So when people forget about you. So if you want to live a life beyond a lifetime in terms of contributions to the world, you're going to live forever in terms of concepts or ideas, or even biologically. So the whole idea of life extension and longevity, I think it's a very dangerous idea. And this is the controversial thing I'm going to put out there as a biohacker, because most biohackers say like, yeah, we're going to live forever. I'm going to live forever. I say it is very dangerous to do that on a collective level. Why? Because our society is changing faster than and our environment, the whole modern life through industrialization now in post-industrial times, the world looks very different than it looked for hunter-gatherers. So our biology has not yet fully catched up. That's why we need companies like Biome and so on, like show us like, hey, your bacterial environment is not ideal. How did that evolve? How did that symbiotic relationship with the natural world evolve through evolution? So I would say like most of our issues with degenerative disease and so are the departure from our natural adaptations to the environment. And the biohacks that we do are means and mechanisms through which we restore the natural order of things, how we are supposed to relate to the world outside and inside of us. And that's what biohacking really is. It is basically like looking at what is in sync with nature and circadian rhythms and the microbiome and the biology, outside and inside of you, the whole food chain, and like trying to find a way to live in resonance with that, so in harmony. So in a way, it's a very potentially a very spiritual and a bigger collective quest in a sense to take on. So to me, then the whole question about this whole thing is that if the world changes so fast that we can't recognize our food or our environment or like anything anymore, our biology basically can't recognize it, and we are relying increasingly on therapies and interventions to keep ourselves alive, then what is the potential risk and consequences to the human species? The world changes faster, and now we start to increase our life expectancy. So if evolution is dependent on changing generations, because every generation through epigenetic adaptations adapts to the current conditions, I think even though we might criticize right now there's too much sugar in the environment, like in our food chain, give it a couple of generations of people getting excess amount of sugar, and we have genetic adaptations where it's completely normal and okay. So biological organisms are extremely adaptable. So if you have all this environmental pollution, it's very possible it becomes less of an issue through evolution as we adapt. Just like we have seen organisms that become capable of living in, let's say, in a nuclear radiation environment. Like we can totally, as a resilient we are, give it a couple of generations, we can adapt to this new world. Of course, you don't have the time to wait a couple of generations. You want to do it right now. But the danger here is that if we live longer, this natural change of the genetic pool to be able to adapt to the environment, the cycles are not fast enough. So we are now in a situation where the environment changes faster than ever and people live longer. So the change of the gene pool doesn't happen fast enough. I think the only real conclusion we can draw from this is that either we need to die earlier, or we need to start doing some drastic things that potentially mean that we modify the human organism while we are alive. And this is like, in a way, what people are trying to do right now. You might think like, oh, I don't want to have like genetic modification. Bro, are you taking like stem cell therapies, or like are you doing like interventions that are maybe changing like in a subtle way, maybe with a supplement, the genetic expression? Or are you doing lifestyle changes that are in a subtle way changing the genetic expression of your cells? Like you are conducting that on this very moment. So if we take a more conscious approach to modifying ourselves to be more capable to stay in sync with the environment, that leads to a lot of ethical, moral, and technological questions, and also the questions of limitations of our capabilities of really doing that as humans, basically playing God. And those are good questions to ask. Like, is it feasible? Does it make any sense for us to live longer? And to my conclusion to all of this is that we don't need to go so extreme. We can start today putting more healthy years in your lives. We don't necessarily need to live longer at all. You need to be in a good state to reproduce and give off offspring that is capable of adapting to the environment. We want to contribute through our businesses and technologies to the resilience of the human race on our food chain, on our environment we live in our cities, our resilience towards existential threats. And artificial intelligence, to me, is a natural evolution out of us being human. It's our invention. It's silicon-based life that emerges out of carbon-based life, which is us. It's a tool. It's an extension of us. through which we become aware of ourselves. It's trained on our output. It's what we use then as a reflection through the mirror to maybe optimize your work or your health or wellness or whatnot. So I do believe like that we kind of had to, on a level, develop these technologies so that we can keep up with the changes to be more capable of adaptation. But of course, like with these powerful technologies comes powerful potential risks that have been discussed, which we don't need to go here. But I'm a technological optimist. I believe that the genius inventions that we make, including all these cool biohacks, although some of them are dangerous, some of them will fail. Just like bodybuilders have used different supplements, and some of them have died, experimenting with things. There's always something that is left from those experiments that is benefiting us all. I mean, I'm taking creatine all the time. So, and in the 80s, it was not obvious you want to, take these kind of things like on a daily basis. Now we have the evidence. So, HoloLife to me is connecting the body and the mind, the spiritual development, the social relationship and development of the individual. It is taking it to the level of a lifestyle, so it doesn't need to be a therapy. Doing something is better than doing nothing. You don't need to be 100% perfect sleep scores and extreme with these things. It's more about identifying the 20% that will result in 80% of improvement. And in my experience, it resonates better with females also, who are maybe more driven by different factors than men, by emotions, by beauty, by purpose, by feeling good in this present moment, not necessarily needing to be the longest living organism on this planet, which is a very masculine need to win a race, right? Like a sperm trying to find the egg.
I've seen in the biohacking community, and also my experience, a sort of health burnout. That is when the health becomes a performance. It becomes the body becomes an end goal. As you said, you get a set of biomarkers or a physique, and your whole point is to show that, and so it becomes the end goal, and not that you are increasing your vitality so that you can do the things in life that you like the best even better. And so there's this a type of a shortcoming that somebody in the beginning of a journey transforming the body can fall into, that is, hey, don't make this the whole point. That's what I hear a lot what you're saying. And so now we have about 30,000 people watching us here, and a lot of them are a lot of them are experienced biohackers, health optimizers, and a lot of them are in the beginning of the journey. So, okay, I want to, take control of that. I want to improve my longevity. And so I am now in front of a person who has done that for decades. And I want to hear a few of your lessons learned, Teemu, in this appreciation of, okay, there's a philosophy we had here. I see a different philosophy here. Going to the lessons learned in terms of what you do and what you don't do anymore for a person who is starting to take control of their health. Are you still measuring things or not? How do you think about your practices? I realize that it's not only about nutrition and exercise. There's a lot about spirituality and social life. So if you were to give a few life lessons to somebody who's starting this journey but don't want to get consumed by it, what are a couple of things that you can offer?
Yeah, I mean, the most common question that biohackers get is like, what is your morning routine? What is your lunch? What is your diet? What is your evening routine? I mean, Huberman in a way built like a whole podcast around these topics, right? So what is the optimal protocol blueprint thing to start from? Most common question I get is like, what wearable should I get, or what biomarkers should I test? And like all of those questions, I think you need to first assess to yourself, what is the challenge you have in life? what is your wound? What is like the bottleneck? And sometimes you need lab testing or other forms of testing to figure it out. If you know something is wrong, but you can't really pinpoint what it is. And that's where I would start. Like if your problem is lack of attention and focus, that is a very different starting point for biohacking than someone who has, let's say, sleep issues, or who has maybe energy challenges throughout the day, or who has maybe even some kind of condition to treat, right? Or hormonal problems. And like that's where you want to start, this realistic understanding of what is your real true problem and challenge. And from that you can derive then what is perhaps the hypothesis why that exists, and then what is the intervention that has the highest likelihood of doing something. This is exactly how I healed myself a decade ago from my ulcer, was to come to face with my issue. And by the way, the root cause was not the ulcer. The root cause was patterns of behavior that led to it also. So now I have a different approach that helps me to be a little bit more resilient. Having said that, no one is perfect. And I don't think anyone, listener, any of the top biohackers feel they are like ready, like now fully optimized or perfect. There's always room for improvement in some way. So being realistic and honest with yourself, what is the challenge, and then figuring out what might be the best intervention. You can use doctors, you can use experts, you can do lab testing. And once you identify that, no lab test is useful without actually then taking action. So then doing the strategy, including the interventions, to get yourself back to health. And now it comes to the crucial thing. Once you get improvement and you heal, there is a trap that many biohackers end up in. Let's say it was ketogenic diet that worked for you, or maybe it was some hormonal optimization, or maybe it was, this supplement or that test or that technology, because it provides you the reward in a sense, or provided, it becomes an identity. So then you are ketogenic Mike, or you're the hormone optimizing Mary, or you're this and that. It's cool. You can turn this into a career, right? And maybe it's feasible. But be aware of the process, what leads you to become a professional biohacker, in a sense, like I am. Then the question is is that limiting you in some way? So if you are, if you're vegan Mary, it's very hard to become carnivore, right? It's even hard to even consider that. If you're ketogenic, it's really hard to then eat a cake in the public without being subject to criticism, right? So when it becomes identity and a projection in a way, that is a trap, and I don't think many people really consciously think about stuff like this. And one of the things, and this more evolved, refined understanding of this, is that once you become, healthier through these interventions, and biohacking then kind of is the new approach, right? Maybe it's a certain diet. It becomes a new control mechanism, because often what led to your issues was, let's say, you were overworking. It led to burnout, and now you are recovered from it. You're a biohacker who has recovered from burnout. The biohacking becomes the new control mechanism, right? The question is, can biohacking lead to another burnout? Totally can. I've seen many people burn out doing too many ice baths and too many supplements and too many this and that. Like fitness people might do too much, fitness. So the thing is it becomes its own prison in a way, and becomes your identity. So that is the trap I recommend avoiding. The other thing is that, and this is more practical, that was more of a high level thing. I think uh, distinguishing between the data that is part of something you really need to measure right now. So, for example, if you want to lose weight, you're measuring your weight. If you are struggling with blood sugar regulation, measure your blood sugar. And then like the purely long-term statistical interests, like tracking your sleep. So maybe you don't have sleep issues, but you're still tracking. The thing is that we very easily turn these into utilitarian needs, that you need to measure yourself to optimize yourself. But what if you're optimized? Do you need these tools anymore? Is it worth the time? I don't have any wearables on me right now. So I used to be the guy who was known for having like all these data points. So knowing when to let go of the tool, I think is also key. When do you don't need to anymore do that? It's kind of like you learn the diet, like ketogenic diet, and then you adopt the strategy of using it as one of your tools. So that's called suddenly cyclical ketogenic diet or intermittent fasting or something like this can be used as an intervention that when you need it. So it's basically like, what is the point where you want to actually evolve beyond the protocol, evolve beyond the blueprint? Because very easily, like these routines become the new prison in a way, that you need to have like always this morning routine this way and always this diet and always that. You know what? If you do that, you won't learn anything. Like you are basically out of fear, controlling your behavior, and you're focusing on only doing things perfectly that you think is perfect, and you have no idea what you could learn and what could happen if you do the opposite. So the constant experimentation and being human is partly also to push the boundaries so that you discover new things. So if you're vegan for life, if you never experiment with, let's say, carnivore diet, how can you know that your diet is actually the most optimal for your body? Or if you are a carnivore, if you never do a fully plant-based diet, how can you criticize anyone doing it without actually having direct experience of it? Or maybe you have, but you didn't do it properly. So I think the key here to human life is to evolve, to do things, different experiments, to have a life, to have different experiences. I love the Tim Ferriss book For Our Body, where he would try to gain a lot of muscle or lose a lot of weight, or it's kind of like you shift the focus, right? So you're a freak now you want to be Hulk. Okay, now I don't want to be Hulk anymore. I want to be actually flexible like a monkey. No, I don't want to be that. I want to be super focused, like cognitively capable human. Like when you shift your focus on what you're doing, it is changing everything around it. And then you can try to figure out what are the genes that, okay, for me, I'm not good at long distance running. I'm more into weightlifting genetically, so I'm just going to do weightlifting. So it's not about that. It's more about like can this guide you to the optimal strategies that help you to evolve faster? And once you reach a plateau, how do you break out of the prison so that you find a new avenue to evolve in? And this is where I use personally quite a bit of artificial intelligence, because as humans, we are robots. We repeat ourselves constantly. We do, if you think of your morning routine and your dietary choices and whatnot, what do you do when you open your computer? What are the apps you click? All of this. Like we tend to, when you open your phone, what are the apps you open? So it's you tend to like repeat same behaviors that are familiar to you repeatedly. So any change really truly comes from changing that pattern, not being a robot, not repeating the same patterns, like doing something difficult, doing something differently. And so what I kind of figured out is that I built an AI that is giving me my daily routine. And the whole idea of that is that it is learning from my past things, and it is trying to push new stuff in it, like new experiments. An example would be, for example, let's say you always do the Wim Hof breath method in the morning. What if you start to experiment with different breath work methods, and so that you just don't do the same thing over and over again? In terms of meditation, what if you experiment with different guided meditations, not just the one, let's say some kind of mindfulness technique. If you do your morning coffee, I actually implement this into my daily practice. Many people do like some kind of fat-based coffee or something. So I try to change the recipe every day. So I have my favorite recipes, but I'm using that as a carrier for different molecules. So I'm putting there different things. So right now I have reindeer bone broth. I have I have some butter. I have some MCT oil. The other day I put olive oil in it instead of MCT oil. Can you imagine, into coffee? Actually works pretty well. So like there's these assumptions we have, we never try, and then you try and it's like, oh, actually it's pretty cool. So I used tremella mushroom instead of chaga, what I like. So there's some spices. So just like changing the recipe of this coffee, change the recipe of your workouts or your day or something, and that's the way you evolve. When you hit a plateau and like something works for you and then it doesn't work anymore, you need to change something, because the brain learns to expect certain things, right? So you need to like surprise it a little bit. So I basically found
what is the unique advantage the AI gives you in this type of work in your daily routine? How is it better than not having it, for example?
Yeah, so I developed this application called Holo Habits, which is a free download on the App Store for iPhone and Android. And it's the most sophisticated AI system right now. So most of the AIs out there are like just wrappers on OpenAI's APIs. And I build a multi-agentic model agnostic system. So I use different things behind it. One of those is a recipe database, and there's a nutritional database, and there's a biomarker database, and there's this and that like behind it through which it is verifying its output. But when I take a photo of food, it is giving me suggestions of how to modify the recipe, how to change your breakfast, basically. So if you always do the same breakfast and take a photo of it, cool, but it's trying to coach you based on what it is seeing, like how you could modify this, that it would be more in tune with your nature. And because it also knows about my nutritional biomarkers, and you can upload any test results. I believe you can also take a photo of your biome test results. So any lab really, like maybe you did some functional health testing, you can just take a photo, you can upload it into the app, and it will give you that guidance in that context. It works well for the things that it's fine-tuned for, but I think you will be surprised how good at it is different things. But the thing is that it gives me ideas and suggestions. So if you do like a sandwich, you take a photo of it, it can suggest how to change the recipe. And I think that's like a really practical example of how you may want to use this. Maybe you give it your workout plan that you do every single day, and it is evolving that based on the weekly plan we are implementing, or how your sleep score has been recently, or stress levels. And that's the same I'm also doing for meditation. So I let AI generate me a meditation. I'm really curious right now to develop it in such a way that it is kind of learns from you. So it has long-term memory. So it's not just a chat window. It only remembers what you just said, but it makes notes about you over time. And the idea is to push the envelope a little bit. So in a way, what you're talking to is a higher self version of you that wants you to be curious and try new things. And I think that's what really life is all about, is that you discover something you like. I like an infrared sauna session every morning. I like, some kind of beverage, but you don't need to have it in the form of coffee all the time, or your electrolytes always with the same brand, or, the sauna session always the same protocol. Because there is no magical silver bullet to anything. It's all super contextual, and you can find rules in thumb about many things, but how do you discover them and those work for you without experimentation? So I think the original idea of biohacking, in a sense, is like really to hack your daily routine in a way. And if you are stuck on the tracks, that is like the obsession to repeat the same behaviors over and over again is the Achilles heel here, or any kind of lifestyle change. And there's one thing is you don't really have resources. If you're busy in the morning, you don't have the minutes to figure out a new thing to do. So if I let AI generate my 5-minute workout, my recipe for the drink today based on the ingredients I have in the cabin, the supplement stack I'm going to take today, it might be different every single day. So you have kind of a second brain that is taking into account a lot of the decision making here, and it might surprise you because it knows stuff you don't. And that's what I'm kind of curious about, how to use technology for, not to diligently measure and be mega optimal, but how to use technology to help me break out of the robotic lifestyle and prison I built for myself. Yeah.
I see. To actually be flexible with the circumstances I have today. Here are the supplements I have today. Here's the picture of my fridge today. I have 30 minutes. What can I do about that, instead of how do I adapt my life to follow the same recipe of training and nutrition every day? Is the opposite, right? Is how do I adapt my nutritional strategy, my exercise, based on the circumstances of my life today? So what gets flexible is the longevity practice, and not me molding myself, my life around so that I can do my longevity practice. Is the other way around. Longevity.
That's what brings the diversity and richness into your life. And if we know something about the microbiome, this is Viome's thing, right? A microbiome. Diversity of the microbiome is linked to better immunity, better resilience, just better outcomes in all ways. And it means that you don't want to feed the ones who are already well fed. You don't want to have some bacterial overgrowth of the wrong guys. Even the good bacteria can become problematic if you have one species dominating the ecosystem. And I would say it's kind of the same with our behaviors and diets and patterns. If you have just one or two things that are dominating everything in your life, there is no richness in it, and maybe that makes you weak in a way you don't really see. So if it makes you consume different ingredients every single day that supports different bacteria and grows a diversity, not just in physical sense, a materialistic sense only, but also in terms of life experience, right? Why do we go to restaurants? Is to have an experience. We want to be surprised by something new. So someone makes us something new. Some people seek comfort in just, always having the egg and bacon and the steak in the certain way prepared with a certain garnish, which is probably avocados. And someone wants kale, someone doesn't. But the thing is that we know from studies, if you just eat the steak, the amino acid balance will not be ideal. You want to also consume organ foods, and you want to have the connective tissues, and you want to eat the animal from head to tail. Same with plant-based diets. I'm a bit like a heretic here by saying that I don't think that seeds or like all these plant-based things that we demonize, including different grains, are the enemy. It's more about the quantity and repetition. Like anyone can have a small amount of certain seeds. And actually that's the resilience you want to have, is that you can have like, these different ingredients and you're not immediately going to explode into a autoimmune condition. So I think it's like people like things that are not allowed, like lists that are not allowed and things that are allowed. I mean, this is what all the dietary advice did. Avoid these, take these. But I think resilience is the ability to, have that burger occasionally, have that glass of alcohol occasionally, have that, handful of seeds or even dangerous seed oils, and not die on the spot. I think we should not be taken over in terms of our decision making by very convincing, charismatic, influencer who say like, this is bad for you, this is good for you, don't do this. I don't think Brian Johnson, for example, has perfect sleep score every night. I think he must have here and there like a night when he's not sleeping optimally, and there's travel and there's life happening. I don't think if you pick like some of these, I don't think Huberman does, all these perfect protocols every single day, every single moment. And I have a lot of evidence, having been around like in this industry, of a lot of these leaders, that the advice they give, like sometimes they do the opposite, including myself. So I think it's good to be a little bit more humble about these things, that we're not perfect, and none of our leaders are even like living perfectly the lifestyle they project that they are doing. It's more about that we're all on this journey together. We're all learning from each other. Like someone does a crazy stunt and we observe what's happening to that person, then we want to try that because it seems it worked, right? So I think that's the social aspect of these things. And I think the experimentation is really one of my favorite kind of statements is that diversity of thought is accuracy of thought. I would say also diversity of behaviors is accuracy of behaviors. Because if you become stuck in your behaviors or your thinking, like I think you are not resilient and you're very likely to die prematurely.
That's amazing. Teemu Arina, thank you very much, man. If I want to know more about Whole Habits, is an app that is free to use. Where can I go? There is also the Resilience Bean book that is one of the latest. I want to know more from your work. Where are the places that I can go to?
Yeah, so holohabits.com, you can download the app. You can upload any lab test there. You can do ours if you want, but you can put your biome test there and see what it's going to say about it. Take a photo of anything you want, food, lab tests, like supplement cabinets, your face even, like it's going to give you some honest feedback. Then the second thing is like if you want to like read the Biohackers Handbook, you can go to hololifecenter.com. You can find all of our body of work. And you mentioned earlier the term vitality. Our next book is called The Vital Being, because I think people really want not just longevity and radical life extension. They want just more, vitality in their life. So Vital Being is our longevity book that is coming out. There's also the book Optimized Human that will come out, hopefully on airports everywhere soon, next year at some point. And if you're interested in the whole life philosophy, maybe one of our events is interest to you, the whole life summit. And we have a whole life longevity event coming up in Monaco, for example, in Monte Carlo. We have events planned. That's going to be tentatively now 12th of March 2026, and it's actually one of the longest living populations on Earth. These people, and in the Mediterranean, and I don't know if it's because of the money or the plastic surgery or what, but like they live pretty long. So and we want to put them on the map as the longevity capital as well of Europe, and it's going to be an interesting gathering of people who have the resources to try to live longer, and that's interesting. And in terms of webinars and all of that, we also do our own stuff, like on a weekly basis with Hololive Academy and Hololive webinar series. So stay tuned on that. Hopefully I see you, whoever is listening to this, changing your pattern of behavior for the better and not getting too married with it.
Wonderful. Teemu, brother, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Have a pleasure to introduce to our audience Dave Asprey. Dave has been a friend for 20 plus years. He is known as a father of biohacking. As a matter of fact, more than biohacking, his journey itself into health is the most important part and why he got into biohacking. So today we're going to spend time learning about health, longevity, biohacking. What can you do today to live healthy longer? Not someday in the future when things change. What can you do right now today that he does? And by the way, he does have a lot of the private mastermind where he teaches people what to do. And these things cost tremendous amount of money. And out of friendship, he's willing to share all that knowledge with you today here. So just pay attention and listen. This is worth hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of knowledge. You're getting it right here. So, Dr. Asprey, how are you?
Thanks, Naveen. Thanks for the honorary doctor title. I am an unlicensed biohacker, which means that I'm allowed to say things that doctors can't say because of licensing boards and things like that. And I share how things work and new mechanisms. And I've written 9 books, about half of New York Times bestsellers, about how to live longer, how to be smarter and faster and stronger, and not spend your whole life worrying about health. It's getting easier and easier. In my own life, I've spent about 200 million over the past 20 years. First, 100 pounds, getting rid of chronic fatigue and arthritis and high risk of stroke and heart attack, and mold toxicity and a whole bunch of other things that had gone wrong. So I'm kind of the worst case. And if I can do this, it's going to be easier for you. It doesn't matter if you're already 50, 60, 70, you can radically change the amount of time you have left and the quality of that time. And it's not enough to just say, I just want to be healthier. No, you can be healthier and get another 10, 20, 30 years. And this isn't science fiction. It's not the future. We're doing it right now. When people come into unlimited.life, which is my high-end concierge longevity medicine practice, I work with a top concierge doctor and the top personal development coaches in the world. People spend $10,000 a month for a year to be in this program. And we gather $40,000 worth of every variable you could think of. And we calculate your likely lifespan down to within 1 year with clinically validated data. And what we're seeing is when people do these longevity biohacks, when they control their gut bacteria, when they look at their genetics and the weaknesses that come from genetics, and they look at their RNA expression to figure out what's actually happening versus what could happen, that combination is unlocking additional years of life for people. And no one wants to live longer if it's wheelchairs and tubes and putting your car keys in the fridge. We're talking about really high quality life. People's libido returns, their sleep quality returns, they lose tons of fat, their muscles grow back. And it doesn't have to cost that much. And these are things that you can do at home. And all you need to know is, what do you do first? And the easiest thing to look at is improve the quality of your sleep. It's not about working out more. It's not about adding more stress. It's not about extreme diets. It's learn how to get better sleep. And the second thing that I recommend, I do sleep because it's basically free to do that. Get some dimmer switches, make sure your bedroom is dark and cool, and make sure that it's darker when the sun goes down. So you just reduce the lighting in your home. And sometimes simple things like that, having dinner earlier, this can it can shift your sleep architecture, which means more growth hormone, more testosterone, lower stress hormones, better muscle development. So huge shifts in biology. And then the second thing you've got to do is, if you're not already managing it, just by looking at a sample of someone's gut bacteria, you can predict their age. Because as you age, you actually have fewer types of bacteria and a lower volume of bacteria. Of course, I'm talking to a guy who's an expert in this, and I'm an advisor to Viome. So what would happen if you did the nutritional changes necessary for you to have a young person's microbiome? Well, you see this huge reflection in wellness and energy throughout the system, because gut bacteria are actually little manufacturing plants. They manufacture compounds that either keep you young and energized, or they make you old. So managing your gut bacteria, and this can be with probiotics, the custom ones from Viome are unparalleled. And it can also be something that you do by changing the type of food. And you probably don't know the foods that are what I call kryptonite foods, and the foods that are good for you. And why I call them kryptonite foods, imagine you're actually Superman, right? And one day, Lois Lane, your girlfriend, comes home and she's got some new green perfume that has kryptonite in it, right? And there's a little bit that's in the spice mix, right? And all of a sudden, like, I just don't feel so super anymore. And you don't know what it is. Maybe I'm just getting old, and it's just a few things. You just have to know what they are. And what has fascinated me, because I had such bad problems with my gut, even up through being about 30 years old, it seemed like no matter what I did, I had a lot of digestive problems. And I was obsessed with finding a test that would tell me what was going on in there. And there just weren't any on the market. And the reality is, it's not even just bacteria. It's fungus, bacteria, viruses, and they're all doing stuff in there. And then if you can find a good picture of it. So I've been looking, I had been looking for 10 plus years just to get the data so I could fix what was going on. And then we talked, and Viome had gotten this amazing technology from one of the national laboratories, and something that no startup could have ever built. And magically, I could actually see what was going on inside my gut. And what I found was that through dietary manipulation, and by having more fiber and taking the right probiotics, I quadrupled the number of species in my gut over 6 months. And I increased the volume, and my health markers got much better. But it only worked because I knew what I needed to change. So this is like one of the most exciting breakthroughs, because it's so much data. You couldn't even look at it before that. And now with AI, I've seen an incredible shift in the last 2 years of our ability to figure out what works and what matters for people. I'm really excited about it.
So is that the reason, you were eating healthy foods like kale and spinach, because they thought they were really healthy for you?
I actually became a vegan and then a raw vegan in my quest to lose weight and just live forever. And I would happily be a graveltarian if just eating gravel was what would make me. So I only want to do what works. And what I found out was I was having incredible systemic pain. My muscles always hurt. My joints always hurt. My skin wasn't good. But I was on this healthy vegan diet, eating huge amounts of spinach, kale, beets, and all this. And it turns out they were the cause of the problem, because there's a plant defense compound called oxalate, and it's common in a lot of superfoods. And some people handle more oxalate than others. And it's based in part on your gut bacteria and in part on your metabolism and your genetics. and I'm not well set up there. When I look at my Viome test, it actually identifies you are a poor oxalate absorber. So that means that for me, avoiding kale and spinach and those other things, or at least minimizing.
Almonds. Yeah.
Huge. Yeah. Almonds, unfortunately, chocolate is on that list. Too much green tea. Raspberries actually cause all kinds of problems for me. And it's not saying you can't ever eat a raspberry, but if you're eating a box a day the way I used to get healthy berries, it's almost impossible, unless you're obsessive like me, to figure out if you have 25 things in your diet that are causing you problems, which 25 out of 100 things you eat. Well, now you can just do it with a test. And I think that's most important, because if you're getting inflammation with every meal and you think it's healthy, but it's not, you'll keep doing it, but you won't get results. And this is really weird, but the strongest business model, if you don't have ethics, is diet soda. Because diet soda actually contributes to obesity. So it's so mean. You tell people who are 300 pounds like me, drink these diet sodas all day long because you're trying to lose weight. And they keep you fat. So now I'll be drinking diet soda till I'm dead versus solving the problem. And the same thing is true with food. Well, I know I'm trying to eat healthy, so I'm going to eat even more kale. But if kale is your kryptonite food, maybe you don't want to do that. And Viome is very simple to tell you more of this, less of that.
Well,
and
first of all,
you know how I know that Viome works? This is the funniest thing. So you're a vegetarian, and I eat a substantial amount of red meat. And
yes.
It's funny, we go to a restaurant, like I eat the meat, you eat the side dishes, right? And so for a long time, you're kind of like, oh, red meat, not so good. But when you got so much data from 1 million people, like, oh, look at this, like 51% or something like that of people, they actually need red meat and others don't. So that's real science, and that's really fascinating. And I respect no one's identical to anyone else. And so it could be that for you, almonds are going to be a superfood. I kind of question that, but maybe they are. And for me, they're not going to be it. I'm going to eat macadamias. But yes, you have to be that specific. Otherwise, it's like every day you're punching yourself in the kidneys over and over with your food, and you don't even know you're doing it.
Well, that's really interesting that I think you mentioned the red meat. Look, I was, being a vegetarian, I was very skeptical that red meat can possibly be good for anyone. It has to be one of those toxic foods like sugar that's just bad for everyone, right? And I'm now having analyzed 1.5 million tests, having analyzed 400 quadrillion biological data points. I was surprised to see almost 50%, like 47% of the people are actually the red meat is good for them. And here's why. It turns out the red meat contains choline and carnitine. And for these people, the microbes are not converting the choline and carnitine into TMA. And these people have unbelievable ability where the TMA does get absorbed in the blood, but their liver doesn't produce enough FMO3 that converts the TMA into TMAO, which is the one that actually causes plaque. And if that's not happening, then you should eat red meat for the people. It is good for them. And this is really what I learned, is that there is no such thing as universal healthy diet. Having said that, there are universally unhealthy food that are bad for everyone. I mean, we could not find a single person where the sugar is good for them. I mean, just eating raw sugar is good for them. There was nothing I could see in any data that could show that. Fried food, I mean, it is just not good for you. Processed food, there was nothing. I mean, there's not a single person where we can say, look, eating this ultra processed food is actually good for them. Right? And that is really the basic thing that says there is no universally unhealthy food. There is universally unhealthy food, but there is no universal healthy food, and each person is separate. Anyway, coming back to you, Dave, biohacking. Now, this is a word that nobody knew about it until you started biohacking. And people have this idea somehow these people are crazy and these people don't know, and they're ingesting themselves with poison and somehow hoping that snake poison is going to do something magic for them. That's not what biohacking is about. Biohacking is about personalization.
Yeah. I used to run a longevity nonprofit group in Palo Alto, California. And I started this in my mid-20s because I was learning longevity from the top people in the field who were in their 70s. And I was the only guy under 30. in the room. And every month I'd show up, and pretty soon they said, will you be president of this? So I'm running this nonprofit group, learning from epic people, but I could get no one under 40 to ever pay attention to longevity. And on a spiritual journey and to Mount Kailash, actually, in a remote part of Tibet, I was just walking and thinking, I need to rebrand this longevity thing so it's interesting for all of us. And biohacking is just the art and science of changing the environment around you and inside of you so you can have the state you want. And it was radical when I first started talking about this, because it puts you in the driver's seat of your longevity, of your health, but it also unites this. Because if you're 20 years old and not too sick, longevity isn't going to be at the top of your list. What you're actually interested in is building your tribe, learning, making your mark in the world, and health is going to come second. But if I can use biohacking as these are the tools to give you energy and power and focus and to make your brain and body do what you want, this is important for everyone at every age. And the things that make old people young make young people powerful. So longevity is a part of biohacking. And at the same time, so is exercise. And so is consciousness work, right? Because who wants to live to at least 180, which is my goal, if you're unhappy all the time? So biohacking is a Trojan horse to get younger people to care about longevity and to get all of us to care about the deep consciousness work that makes for happy, healthy relationships and just for a better world. And it's become a global movement. The market size for biohacking is about $36 billion. And I started it with a blog post telling people, you're in charge of your biology. Here are the tools to use.
Unbelievable. So, Dave, I'm going to focus on, you have been in this field for so long, and you have not only created the field, you currently are doing things that are so mind-boggling. You talked about a little bit about the unlimited.life. You have Upgrade Lab logo on the back. Can you just give audience a feel of what is it that you're doing? How can they benefit from the things that you are doing, and how can they be part of? And they want to all look as young as you do at this age. I mean, they all want to be you. So what can they do to be you?
Well, if you go to upgradelabs.com, this is our network of AI-powered longevity centers. And we've got about 9 open across the US and Canada, and another 30 or so in the process of opening. So there might be one in your neighborhood. Or you can go to the website, and there's even an app that'll help to guide you on what to do. And we also just announced that we have 3 locations opening in Dubai and are in that region. So we're now in 3 countries and growing. And the reason for this is that it's not reasonable for most people to have $1 million worth of this equipment in their basement in order to do this. So you can go in and you can have a regular practice where you measure what's going on in your body using clinical grade tools. And then you get great advice on here's what to do. And then there's big equipment in those places. You can also just go to daveasprey.com, where I have 3,000 articles that tell you what to do, but that's a lot. So we're working with AI right now on putting those into an advice engine for you. And the Human Upgrade show has about 600 million downloads, almost 1,400 episodes with the leaders in the field of longevity or in consciousness or in human performance. So all you've got to do there is say, I want to learn about X, and go there, and I'll tell you. And this isn't esoteric stuff. This is, if you want this result, here are the most likely things that are going to get you that result. So if weight loss is your thing, there's a protocol for you. But what I'm going to tell you is the more data you have, the better. So you can get a Viome test and be, oh, I'm fat because I'm eating this food, right? Or you come in to an Upgrade Labs and you say, oh, look, I'm low in vitamin B12 or whatever it is. Or more interestingly, maybe your cells aren't making enough electricity because your cells are dehydrated. So this is something, if you're near any of these locations, you can come in and we'll give you a cell health analysis for free. And this can really change things.
Tell me more about this thing, because I still am curious about. So what is it at Upgrade Lab? I go there. Is it primarily for just the equipment? I mean, what am I getting there? How do I get it started? How do, what happens?
When you come into Upgrade Labs, we use an AI-powered survey to identify your goals. Because it turns out being healthy is not a goal. because it means something for every person. There are about 9 different things that you care about, and everyone has their own recipe for what health means. So we're going to help to identify your top 2 goals out of these 9 things. And the 9 things can be, I want to put on muscle. I care about longevity. I want to manage stress. I want to be smarter. Or I want to lose fat. I want cardiometabolic function, or my libido is a problem, or my sleep is a problem, or even my vision is a problem. So that might be your top goal. So once we do that, then we know your goals. And then we put you on a clinical grade piece of equipment that takes 2 minutes, and we're going to measure 4,000 variables that tell us where's the fat, where's the muscle, where's the bone, how are your cells functioning right now today. And based on that, we're going to tell you, here's what to do with all the equipment that we have. And the equipment is not exercise equipment. There are things that improve specific parts of your metabolism or your biology. And it takes less time than going to the gym, but you get these crazy results. People, when they come in who are looking for that, they lose lots of fat. They put on lots of muscle at rates that seem almost unimaginable. And you could exercise in a spin class for an hour a day, 5 days a week. Do that for 2 months, you'll improve by 2%. If you give me 15 minutes a week with this AI-powered equipment we use, you'll improve by 12%. 6 times more results in the amount of time you brush your teeth versus sweating it out at a spin class. So massive change, because now you freed up your time and you freed up your energy, so you can do something else that matters to you, like parenting or your job or something, anything. So we're setting people free from spending lots of time on things that don't work very well. And on top of that, we're happy to send someone to your home to draw lab work. And when we do that, we can add that in to your recommendation set, and we'll even tell you, here's what to do at home, right? So when you're at home, even if you're not near an Upgrade Labs, we'll tell you, okay, here's when you should work with red light. Here's what you can shift in your daily habits that's working, and we integrate with wearables for that. So we're getting all the data possible. And for the average member, we're getting 187 million data points per year, running them through AI and telling you, here's how to get results instead of wasting time and money.
Wow. I mean, to me, this seems like such a no-brainer. I mean, why would anybody not do this? I mean, how expensive is this? Can't be, is it like super expensive that only rich people can afford it?
It costs $200 to maybe $500 a month, depending on where you live, to come in very frequently.
That's very affordable.
It's meant to take the things that crazy billionaires do and the things I write my books about, and to make it accessible for very large numbers of people, because these things change your life. And what I've learned, Naveen, is that when people are at full power, because your metabolism is working, your gut microbes are intact, we're wired inside our bones to be kind to other people. So I think the world becomes a better place because we become more peaceful when our biology isn't disrupted. And that's the why behind it. And people who come and do these practices, whether they're at home or at Upgrade Labs, they like their life better. They like the people around them better. They're less emotionally reactive because their energy works better. And these are things that I've had to do for myself. And the difference in relationships, the difference if someone cuts you off in traffic, are you going to get road rage or are you just going to be chill? It comes from your cells. It comes from your gut. And having that data and just doing what works instead of what you wish worked, that's the key.
Well, I see some ink on your arm. What is that ink?
This ink, this is caffeine. Now,
all right. Tell me more about that. Tell me more about that. Why caffeine?
Years ago, Naveen, I was the first person to sell anything over the internet. Before e-commerce even was called e-commerce, before the web browser existed, I sold a t-shirt with that molecule and it said caffeine, my drug of choice. And Danger Coffee is my new coffee company. People may have heard of Bulletproof Coffee, which is a company that I founded that I don't work with any longer. And I pioneered functional coffee. And it turns out there are many studies looking at longevity in coffee, and drinking coffee reduces all-cause mortality. In other words, people who drink up to 5 cups a day die less. And the reason for this, well, there's multiple reasons, but a primary reason is that coffee is full of a compound called polyphenols. Polyphenols are these colored compounds in plants, and they act as signaling molecules and as food for healthy bacteria in your gut. So when you drink a couple cups of coffee a day, that's really good for you. The only problem, though, is that, especially in the US, we have a problem with mold toxins in your coffee, and mold toxins disrupt your microbiome and they disrupt your cellular function. So if you drink coffee and you get tired, you want sugar, you get jittery and cranky, you can't handle it, it's probably not the coffee. It's probably the toxins in the coffee. And there's 36 studies backing that up. And there's no regulatory structure in the US protecting you from mold in coffee. That's why you drink danger coffee, because it has no mold in it, because I lab tested and created differently. And it has a therapeutic dose of trace minerals and electrolytes that can actually increase the electrical output of your cells, and they can hydrate you. So you drink a really good tasting cup of danger coffee in the morning, and you're getting the benefits that coffee has in multiple studies, but you're also getting a lot of minerals. Minerals drive metabolic function throughout the body, and most of us are out of minerals anyway.
Agreed. And do you still put a spoon of butter in the coffee, danger coffee?
So I invented this thing called bulletproof coffee, which was blending butter and MCT oil, which is a kind of metabolically active oil that gives you energy, into coffee. And I would say probably 100 million people have tried it at this point. And sometimes I'll put that in danger coffee. I'll put the butter and the MCT oil. But with the minerals, I just don't need it. The minerals satisfy in a unique way. You don't taste them, but you feel them.
Very. So essentially, you're getting a multivitamin, all the minerals that you need, because sometimes you just don't need a lot of them. You just need the trace amount, and you can get them in your coffee. So while you're drinking your coffee, you're getting your minerals, and you actually are getting them mold-free. So you're not going to be destroying your body and the gut microbiome with that.
Exactly. And you'll like this because you and I are both really into what happens in the gut. The type of minerals we use, called humic and fulvic acid, are capable of binding to toxins made by gut bacteria called lipopolysaccharides. So you actually might have less of a toxin effect because you're consuming more of the right form of minerals. And the form of minerals that you take really matters. So it wouldn't make any sense to grind up a nail and eat it to get iron, because you wouldn't absorb that. But a lot of minerals don't go into the cells where you need them. The type that are in danger coffee are ionic minerals that are capable of entering your cells where your cells need them.
Well, another thing I noticed is that these fancy glasses that I always want, what is that about?
This is a circadian biology company called TrueDark that I founded about 11 years ago. And one of the massive things that tells your body what's going on is the color and type of light that enters your eyes. And in our modern world, these LED lights are putting a huge dose of blue light in that stresses your brain and your mitochondria and your metabolism. And so the TrueDark glasses, the ones I'm wearing right now, they stop the toxic part of blue light, but they allow the good part to come in. So blue blocker is not a good idea because you'll never wake up. So these allow my biology to wake up because I'm getting the right light, but they allow me to not be overloaded with light. And another one of the lenses we make improves sleep quality. And we published in a medical journal that the TrueDark glasses for evening use, 15 minutes after you put them on, that your brain waves shift dramatically and they shift into a rest and reset. So it's like meditation glasses, and you just put them on and then you get sleepy. And that's the TrueDark sunset lenses.
Well, other part that, Dave, I know is you are big into educating people about health and longevity. And this is your passion, this is your mission, and you've been doing it for 20 years. And I think most people may not know that, probably you also run probably one of the world's largest conference, which essentially teaches you about health and longevity. So tell me a little bit more about that, because I've been just so fascinated, and in all honesty, I have been at that event for the last 10 years, every single year. And I just personally, there's not a single event that I absolutely commit to going every year, except this one. So I want people who are listening to it to know what is it they are missing out on.
Well, if you go to biohackingconference.com, you can check it out. This is May 27th through 29th in Austin, Texas. And it started out with 100 people at a bar in San Francisco saying, what are we going to do? And what are we going to do to change our biology so we can be younger and stronger and faster? And it's evolved to about 5,000 people. And these are people who are just all helpful. It's a community. They're so excited. They're into this, like people who care about themselves and others. And 150 vendors, the people who are inventing and making the future of the things that give us control of our biology, including you. You always have a Viome booth there, and members love you. You're on stage just sharing these incredible stories. And what's happening with this event, we even had Steve Aoki, a famous DJ, do the concert last time. So it's kind of like a party. It's kind of like a celebration, but it's deep learning from the leaders of longevity, the leaders of consciousness. Joe Dispenza spoke the last couple of years. So you get a chance to interact with the top leaders in the longevity field. And it's so powerful that we're displacing the old school, like anti-aging kind of conferences. And we're even offering continuing education credits for physicians as a part of this. And we're teaching entrepreneurs who want to start biohacking companies, how did I build a $140 million a year biohacking company? Because this is a movement. I didn't trademark the name biohacking when I started it. I wanted it to be a global movement. And because of that, it's a new word in the English language as of 2018. But it's also a $36 billion industry. Oh yeah, and I don't.
Does it have your name on it?
Yeah, Webster's Dictionary Online has my name in it for biohacking. And
very nice.
It's one of these things where I'm the leader of the biohacking movement, but I don't own biohacking. Biohacking is our God-given right to choose how we feel every day, and we just have to find out how to do that. And it's getting better and easier and more fun. And the biohacking conference is ground zero for that. And you'll see the top people in longevity right next to people saying, well, here's how you can increase your intelligence. And here's breath work, or here's a technology. And we're all there, we're all sharing, we're all learning from each other. And it is so much fun. It's my favorite thing every year.
And I think, Dave, I go there, and this is the only event I spend from the day one to at the end, and I am there interacting with people. I'm not hiding, because this is, as you said, is a community. And by the way, every speaker, you get to talk to the person who is up on his stage teaching you, and then you get to sit down, and if you have any question, you can ask anything, right? Because people come there to share, to learn. And so how do people become part of it? Because I know every year you get sold out. So it is, do you have any availability right now, or is it already sold out?
It's not sold out yet, but it will absolutely sell out. Last year we had to turn vendors away, and we had to turn people wanted tickets away because we're at the largest hotel in Austin. There isn't a bigger space here. So it does get limited. And if you go to biohackingconference.com, you'll see that this year it's now called the Beyond Biohacking Conference, because it is biohacking. It's longevity, and we're calling it the Beyond Conference because we're going beyond what people think is possible. I truly, truly believe from the bottom of my heart that I can live to at least 180. And there's science behind that. A New York Times best-selling book about how and why that is not unreasonable. And the reality is, we already can do 120 years. There's people that old today. I just want to do 50% better, and I have 100 years to do it. And I have AI and PubMed and the Viome test and all the tech that's at Upgrade Labs. And so, yeah, I might not make it, but there's a really great chance that I will. And if I don't, someone else will. And it's because of biohacking. And it's different than medical, but it includes the medical things that cause resilient people. It's not about treating a broken bone or some infection. It's about getting all the data and aligning your biology so that it repairs itself as you age. And then it's not about just aging more slowly. It's about reversing age. And we can now measure how old your biology is. And people routinely who come to the conference are 10 or 20 years younger in their lab tests than their actual age. And that's accelerating. So I believe that we are already at what we call longevity escape velocity. where the new knowledge, the new techniques, the new technologies that are coming online every day, they can reverse your age as fast as the calendar moves. And maybe I'm wrong, maybe it'll happen in 6 months, but we're right there. And it isn't evenly distributed yet, but it will be. And that's part of my job, is part of your job, is let's make it easy for people to just know what to do. And the worst case, you'll just be really healthy and feel really good, and then die when you were already going to. I just don't think that's likely, because if you're healthy, you should live to 120. And we can even go beyond that. That's why it's called.
I think 180, not 120. I think we're going to all get to be 180 to 200 is where my goal is, I think. Who are the wonderful speakers we're going to be meeting this year?
We have an incredible lineup of speakers this year, and we're in the middle of communicating with them right now. So some of them I'm not allowed to tell you about because they're going to be announced over time and things like that, which is really incredible. So let me tell you some of the speakers we've had, and we haven't announced our 2026 ones. So last year, Dr. Joe Dispenza, Gabby Bernstein, who's a leader in psychology, Dr. Daniel Amen. I'm on his board of directors, and he's the top brain doctor in the country. And the list goes on and on. There's usually 15 or so main stage speakers, big names. And there are 80 breakout rooms where you can be in a small room with between 50 and 200 people with an emerging leader or with a specialist. There'll be tracks on fertility, preconception, women's hormones, men's hormones, libido, sleep, breath work, using temperature, using light. So the top experts in the world are all there, and you just get to sign up, say, I want to go to this one, I want to go to this one, and I want to go to this one. And it is so, it's so incredible that the biggest feedback I get from people is, I'm mad that I didn't get to see everything. So of course you get a video of all the ones, so you can watch the videos for the sessions you didn't get to go to because you went to a different one. And there's something else at the biohacking conference, Naveen, that is really important to me. I believe that nourishing someone, feeding them, it's an intimate act, and it controls how you feel. So we bring in more than $50,000 worth of grass-fed protein, and we work for months with the hotel staff to prepare epic meals for attendees. So you feel great the entire time, and part of the ticket cost includes that. And of course, people can get a Viome test when they buy a ticket for the biohacking conference, which is something new we're doing this year, because so many people who come to the biohacking conference are saying, I want to get my lab test done. Which one should I do? So I'm like, of course you need to know what to eat. So we bundle a Viome test with your ticket.
So we have now talked about other stuff. There is other fun stuff that you do where you actually educate the business owners as well, don't you? To actually how to build great businesses in the health and longevity field, or you call the biohacking field, right?
Yeah. One of the problems is that if you're a crazy inventor and you have some new biohacking tech, or maybe you're a health professional, they don't teach you how to run a business. In fact, they probably teach you how to not run a business. So the most powerful thing that I can do is I can sit down and put a group of entrepreneurs, usually about 150 in a room, and introduce them to the people who taught me, including you, and teach them myself. Here's how to build something that changes millions of people's lives. Because nothing hurts more than having something precious, something that people could be using, but no one ever uses it. That makes you a failed inventor. So we're breaking that line between making something great and getting it in lots of people's hands. It's called Business of Biohacking. And we're offering that as an add-on day at the end of the biohacking conference. So pick up your tickets to the Beyond Biohacking Conference. Go to beyondconference.com. And
I thought you said biohackingconference.com. No?
They actually both work because we're rebranding to Beyond Conference. You can go to biohacking conference or beyondconference.com.
Okay.
And what you're going to find is that you can sign up for the Business of Biohacking track. You can sign up for the continuing education track for medical professionals. And what you get is a ton of knowledge, and you can learn how to make your own business that way. And the other option you have is you can go to ownandupgradelabs.com, and then you can partner with me to open and upgrade labs in your neighborhood, which of course gives you access to all of the tech and all the data.
Unbelievable. And the little birdie tells me you're also writing another book now.
You know, I've had 9. They're all except the first one are bestsellers, New York Times bestsellers, and things like that. And my most recent one was called Heavily Meditated, which I think is my most important book. And this is how to not be triggered by things, because if you want to live a long time, being angry a lot and being triggered a lot is not good for longevity. It's not good for you or the people around you. So after 10 years of research at 40 Years of Zen, my neuroscience brain upgrade program, where people come and spend 5 days here in Austin with my neuroscience team, tuning their brains and learning how to not be triggered. I have enough data to tell you what meditation works.
Don't go away. And we're going to talk about this 40 years of, what is it called and what happens there?
It's called 40 Years of Zen. And you come in and we measure your brain waves with clinical grade tools to see what's going on in there. And then we spend 3 days teaching you a proprietary process called the reset process. And what that is a way to go in and turn off the alerts that happen in your brain every day. So imagine if you had your phone, it's right here in front of you, and you said to your IT guy, hey, every time I try to do work, these alerts keep popping up, TikTok and messages and emails, and I can't work. And the IT guy goes, well, just gently swipe to the left every time and just keep working. You can't do that. Well, your nervous system's doing the same thing. So there are things that make every person mad or dysregulated, things that get under your skin, things that you keep thinking about. And your therapist or your meditation teacher is going to tell you, gently set them aside and keep focusing. It's too much work. So we have developed a way to go in and turn off at the source so that they just stop happening. There is no alert to turn off anymore. And that has changed my life dramatically. So the last book was Heavily Meditated, which came out of 10 years of data from 40 Years of Zen, showing what high-performing executives, high-powered people are doing, what their brains do and how they change. So it tells you how to access the altered state to just not get triggered anymore. And that's massively important. And yeah,
what happened there? So like when people go there, what is the biggest change you have seen there? Obviously, in transparency, I and my wife both went to 40 Years of Zen. I was extremely skeptical, as you know. I was very skeptical that this is, what am I doing here? And 5 days of my life, I'm like, what am I going to do that? But in the fact that you were there and you had invited, and I thought I was going to make that commitment and go there. And I have to admit, I not only learned a lot, I came back from there and I thought, wow, I actually have changed. Not only I learned about what my brain was doing, what it did, and more than that, how to reset myself and how to, essentially let go of a lot of things that I've been holding on to. So I would love to have you just to talk about your experience of, as you have seen, hundreds and hundreds of people go through that, and what is it you see?
After about 1,400 people, and what we do is we survey when you come out of it. And 2 weeks out of the program, we're asking about 12 different measures of cognitive and psychological and emotional wellness. And most of those things are 50 to 70% improved 2 weeks out. But if you wait 6 months after the program, after your brain has a chance to fully integrate all of the new skills, some of them go up to 90% of people. And the one that stands out the most is a little bit more than 90% of people report improvements in their relationships when they come out. And it's not that your partner changed, it's that your reactivity to your partner changed. And I don't know anything else on the planet that has a 90% improvement in people who go through it in their relationships, where they're actually better off. They report better energy, better focus, better memory, more peace, more calmness, and the list goes on. So what's really happening is that under your conscious layer, your brain spends a lot of electricity every day worrying about stuff that you shouldn't be worrying about, but you're not even conscious of it. So we found a way to enter this reset mode. It's called the reset process. And you go in and you tell the body and the brain, don't do that anymore. It's not helping. And then it stops. And the end result there is it frees up a lot more energy every day. And you can use that energy say maybe your wife says something that would have pissed you off, because anyone who's married for a while, your spouse can get under your skin, right? But instead of you getting angry, you had so much extra electricity and you turned off that switch anyway. So now you're like, hey, can I get you some tea? Right? And there's no drama. There's no energy lost. You don't think about it at night. So things that would have really bothered me, and I've gone through a lot in the past few years, they end up just washing off of you like raindrops on Gore-Tex. Like, it's like, oh, it's just not a thing. So you don't have to be, angry. And the more successful you are, the more driven you are, the more you need the reset process. First half of my life, I was successful because I was trying to prove that I was good enough and that I was safe. And after I learned this reset process and I did my work on it, it moved into, I'm pulled in the direction that I go because I know I'm doing things that are good and that are worthy for the world. And it's just so much nicer to get pulled towards your mission than it is to fight all the time. And some of the people you and I are friends with, they got successful by fighting, and they're angry and they're pissed off and they're miserable and their marriages fall apart. And you don't have to do it that way. And that's why 40 Years Zen might be the most impactful, most important of all the things I've done. It doesn't reach, 100 million people like my content, but the people it touches, they are permanently changed. And so is all of the people they interact with for the rest of their lives. I've seen it fix families where one very wealthy global family, sometimes one of the kids will come and like, oh my gosh, this is it. And then all the other kids come, and then that multi-generational problem goes away. So I am as committed to consciousness as I am longevity. And what no one talks about is that when you fix your biology, starting in the gut, starting in your mitochondria, starting in your cells, it percolates up into your emotions and your psychology and your stress levels. And it even affects you spiritually. And it seems non-intuitive, but strangely, my book about all this, Heavily Meditated, it became the top-selling philosophy book in the country. It's not a philosophy book. It's a meditation book that explains why meditation matters. So top Buddhist scholars are saying, this is the biological explanation for all the stuff we've been saying for 5,000 years. So there's a path, and it's not as hard as it sounds. And I think this is the most precious thing. And it's so important that I just moved it to Austin, Texas from Seattle. So I'll actually be able to be much more present than I could be when it was in Seattle. So this is something I'm doubling down on because I think the world needs a lot more peaceful, powerful people right now.
And I think especially the people who say, I don't have time, they're probably needed the most, right?
They are. And I was really honored. I mean, we've been friends for a long time, and you are at least as busy as me. And 5 days is a big ask from anyone. And when you said you'd go, like, this is so fun, and you don't hide your skepticism, we're close friends. And I was really pleased to see you just willing to try it, and you got some results from it, even though you are an incredibly passionate, good-hearted, kind human being, and you help everyone around you all the time reflexively, and just so much love and respect. And even from a person like you got some value from it, and you're an unusual human on many levels.
Well, brother, is there anything I missed out on? I think we talked about unlimited life. We talked about the danger coffee. We talked about the glasses. We talked about the things. Is there something I missed out that in your life, that Upgrade Labs or anything that I have not touched on yet? Because you're doing so many things.
That's one of my curses. I do lots of things, but they're worthy. The other one that might be worth mentioning is the Human Upgrade podcast. And I've had 1,400 guests on, and I find the emerging leaders before they become leaders. Andrew Huberman was a guest before he had a podcast. Tim Ferriss was a guest before he had a podcast, although he was already a leader, not emerging. Even guys like Peter Attia, he came on the show before he had a podcast. So I find people doing interesting work, right? And then I interview them so that listeners get actionable information. It's called the Human Upgrade. You can find it anywhere that you can do a podcast.
Well, I have to admit, I have done this 5 times now, and I love it every time. And I think we're due for the next one soon.
Absolutely.
On that note, I think I know we are running out of time here. One last question for you. Obviously, we have been together for almost 10 years looking at this stuff. How have you incorporated Viome into your life?
Naveen, the Viome test, when I first did it back at one of the biohacking conferences, I think the first couple thousand tests were biohackers. And I was so excited to see what was going on in my gut because I'd never been able to get the data, despite trying with early emergent companies that aren't even around anymore. And your take was so unique. And so I use the Viome test to see what's going on. So has my gut bacteria shifted? And it now even has a longevity metric, which is really important. But when you added in the saliva and the mitochondria parts of it as well, it's a very complete and shockingly affordable way for me to say, well, how am I doing from a very broad perspective? And, there was a time where I was getting too much of the soluble fiber that I used, of the stuff that quadrupled my gut bacteria. So the Viome test was able to show me that so I could back off on it and have the right levels. And it's an important part of my annual how am I doing view of my biology.
Well, Dave, what an honor and a pleasure to be with you. And I just absolutely love our conversation. And I think I'm so honored that this is the first time I have to get to interview you as opposed to the other way around. So I'm so glad we finally got to do that. Thank you. Thank you, Dave. Really appreciate you.
Thank you, Naveen. You are a gentleman and a scholar, and I appreciate what you're doing. And the data and the knowledge you're providing to millions of people now with Viome, it's really important and it matters because the people who do Viome become thriving people, and thriving people make the world a better place.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've had Priyanka Jain, Doug Gold, and then Teemu Arina, and then Dave Asprey in this block 2. And this was just block 2. Remember that we started the day. Momo was here, and then we had a talk with Naveen Jain, then we had a talk with Guru, and then we had a talk with Momo, and then came Valter Longo. What a rich day in terms of content, ideas, longevity experience. And I want to know, first of all, who are the warriors of day 2 that have been here with me from the beginning? If you are here from the beginning of the day, well, when we open the day 2, put me in the chat. I want to know who are the warriors that had the opportunity to block their day to learn from the best in the world about longevity and health. We see here Jade, Thomas McDonald. You guys were also warriors yesterday. Huh? I commend you. Cheryl, hey Cheryl, good to see you. Kathy, Ozaine, New Life Curator, Daniela Sirbu, Paula, Tina was also here yesterday, ECW. I want to know now, this is the moment that we look at what stuck. So let me know here in the chat, what was the idea now from block 2, or the ideas or concepts that felt they were spoken to you? If you could take notes of the quotes or something connected to the quotes, type here in the chat. And with that, what is the action, looking at all the reflection you have had today, with all the exposure, all the ideas that came at you, the ones that resonated? What is something that you feel ready to start or to stop? What we're talking about here is a change in action. There are things that you already do well and you continue doing it. That's fantastic. But I'm interested here in change. So what is going to be new? What is going to be something that you will start? Or what is going to be something that you will stop based on the ideas that you have today? Put it here in the chat, and I want to see what's happening over here. Tina says that first I've heard of biohacking, and now I am driven to learn more. And I think if it's the first time you had the exposure with the best people, you had Teemu Arina, you have Dave Asprey. If you're talking about biohacking, the best of the world just it spoke to you right now. So that's amazing. That is a fantastic place to start. Today was so long, but so good. Ronan, is it the middle of the night for you? Yeah, it's 2:30 a.m. and that's why I am right now semi-whispering. I told you everybody here last night. My wife is sleeping on the door next room, on the room next door. I am here in the office. That's in my apartment. And my bedroom is just next to it. And so if I came to host it today is because I managed not to wake her up yesterday. So that's the plan. I don't wake up today and I can host it tomorrow as well. But to me, I resonate a lot with the philosophy behind what Teemu Arina I speak to. Teemu is a good friend of mine. He also lives in Estonia, in Tallinn. We hang out a lot. We talk a lot, and we share a lot of the same philosophies. And for me, longevity and vitality is something that adds value to my life if I use it. If I'm not obsessed with it, but if I use it. And so to me, because I take care of my sleep and my exercise, and I have so many practices that take care of the state of my body, whenever I heard from Naveen, Guru, and Momo that they're doing the summit, and then the team Summits for Impact that are from great friends of mine that are also organizing this, they invited me to host. I said, it's in the middle of the night, but I would love to do it. These are fantastic people in the area of in my area of work, my area of passion, and I can only say yes to this because the body is robust enough given the amount of practices that I offer to it. Now, it would be very hard if this such a great thing that I want to be part of was happening, but I'm not exercising very well. I'm not taking care of my body's all inflamed. The energy is low. I'm chronically sleep deprived. I just don't have the energy. My body is fragile. It cannot afford doing something off the plan. I think longevity is not for us to stick to a plan and let it be a cage. It is something for us to build a body that is robust so that it can go through the things that will make your life fuller. That's my a lot of my philosophy is to prepare your body so your life can be fuller. Like Teemu said, what are you going to do with this extra resource to other people, contribute to society by having more of this life force running through you? And so a lot of those endeavors, they can only happen if you can flexibilize your practices. And that's what I love about the conscious part of health and longevity. It is not the end goal. It is an enabling practice. It gives you more life currency so that you can use that currency for something. There's no reason for you to save money if you're never going to use it. There's no reason for you to build a body full of life energy if you're never going to use it. So that to me is the philosophy. One thing that I heard today that I want to bring back to you came from Doug Gold. Remember the lawyer, the attorney that made this whole corporate change using Viome, using different lifestyle strategies. When who was interviewing him was Guru. Guru asked him, so what is it that you do? And if you remember what the guy said, he basically outlined a morning routine. He said, hey, I start my day, and in the beginning of my day, I do a couple of things. I do my fasting, I do my exercise, I do my movement, I have my meal, I do my this, I do my that, I do my meditation. There are other things that he does throughout the day, but basically he combined a lot of his health practices to start the day with. And this is my question to you. Who do you offer the first hours of your day to? The first hours of your day are the most resourceful moment of your day. And if they are the most resourceful moment of your day, they are also the most resourceful moments of your life. Is where you have more vitality, more cognitive capacity, more ability to make decisions, when you are not fatigued, when your body has all its high potential. Who takes that energy? Is it your boss or employer or client? Is it somebody else from your social circle? Is it Mark Zuckerberg with his algorithm? My first hours goes to Mark Zuckerberg. I put my phone and start scrolling on Instagram. He gets the most precious part of me. Or is it you? Is you taking care of yourself, dedicating the most resourceful time of your life so that you can be fuller? There's something to be said. No, it goes to my family. I take care of my kids, take care of my partner or my parents or this or that, and that's very, very valid. But what if you could do something a little before that for yourself? Because how long can you provide to others until you run empty? How much more, for how much longer you can support others that you love if you're making sure that you're always full? So that guy, he made simple choices. He got a group of 25 people, made simple choices. We're gonna walk. We're gonna do some type of fitness activity. We're gonna eat according to our superfoods and avoid our poison, your bad foods according to our Viome test. We're gonna sleep as if we were paid for that, and we're gonna do this every day. Become a lifestyle. And then people were, reversing obesity and diabetes with that kind of thing. So there were simple choices. See that he didn't even go into high protein, low protein, or metformin, not metformin, all these things that are gray zone. He didn't even go there. He just made it simple, but made it consistent and took advantage of the first hours of the day. This is something I wanted you to think about. How are you going to start your day tomorrow, for example? What could you start to do, or what could you stop to do in the beginnings of your day to give you more life force, to allow you to live life more fully? That's the question that I want to leave you with today. And then remember, today, day 2 of the Health and Longevity Summit, until the end of the day is when you can take advantage of the offer and the promotion the Viome's making for you to get your full body intelligence test. The promotion goes until the end of today. And so if you want to take advantage of that, scan this QR code that is showing on the top left side of your screen right now. This will allow you to do the full body intelligence test. That is the main test from Viome. It gives you all the 50 plus scores about your health. It gives you all the detail and personalized food planning, access to the app, all the reports, all the recipes, and everything else that the Viome gives you. Plus, as a bonus, the recordings of the summit, including the transcripts. If you want to just feed all the transcripts into Google Gemini or ChatGPT just to get the bullet points, you can do that. You can also have that in audio version. If you want to go for a walk and listen to that as if it was a podcast, you can do that too. It's included as a bonus. And until the end of the day, is for $100 off. So from $399 to $299, it's like 25% of a discount. But that promotion that Viome is offering you is only until the end of the day. So if you wanna take advantage of that, scan the QR code that is on the screen, and that is something for you to use as this intentionality. It helps you in a tremendous. You saw how many people. I think there's no person today that didn't talk about their experience with Viome, including Dave Asprey, including Priyanka Jain, including Doug Gold was his entire case study with 25 attorneys that took the test, applied the plan, and then he said that. The changes were like nothing short of stunning. And if you wanted that type of information too, it's available for you. And because you're part of the summit, there's this fantastic offer that you can enjoy here and now. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have day 3 starting tomorrow at the same time we started today. It's 8 a.m. Pacific, 11 a.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. GMT, 6 p.m. here in my apartment, and everybody else who shares the same time zone with me. And amongst the speakers tomorrow, we are going to have Peter Diamandis. We're going to have Dr. Mario Martinez, which for me is one of the most fascinating characters in the longevity scene, because he's talking about the mind-body connection. He's studying how your thoughts influence your longevity, how your emotions influence your longevity, and how to work with that fantastic type of thing. Niraj Naik talking about the working with the breath and breath holding as to improve your mitochondrial efficiency. We're gonna have Tim Gray, which is another leading biohacker agent in the world, and myself. I'm also going to have a talk tomorrow, and many other people that will come. So the summit is really I'm just grateful that this kind of things are available today. Our parents in the generation before us, they didn't even have scientific studies published at that time, because scientific studies started to be published in 1950s. In the 1950s is when scientific studies started to be standardized, so they could be valid. So before that, it's not that there was no online summits with the top people in the world. There was not even internet, not even information that was scientifically valid. And now we have these things at our fingertips. I'm just amazed. I just love this kind of things. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. It's been an honor. Thank you for being here with all of us. Thank you to all the speakers. Thank you to Viome. Thank you to Summits for Impact and all the team. We have a whole team here that is up from different parts of the world, running the show from the backstage. Kim and Dani that have been here throughout the entire time. Dani that is there, making sure that everything is running fantastically, also in crazy time zones. I appreciate all of you. And everybody who's here with us, all of you, have a good night, boa noite, and I see you tomorrow.